admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Attention business leaders, take inform. Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast News. I am Deborah Eze. Thank you so much for joining us this beautiful Friday morning. Now let's see what's making the headlines. CBN sells $574 million in August to boost liquidity in FX market. Dangote refinery dares Dapman to go to court over subsidy dispute. Rivers residents welcome Governor Fubara back 6 months after state of emergency. Nigeria leads African countries to sign petroleum regulatory charter. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Central Bank of Nigeria has ramped up its dollar sales in August 2025, selling a total of $574 million in a bid to stabilize the foreign exchange market and warning inflow from key sources. According to reports, this represents a 76% increase from the $326 million sold in July, marking a strong intervention effort by the Apex Bank to cushion liquidity pressures in the face of tightening FX supply. Data from the FMDQ exchange reveals the total FX inflows into Nigeria's foreign exchange market fell by 12% month on month to $3.4 billion in August, down from $3.8 billion in July, following a brief uptick in inflows in July, which saw a 24% month-on-month rise. The drop in August, was reportedly attributed to a sharp pullback in foreign portfolio inflows, which fell to $1.1 billion from $1.7 billion in the previous month. And moving on, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has revealed that it is fully prepared to defend its position in court against the Depot and Petroleum Products Marketers Association of Nigeria, declaring that any party dissatisfied with its recent publication is entitled to pursue redress through the appropriate legal channels, rather than resorting to ultimatums. The refinery, in a statement issued on Wednesday, reaffirmed its stance on the subsidy row with petroleum marketers, insisting that it would not succumb to pressure from Dapman, which recently threatened a 7-day notice over alleged grievances. This follows Dapman's demand for an annual subsidy of 1.505 trillion naira, which the marketers argue is necessary for them to match Dangote's gantry price at their depot. Dangote described the request as an attempt to revive a subsidy regime that historically drained the country's finances while defrauding the federal government. Estelan, River State residents came out en masse yesterday to welcome the suspended governor back to office 6 months after the state of emergency was declared on River State by President Bola Tinubu. According to our correspondent, some got to the gates of the government house, Port Harcourt, as early as 7 a.m. in the morning, while others came in groups and trickles. Despite early arrivals, the people were seen waiting patiently for the governor to address them officially, while Business Day spoke with some of the Rivers people who were jubilant at the return to the democratic rule in the state. And so in the news, African petroleum regulators led by Nigeria have launched a continental forum aimed at harmonizing oil regulation in a bid to attract crucial investments across the region's burgeoning energy sector. According to reports, African oil regulators are betting that a more integrated energy market where rules are consistent and transparent across jurisdiction can unlock capital due to declining investment dollars. In a statement seen by Business Day Nigeria, Ghana, Somalia, Gambia, Madagascar, Sudan, Guinea, and Togo were the first 8 countries to sign the charter, while 7 other countries present express support with a pledge to join at a future date after consultation. And the Breakfast Show continues after this break with the newspaper review. Just stay with us.
Come to the triumph again without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Now you're welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment of the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, where we explore top headlines on the front of our page of the dailies. I'm your host, Deborah Eze, and joining me in the studio, surprisingly, for more insights this morning is... Okay.
Why does it surprise you?
Yeah, because I wasn't expecting to see you. It's really good to see you, though. It's really, really good to see you. Yeah, good to always have you. As always, let's get into it. Now, the first paper we're going to be looking into this morning is the Business Day, sister company. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper this morning says pirates cash in as Nollywood counts losses. pirates cash in as Nollywood count losses. And the writer on that story says filmmakers demand IP reform. And that story was written by our very own Anthony Duagba. So it's for me, it's really shocking. When I saw the headline this morning, it was really shocking that we're still going through piracy problems in the Nollywood industry.
Right.
And it's really sad because of how far we've come that this is actually an issue. So what's your take about it?
So, I mean, first and foremost, I must commend our own in-house man,
Anthony.
Anthony.
Yeah.
He does a good job.
Mhm.
So kudos to him. But so to this topic, or rather this area I want to pinpoint, it kind of hits home directly. Because I remember in my undergraduate years, my first degree was theater arts.
Okay.
And I was hoping I was going to end up as a full-time actor.
Wow.
But when I saw how creativity and production plus intellectual property of producers were not being respected, I said to myself, this is going to be a long-term career. So, I mean, 20-something years down the line now, I'm not looking at this, right? It now makes me believe that maybe I made a great call to do a second degree in mass communication.
But you're also
right?
acting.
You know, but straight to the topic, really. I have to use that as a preamble.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is this: it is high time we understand that intellectual property is what it is. Intellectual. No two persons have the same level of intellect, and because it comes with a lot of unique delivery, it must be respected. And I wouldn't use the word developed, but when you hear things like this, you now begin to wonder, those who say they are developed countries and they call us underdeveloped, why should we be angry? When it should be said that to harness one's creativity means to put money in the person's pocket. And to do that means you create a multiplier's effect, where that person can now help another person. Right? From there, they can grow the studio, they employ people. But once someone's creativity is not appreciated, or it is being stifled by some government agency, or even worse, government agents or agency, regulators don't do their job very well, giving room and lacuna and gray areas for these pirates to come in, you begin to wonder, is this going to spell doom for those who are creative minds in the future? What about those who are striving very hard? Nigerians are very creative people. Nigerians understand what creativity is and they know how to market it. And we are saying, we are relying on the government to make sure that they not only apprehend, but for what is worth. Now we know that they can't eradicate 100%, but let us mitigate it. Let us find a way to bring it to the barest minimum. So those who are in the creative sector, who were not opportune to get into the oil sector, or opportune to get into politics, opportunity to get into other various industries where they don't appreciate them. We say, if I can put together content, if I can, audition people, if I can go and borrow money, because most of these producers, they borrow money. I'm a producer too, I can tell you, it's not easy. When you run a production, you have to find a way to fund it because you believe in the cause. I haven't gone through the 40 years of production level, scripting, right? Hiring, right? Casting, back and forth, then production. You have to now worry about if your production is going to give you money. It's a lot to worry about.
Don't you think, are you really going to blame the pirates anyways?
Well, so
I feel like every movie producer should be able to do their due diligence before they actually, I don't think 100% of the blame should go to these individuals who, see a knack to make money.
So
you get what I'm saying?
So this is the thing. So I agree with you because unfortunately, in every country we have bad eggs.
Yeah.
Even the United States. In fact, the United States of America has the most corrupt and the most determined pirates. After all, you see, we have them here in Africa. Where did they learn it from? So having said so, I would say, can we 100% eradicate criminality? Of course not. In a bid to survive, some people resort to criminal activities. But in the ambience of this IP issue, intellectual property, I will say this, that the government needs to have, though already they have a film censorship board, they have, different agencies that are there to help retrieve, collect royalties, not just even in movies. What about in music, creative work generally?
I think music, they've actually gotten a balance. That is why I'm shocked that the Nollywood industry is still going through this. At least everybody now, both I don't like to call them upcoming artists, I like to call them up and rising artists. You know, they know now that they have to like go through you have to have a company and a lawyer who understands that everything that comes from the music is your right. So I still don't get it. The other day, Bimbo Ademoye, the actress, she came out and she was really upset and angry, and she was lamenting about the fact that a film that she just posted on her YouTube page, I think 3 days before she came to like do the rant, was already playing on Ghana's free-to-air channel.
Do you know how painful that
is? So I was saying something that if she had actually, you know, had the right legal backup, you know, before like just producing a film and putting it right there on YouTube, it won't happen.
So I like the fact that you mentioned this issue with Ghana and free to air.
Yeah.
So it is called free to air for a reason, which is this: anything you put on YouTube, so long as it has gone on YouTube. In fact, one of the criteria for allowing your work to go on YouTube is there. They will tell you, we will share with third parties. People can download it. But now you can make it private if you want people to go and subscribe to watch it. So why is she crying foul? I'm not saying that she doesn't have the right to cry foul, but you haven't done the right thing. You are educated enough to have read the terms and conditions. So who are you going to sue? Are you going to sue YouTube? You will say, come, let's go to your contract and see. It's there. It's allowed to download.
That's what I mean by they don't do their due diligence before everyone is putting their films on YouTube. So why not? Why can't I do the same thing?
So, and then guess what now? If, for instance, that channel was a paid station, then she can now say, okay, you've downloaded it. It's supposed to be meant for your private use, not for broadcast. She has a case. But if it is a free-to-air, they'll tell you we're not making any money.
It was actually free.
So we're doing CSR. So they too can actually, you know, have a case. However, if she has an entertainment lawyer, I'm within the ambience of the law, so I understand how the lawyers actually work. So if you have a lawyer, the question will now be that you have someone who understands that they will make case for every other person who has what we call the intellectual property put out there. Now, does it cut across Nigeria?
Okay.
Have you signed a contract that will not allow your content to be used outside Nigeria? So all these two are also indicators to look at, right? You might have your content anywhere within the confines of Nigeria. No one else can use it.
Yeah. I think we're being joined by Joshua Bassi.
Okay.
Joshua Bassi, if you can hear us, please say something. Mute your mic. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to have you on the newspaper review.
Good morning, Mr. Bassi.
Yeah, thanks. Good morning. Good morning, Valentine. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bassi.
All right, we're just starting with the big story on the BusinessDay newspaper that reads Pirates cash in as Nollywood counts losses and filmmakers demand IP, that's intellectual property reform. And Valentine gave his 2 cents about it. So what do you think about this story that actually made it to the BusinessDay newspaper?
Yeah, thank you, Debbie. I've seen that story, and it is worrisome because
for a bit.
The story speaks to the fact that you know, intellectual property getting the reward, adequate reward that they should, and this is to say that there's a lot more that can be done. I mean, by stakeholders within that industry, and even by government, because in any case, a lot of these things are regulated by the government. There are policies that the government need to come up with to see to it that people are intellectual property are, you know, adequately protected, such that the creators of those property are able to actually get the benefits from their creative work. You know, many years ago, when it was basically this thing was not really, we didn't have the advancement in technology the way we have it now. When it was when it was cassette, when it was all this time. So, but with technology, one would have expected that we should have less of this theft of intellectual property. But it's again, technology again has also brought its own advancements such that people are now also even reaping from where they didn't sow. So it means that a lot more needs to be done, even in terms of technology, to get more advanced technology to prevent those who are stealing this intellectual property from doing so, such that the creators are able to get the benefit that they should get. So those are the things I would like to speak to that story. But again, there's a lot of collaboration that they need to do. They may not go individually. They may come together as industry players and then sit down and see what they can do together, and then reach out to the government to come up with more stringent policies. Policies and stringent measures to prevent people from reaping from where they didn't sow.
All right, we are all on the same page with this story. So let's look at another big story on the Business Day paper, and it says Nigeria eyes trade windfall as Lagos hosts IATF 2027. Now, the IATF is one of the biggest intertrade fair on the continent, and this trade fair is just to bring about investors, policymakers, and entrepreneurs. And I would say it's actually a good thing that Nigeria is actually winding down to actually host this. So what's your take about this, Valentine?
So first and foremost, thank you, Mr. Bassi. I like your input regarding that IP story. So this one for me, Nigeria eyes trade wind fall at Lagos as Lagos hosts IATF 2027. It is nothing not to be happy for. I've used that word. In other words, our smile should be wide on it. It's a welcome idea, 100%. Okay? Trade is what we need. Because if you look at the fact that we actually can say that oil and gas can be held on a pause, then let trade be able to back up. If we can do this on the regular, if we can host events like this on the regular, if we can say, look, let us bid for this thing on the regular. Now, what this means is that you begin to see that other countries who have been shying away from Nigeria thinking, wait a minute, that I don't think they have what it takes, right? We don't think Nigeria is still the big economy that it used to be, the giant of Africa. We need to have a different mindset towards it. So for me, it's a welcome idea, all right? All indications are on the high. And of course, we're not even seeing the major business part, which is those downstream people will have opportunity to talk to people who actually manufacture things, those other huge investors. So now say, look, I have a small business where I sell your product, okay? But I have a problem with the middleman. I'm not just cut off the middleman because Nigeria makes money through middlemen and a whole lot. That is a different business entirely. So, but you get to have one-on-one relationship, one-on-one contact and conversation with those people who produce these things, with those who are direct investors. And let me tell you, it's not about investment that you don't know. It's this, maybe you know. It's that an investor who has money, right, it's not just bringing out his money. He knows that for every business that he puts his money into invest, he will have details of social person, right? Maybe an SME, a small scale business. He has details. They will create a proper framework, create database that they can go back to IMF, go back to the people who are actually funding those investors to say, look, I've done X, Y, Z. I need more money for this. In between, they're also making their money too. So investors will come to look for viable businesses they can put their money in. What does this mean for our Nigerian business? I will tell you. We begin to see where will there be less strangulation when it comes to you going to seek for funds in the bank. Because then you see plan B. There's an alternative. And business people are out there right? Those who have what it takes to run business, to start businesses, business starters. They call them startup geniuses, but they don't have the funds. Great ideas. It could be maybe in robotics. It could be in a particular area where you think that our local content, which is important, because local content is something that we need in this country to improve, right? And you say, look, I have this thing called me, for instance, let's say I can produce soap from palm kernel, but these are my challenges. My challenge is that if I finally do that, how can I be able to sell this thing abroad? How can I be able to say, look, it will meet XYZ market share, and in return add value to Nigerian GDP, and I always make my money too. Remember, for every time we export, we make money.
Yeah.
As a country, you make money as an individual. So why this event is very important, and I hope that Lagos, they get to do it very well. Why this is very important is that it will not only put Lagos on the map, as that's always been, but to keep Lagos there.
Yeah, I was, Mr. Joshua, I was going to ask for your opinion. Do you think this is actually going to like keep Lagos, everyone says, or everyone knows that Lagos is like the gateway for commercial African commerce. Now, do you think this is going to be a good opportunity for job creation and also benefit the economy?
Absolutely, Debbie. Yeah, sure. Lagos is the big commercial city as far as Africa is concerned. The other day, the Lagos State Governor was talking and then referring to Lagos as Africa's financial hub, and that's what it is. A city of estimated 21 or 22 million people. Is really huge for this kind of event. Coming to Nigeria and to be hosted by Lagos is definitely going to bring, it's a big deal in terms of trade, in terms of commerce. And so it's a welcome development that we are having this coming to Lagos. I think the Lagos state government is excited about it. This was announced at Algeria, where they held a meeting, and where the Minister of Trade and Investment, Jumoke
Oduwole. Yeah.
So you can see the excitement that she expressed at this announcement. So definitely, I expect this to bring about improvement in trade, further open up Lagos, not just Lagos, Nigeria, to trade, to commerce, and because all of the people coming get to see what it is that Lagos, what it is that Nigeria can offer. And of course, don't forget, with African the intercontinental trade agreement that was signed, which is looks as if we are still struggling with this, and of course, opening Africa as a big market to all to African countries, the 54 African countries, coming together, trading together, doing business together, So it's a big deal for us in Nigeria. It's a big deal for us in Lagos. We are looking forward to further trade improvement with this event to be hosted in Lagos in 2027. So I totally agree with Valentine, what he has said. It's a big deal. So further trade improvement, opening up Nigeria, opening up Lagos for other African countries, other people are going to be part of that trade fair. We're going to showcase what it is that we have in Nigeria. There may be people who may be coming into Lagos, into Nigeria for the first time from other part of Africa to take part in this trade fair, and they will come in to see what we have. And so I expect, even in terms of tourism, even in terms of people, just stepping out of the trade fair venue to see the different things that we have in Lagos, and maybe just going beyond Lagos, going to other parts of Nigeria to see what we have, and maybe just touching some of the tourist. We have some tourist attraction, right, around Lagos, outside of Lagos, that those who are coming may want to explore to see how great we are here. So it's a big deal for us. Even in terms of, like I said, in terms of during this period, definitely people will stay somewhere, right? So hotels room will be booked, so that's going to bring a huge investment, so to say, into Lagos. because those who are coming to the trade fair will have to stay somewhere, and the hotels are there. And so you see, we're going to make money locally, and of course, so it's good for the economy of Nigeria. It's good for the economy of Lagos. It's a big deal for us in Africa. Right. Sorry, in Nigeria, and of course in Lagos, which is the host city.
Okay, to get a knack of that story, grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper, and that story is on page 31. Let's take one more headline from the Business Day, and this is about Fubara being absent as supporters troop out for resumption, and that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. Fubara absent as supporters troop out for resumption. What is going on? The other day, we said it here that it's going to be a smooth transfer. And I think it was Joshua that asked the question about if Fubara would really want to resume duty. You said you were not sure it's the right call for him to come back after the 6-month state of emergency. What do you still think about the latest development on this now?
Okay. That you're asking me, right?
Yes, please.
Debbie?
Yes.
Okay, fine. You know, the what happened in Rivers State in the last 6 months, of course, the suspension of the governor and members of the State House of Assembly following the announcement of emergency rule by the Mr. President. People have looked at it in different ways. But there's something I expected to have happened, but that has not happened, or that did not happen until the 6 months expire, and that's the judicial pronouncement as to whether the suspension of an elected governor, and of course the State House of Assembly by Mr. President, was something that the president could do given his powers. But of course, it seems that the judiciary is not interested in getting into that matter, because even the case at the Supreme Court has not been decided. So we just wait whatever the judicial pronouncement might be. And I need to say this because we're going to have another president who will come someday to also do the same thing. Of course, don't forget that Obasanjo did it to the governor of Plateau State, also did it to the governor of Ekiti State when he was the president. We've seen Tinubu has done it now. But so we hope and wish someday that maybe there might be some judicial pronouncement as to confirm the powers of Mr. President to do so, or to say, no, Mr. President, though you can declare a state of emergency in any state, but maybe you do not have the powers to remove an elected governor, to remove or elected members of the State House of Assembly. That having been said, let's go to what happened yesterday. The people were there hoping that the governor would come in and address them. You could see thousands of people who were around the government house. You recall also yesterday that our correspondent at Rivers State also sent in a report to say that people were waiting and the governor was nowhere to be found. I think that I don't know whether he will resume today or maybe he will wait until Monday. But whatever it is, Nigerians and the Rivers State people are happy that at last the 6 months has come. The 6 months have come and gone, and the president has lifted that emergency rule, and that life, true governance, as it were, will be returning to Rivers State, and so that the people will begin to reap the benefit of of good governance in Rivers State. Because the last 6 months, really, there was really no governance. If you listen to what the people have been saying, and so that the suspension has been lifted and the governor is expected to return is something that everybody is excited about. Because, like I've always said, and this is my belief as a person, that governance is about the people. In the last 6 months, what did the people of Rivers State benefit from government? What was the thing that they can point to? So in the last 6 months, this is what we benefited from the sole administrator was there for 6 months in terms of providing governance. Only on Wednesday, just a day before the emergency rule was lifted, we saw how some people were protesting at around government house, Rivers State, over unpaid allowances and all of that. So Nigerians are happy that this has come and gone, and the governor should return. I don't know why he was not there yesterday. For me, I think, well, he has his reason. I don't know. But I think that the people were really looking forward to having him, that yesterday, at least to address them and give them that assurance. Look, I'm back, and that we're going to have governance, as it were. But let me also add that I like the fact that the Rivers State House of Assembly had a plenary session yesterday, the first they had after the lifting of the emergency rule, and they passed a couple of resolutions. And one of the resolutions that they passed is that they are going to look into what the sole administrator has done in the last 6 months that he was there. I'm personally, I'm happy about the fact that they're going to do that, because the truth of the matter is that then we could argue that, yes, there was an emergency rule in Rivers State, as there was a sole administrator. But the point is that the sole administrator should not engage in things that he shouldn't engage in, because governance is about people. And so, and then the money that was approved, and then approved for the sole administrator to run the state in the last 6 months, I think it is only good that the true representatives of the people who are members of the Rivers State House of Assembly are thinking of, looking into investigating, probing, if you may use that word, probing what it is that the sole administrator was able to do with the money of Rivers State in the last 6 months. That for me is consoling. And of course, in saying this, it doesn't mean I'm not saying this, I'm not saying that the sole administrator did anything wrong. I'm not saying so. I'm only just saying that it is better that the Rivers State House of Assembly members will look into what he was able to do. If they find out that he did something good, then of course, commendation to him. If they find out that there were things that he did that was not right, of course, there should be condemnation for such, so as to serve as a lesson as we move forward in our democratic experience in Nigeria.
Valentine, over to you. I know you have lots to say. Have we seen you?
So I had to listen to Mr. Joshua King,
yeah,
with a lot of attention, because he was hitting some really key notes that we should consider. And then people who are home, who are watching, want to ask those questions, and they need answers. And he's actually giving us proper insight. Like for instance, the part where he mentioned that those people who now came together said, look, let us now probe and ask questions to know if the administrator actually administered properly, if he did his job. That's very important, because I tell you, when you have democracy, like we know, it is we're talking about the government here, for the people, by the people, and of the people. At some point, people will ask questions. But when you have an administrator imposed on you, right, it's no longer business as usual.
Yeah.
So when there's huge amount of funds and money also given to that person, that is taxpayers' money, right? That is money largely from Rivers State or from the coffers of the from the federal government.
The past and federal government.
Exactly. So such money has to be accounted for. Now, in an event where if it was a regular, normal, democratic setting, okay, before any money is used, it must go through, the reps will talk, the Senate will talk, or whatever it is. Everybody must have their own say before they approve such funds. But when you are an administrator, you administer, take the money, get this done, get that done, get that done. Hence, what he did.
But we don't know if Ibaz actually did a good job in the past 6 months.
Yes, which is why this particular probing or
the plenary section
is important. But I won't necessarily call it a probe. I'll call it the asking questions for now. And having said so, I think the most important thing is the fact that Fubara did not show up.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like them. Mr. Joshua rightly said, at least he would have addressed the supporters. Because for people to actually, I saw the crowd from the video that our correspondent actually sent. People were actually eager and waiting to see him.
There's a political undertone there. You see, apart from the fact, because I don't want to think that there was some security risk aiding to the reason why he didn't show up. I want to believe that maybe there are other undertone going on that we don't know on the background.
All right, we have to move on now. We have to move on. Hopefully,
or maybe just
it resumes today or by Monday.
Maybe had a running talk.
Well, there's that too. All right, let's move to the Punch newspaper. Right. And the big story on the Punch newspaper is still about Fubara. Uncertainty in Rivers as Fubara delays return. Government in Abuja may resume today. That's the aide actually said that. And assembly members resume. Wike denies plots to impose appointee on government. But let's take a look at this story, the second story on the Punch newspaper, that says Osun PDP asks Federal High Court CJ to probe suspicious letters on Osun local government funds case. Says it suspects one of the letters was backdated, and we have the both letters printed boldly on the Punch newspaper. Mr. Joshua, I'm going to start with you. Don't you think this Osun PDP and the local government quanta that's been going on for a while now, don't you think it's already tiring and they need to come to an agreement as to what they actually really want?
Yeah, I because the case in Osun is that for the fact that an emergency rule was imposed in Lagos, I'm sorry. I keep saying sorry on River State. There's some similarity, so to say, between what is happening in Osun State and what is happening in River State. As you know, Osun State is ruled by a PDP governor, just like River State. Before Sim was suspended, and we don't know where Sim will go now, whether it will go to APC. We don't know whether it will stay in the PDP. But so what I'm trying to say that these two states are opposition states. And so some of the things that we are saying, it may look as if more politics. And I think, like I've always said, and I keep saying it, right, that governance is about the people. I don't really, I don't really see why this issue of suspending payment of local government fund to Osun State, I don't think this is right, because at the end of the day, it is the people of Osun State who are suffering here, because the fund that should be used to pay salaries, do other things, all of that is tied down. And I'm personally surprised that this is happening under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who was a victim of something similar to this, and he stood up against it, and he spoke against it. So I don't, whatever it is that's going on in Osun State, I just want to see an end to the crisis there, because you recall that in the course of trying to take over local government administration in Osun State by fire, by force, if I may use that word, some lives between APC and the PDP, some lives were lost. And even after that, those lives were lost, we are still here talking about the crisis in the local government of Osun State. I just like the fact that they've asked for these letters that we are seeing on the front page of Punch to be probed, and so that at the end of the day, I just want to say at the end of the day, what's important is that they find whether it's a judicial solution or a political solution to what's going on in Osun State, so that money meant for the local government can be released to them, and then we can begin to see benefit of democracy, benefit of governance to the people of Osun State. That's what's important. That's what I would say.
Okay. So because we're pressed with time, so let's just move to the Vanguard newspaper so we can see what's making the headlines there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Joshua. We know you're still there. You're throwing heavyweights in, and it's making a lot of sense. Okay, so for Vanguard here we have, it says, government ends passport production at multiple centers after 62 years. Again, it says, government ends passport production at multiple centers after 62 years. Why is that coming now? Now that we are a few days from our 65th day.
Well, so all the monies can get to them.
Well, let's see. Then again, and you can find that on page 8. Page 19 here says, marketers want us to increase pump price by 75 naira, says Dangote. It says marketers want us to increase pump price by 75 naira. You can find that one at page 19. But the question now is, are we seeing Dangote coming out very clean, saying no, we will not have anybody to sway our opinion, sway our thoughts in this matter? So they are quickly standing their ground, saying no.
Is it the newspaper review if we do not talk about Dangote?
Most definitely.
Okay. He's doing a lot of work. Please carry on.
All right. So you can find that one on page 19. Then page 9 here says, flood alert. FG raises fresh alarm again as rivers Niger, Benue reach peak level.
Wow.
Again, it says that flood alert. FG raises fresh alarm as rivers Niger and Benue reach peak level. Page 9. I think for what it's worth, because of time, again, but let's just mention for what it's worth, if you look at it here, after they raise those concerns, what is the next move? And where do we go from there?
Is that really coming from you?
Yes.
Oh.
I will tell you why.
Okay.
Because I mean, you know me, I always come with some idea to find a way to, you know.
But you said the federal government is doing so well. We spoke about flood here the other day.
They might be doing well, but towards the right or wrong direction. We don't know.
Okay.
So, you see that? So when we hear things like this, right? For me, I think that we've said it before. Do we just relocate these people and put a sign and say, look, this place is no longer habitable for anybody? And such signs should be backed up with a lot of documentary and information. I don't know, Mr. Joshua, what do you have to say about this? See there.
11 and 10?
Yes. This issue
which of the story are you asking me now? Which of the stories?
The Vanguard newspaper. On flood alert.
Which of the stories?
The federal government raised fresh alarm as rivers Niger, Benue reach peak levels. So what's your thought about, this flood issue in Nigeria, especially at this time of the year?
Yes, Debbie, we are used to raising alarms, right?
We are used to it.
In Nigeria, I think we are used to raising alarm. Beyond just raising alarm, of course, it's good that we should raise alarm, but because, of course, if you raise alarm, the people who are living in floodplain areas should begin to find a way for the sake of their safety, for the sake of the safety of their family, should begin to find a way to move, which is good. So you raise alarm so that people can begin to find a way to move away from areas that are prone to flood, or that are prone to flooding. But I'm saying beyond just raising alarm, there should be measures that should be taken so that we don't do this alarm every year, and government is raising alarm. It is the responsibility of the government to protect the people against all natural disaster, flooding, and all of that. So government should do the needful and not just raising alarm all the time. But just when you raise alarm, but beyond raising alarm, what do you do to making sure that these things don't happen every year? And in some cases, lives are lost, property are destroyed, families are dislocated, families are scattered, and all of that. But again, when you also raise alarm and then wanting people to move away from the flood-prone areas, government should also find a way to provide maybe a place where people can move to. Because what we say a lot of time is that government will say move, and they don't tell the people where to move to. And so it's important to maybe provide some kind of temporary arrangement, some kind of temporary shelter where those who are moving will move to, rather than just raising alarm expecting the people to move. But like I've always said, in Nigeria, you don't get much of government protection. So those who are living around flood-prone area, where a river Niger and what have you, maybe those who live around the river bank, they should find a way to move so that you save your life, you save the life of your family, you save your property.
Okay.
And all that.
I will still say the same thing that I always say. Anyone who has money to get a better accommodation where they're not going to suffer flood would not want to live by the riverbank.
Most definitely.
Yeah, so this is even away from blowing the alarm and forcing people to leave. The government really needs to create this amenities so people would not get to like suffer this every year. Like I say, by this time next year, we are still going to raise alarm, like Sedusha rightly said. We are used to raising alarm. Now, speaking about raising alarm, let's take a look at the cartoon of the day. It has lots of alarm around it. So this is a tortoise that has a shell and the head of a palm. Yeah, that's it. That's a palm, like a palm tap. Yeah.
One drop at a time.
No, I think it's moving. The tortoise is the Nigerian Fire Service, and we all know the tortoise is a very slow animal, and that's smoke. So definitely there's a fire in front of this tortoise. The tortoise now is a case study. And we can see how it's working majestically, slowly, taking its time, while the fire is destroying properties and whatnot. I said the other day, that the Nigeria Fire Service is doing a poor job. But I wanted to eat me raw.
So I mean,
they're doing a poor job. Right. And hold on, I wanted to say something the other day, but we're pressed with time. It's sad that Nigeria as a country, as your not so failed country, does not have different they call it hydrants at different points that can easily quench fire for emergency purposes. But rather we'll wait for the full Nigerian Fire Service that we are seeing on our screen right now. We'll wait for the full force for them to majestically come to the place of where this hazard is actually happening.
So I'm glad I mentioned this. I wish this cartoon actually depicts or added some extra features.
There's no need though. This is very explanatory.
I know this by the way, shout out to
Asuko. Yeah.
Having said so, this cartoon came out from the story, the Afriland story.
Of course.
Where 4 people died. I understand it. But having been to that area.
It's more than 4 people.
More than 4 people.
Over 4, yeah.
Again, it's so
rest in peace. Yeah.
It's a tragedy.
Of course.
But having said so, countless times, and it's not because I want to, get the government back or back them up, but I just want to lay out the obvious here. Countless times, the government has mentioned back to back, people that sell stuff on that road, people that park cars on that road, there are car parks. There are different places where you can go and do your business, not on the road. I can tell you, if there wasn't traffic on that road at that time, those lives would have been lost.
Wait, what are we even talking about? Okay. We are pressed with time, but
the fire service people left on time. They were stuck in that time, even with all the alarm that was being blown. Cars refused to move. Why?
So how is that a people problem?
So
why do we have the kick against indiscipline?
So I would say,
why do we have them?
That's the thing that I say. What I'm trying to say is that it's not only the government that should be held responsible. It is a total partnership. The people are also part of it. Remember, government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
So, okay, Mr. Joshua, do you agree that the government should not be blamed totally? Do you think it's a people problem and also a part of it is a government problem? Okay, I think we lost him. I do not agree with you, but we are pressed with time. Asuko, thank you for speaking my mind on the Nigerian Fire Service. You actually spoke out what I couldn't tell Valentine, and I'm glad he can actually see it for himself. Anyways, thank you for joining us in the studio, Valentine and Mr. Joshua, for the newspaper review. It was really good to have you all.
Always ready.
Right, this is all we can take for the newspaper review. You're still watching.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you for your time. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and coming up next is the Business Morning. Just stay with us.
food processing and agribusiness fast emerging as major levers for export diversification in Nigeria. In the first half of 2025, non-oil exports jumped nearly 20% of $3.225 billion, driven largely by strong demand for cocoa and cashew nuts. Meanwhile, the government has committed $538 million to kick off its Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone program. Despite the increase, data shows that a majority of produce is still exported in raw form. Cocoa, cashew, and shea nuts are among crops shipped abroad without processing, reducing the value Nigerian earns from its agricultural sector.
Economically, if you can plant maybe 30 mudu if you in your farm, once you buy that 25 kg of Sidco, I don't think if it's up to 20 or 19 mudu day, and it can plant your hectare. And in terms of yield, definitely it's incomparable. You cannot compare it with any type of seed. That's Sidco seed.
The 6-month ban the federal government placed on the export of raw shea nuts is still ongoing, and the government says the policy will encourage investment in local processing. The African Development Bank announced a $2.2 billion investment for the establishment of special agro-industrial processing zones across 28 states.
Today, good news is reverberating right from here. The good news of the special agro-industrial processing zones.
The project aims to bring processing plants closer to farms and reduce post-harvest losses. ShineBridge Global, a US-based agribusiness firm, announced the establishment of a cassava processing hub in Ogun State. The hub will produce cassava-based produce such as fufu and export-ready snacks. Farmers and processors continue to face difficulties with poor rural roads, unstable power supply, and high lending rates.
Most agripreneurs, most farmers, when you reach out to them, the first challenge they tell you is that we don't have finance.
Stakeholder groups, including the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, have called for policies to address these gaps to fully unlock the sector's potential. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
Never to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
It's another bright morning in the world of business. Hello and welcome to Business Morning on the Breakfast Show here on Business Day Television, broadcasting live to you from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria, the nation's commercial capital. I am Deborah Eze. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. Vice President Kashim Shettima has reviewed efforts of the Tinubu administration to ensure food security, saying that 250,000 farmers have been recently insured across 8 states, while the 30% value addition bill is advancing. and the 250 billion naira Bank of Agriculture facility being activated to reach smallholders. Chetima reviewed this at the 152nd meeting of the National Economic Council (NEC) held at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Based on updates from the Presidential Food System Coordinating Unit, Chetima also reviewed that the Green Imperative project with Brazil is being repositioned for financing, while the World Bank-backed agro program is mapping priority value chain for rollout. According to him, the Investing Hub caravan has reached 500,000 citizens in 8 states, building trust and grassroots mobilization. And moving on, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission on Thursday rearranged Olu Aguloye, former Minister of Power and Steel, before Jude, Justice of the Federal High Court, Akpo, Abuja, on fresh charges bordering on alleged fraud in the controversial Mambila hydroelectric power project. Aguloye, who served as minister during the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, is facing an amended 7-count charge brought by the EFCC. The charges revolve around allegation of corruption, abuse of power, and the fraudulent award of the $6 billion Mambila power contract to Sunrise Power and Transmission Company Limited. According to the amended charge, the former minister is accused of knowingly disobeying a presidential directive issued during a Federal Executive Council meeting on May 21, 2003. And still on, Nigeria's manufacturing sector has sunk deeper into deficits as imports of manufactured goods outpace exports by more than 14 trillion naira in the first half of 2025. The latest data from the National Bureau of Statistics highlights the scale of the country's industrial crisis, reinforcing calls for urgent government action to reverse the trend. According to the NBS, the value of manufactured goods imported between January and June stood at 15.39 trillion naira, while exports during the same period amounted to just 1.09 trillion naira, creating a deficit of 14.3 trillion naira in only 6 months, while maintaining a long-standing imbalance, underscoring Nigeria's reliance on foreign products. Despite exports rebounding in the second quarter, rising to 803.81 billion naira, up 173% from the first quarter and 67.17% year-on-year, industry players warned that the growth is insufficient to offset the flood of imports. To end the news, Kenya Airways has paid the sanction imposed by the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority over consumer protection breaches, including the high-profile incident involving Nigerian passenger Gloria Ibukun Omishore. While the airline compiled with the fine, the NCAA emphasized that payment does not address the underlying issues that led to the penalties. The development was confirmed in a statement posted on Thursday by Michael Achimugu, NCAA's Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, insisting that sanctions are not intended to punish operators, but to improve flight operations, safety standards, and passenger handling protocols. And still to come after the break, data and CRM, turning clients' relationships into business growth engines. To stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Morning. Now let's move to our first conversation for today. In today's highly competitive business environment, data is no longer just numbers on a dashboard. It's the lifeblood of strategy, decision-making, and customer engagement. At the same time, customer relationship management system, or CRMs as they are called, have evolved from simple contact database into powerful tools that help organizations build loyalty, streamline operations, and unlock new revenue streams. The big question is, how can businesses, especially in emerging markets like Nigeria and Africa harness the power of data and CRM systems to turn clients' relationships into true engines of growth. On Business Morning today, we explore how organizations can leverage insights, technology, and customer-centric strategies to stay ahead of the competition and deliver real value. Joining us is Praise Folorunshaw. He's a project manager and CRM specialist. Thank you so much for your time this morning on the show, Praise. Now, if you can unmute your mic, we're finding it hard to hear you.
All right, Ada. Sorry about that. Deborah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, very good to have you on the show. All right, let's go straight into it. Let's start with the basis. Now, for many businesses, data still sounds abstract, if I do say so myself. So, in practical terms, how does data really drive business growth?
All right. So, in my opinion, and this is not just my opinion, and what should be well known, data is fact, data is figures, and data drives growth because it helps businesses understand customer needs and behaviors. You're trying to set up structure for your business. This is one of the most important things that you have to do when you're starting a business, when you're trying to run a business. Data is your best friend. So instead of making guesses, you decide based on facts, go to work with factual figures, what people buy, when to buy, and why to buy. So this clarity will help you, to make smarter decisions, better services, and more sales basically.
So let's take a look at the CRM evolution. How would you say CRM system has evolved from being just customer-based, customer databases to full-scale growth engines?
So, in very fast, as a very frankly, CRM was just used to full stack, but now there is so much more you can do on CRMs. You can automate your CRM. You're not just storing contacts now. You're tracking interactions across social media. You're tracking interactions across your mail, your sales, and even your support. For example, with Bitrix, you can monitor your entire customer journey, right from inquiry all the way to negotiation till you're done with the deal. So that's like a huge shift from the old basic single cloud system.
All right. So, do you think African businesses, particularly SMEs, are fully embracing CRM tools? If you think so, why? If you do not think so, why not?
About African SMEs, I don't think we embrace CRM as much as they should. And I think one of the reasons will be maybe our understanding of CRM, we're not looking at that direction yet. Because most of the international business we have worked with, it's almost kind of things that you see old. So I think in fact, the most important thing will probably be the cost. We don't expect a small, an average business in Nigeria, a small business, or even a medium business to pay, the costs that most CRM would incur. So we are just warming up to CRM. So I would say cost and lack is like the most biggest barriers, to be honest.
Okay, so what do you think are the key types of data that businesses should be capturing to be better or to better understand and serve their clients?
For businesses, there are quite a number of metrics that, because without structure, as I mentioned, I don't think your business will thrive. And how do you do structure? You do structure with data, you do structure with figures, you do structure with facts. So we are looking at, purchase history. That's how you're able to know when, you're able to measure when your clients buy the most and when the sales and all that. Feedback is important. Personalization, understanding your clients, the engagement patterns, their preferences, and these kinds of insights are things that will let businesses test service. And these way you're even able to anticipate your clients' needs for to come around. So you need keywords, numbers, data all together.
Okay, so how important do you think is it for CRMs to integrate with other business tools? And I'm talking about finance, skill, sales, HR, to be able to deliver maximum value.
Integration is pretty critical. Integration, in fact, is essence of CRM because a CRM that connects with sales, that connects with HR, you're able to bring it all together. Your social media, it creates the 360-degree business view. Like this way, you're able to have it all together in one place. As I mentioned earlier, structure, all keywords and structure. So it's really vital. Yeah, all these metrics come together in one place. So just one connected system. Make your life easier and your business better.
All right, so let's move to customer loyalty. In what ways do you think CRM systems can help businesses move from one-time transaction to long-term relationships?
So that if I was going to sum it up in one word, I will say follow. If you do not have your numbers in place, if you don't have the customers in place, you're not going to be really hard for you to reach out to them consistently, ask them, get feedback, ask how your product has been. Or with a CRM, able to know, all right, customers are placed and I still want to keep in track with them. You're still able to, consistently check in, give feedback, receive feedback, and that's how a one-time customer becomes a foreign client.
Beyond storing data, how do you think businesses can actually analyze and apply to make better decisions?
That's where analytics comes into the picture. Analytics help you turn raw data into action. It's a lot deeper than I would be able to talk about. But on the surface level, analytics help you on the raw data you get action. With data, you're able to plan the next steps. All right, you see, okay, this particular month, we're getting this amount of leads from this particular social media, Instagram, Facebook, number of leads. This way you're able to, fine-tune your strategy, work on what you need to work on, and, overall, it helps you do better with analytics. And you're able to spot really important factors. Because without analytics, the data is basically just storage.
What do you think are let's look at the challenges now. What do you think are the biggest obstacles these businesses face in adopting and effectively using CRM systems?
Okay. So that, are we talking about African SMEs or businesses worldwide?
Yes, please.
All right. So for African SMEs, I think the most important factor is cost. Because Bitrix, for instance, per month you pay like $62. Not a lot of small businesses can afford that. But another thing is awareness. For most international businesses, I think it would be staff adoption, because you have to actually train your staff to understand CRM tools and how to use them properly.
Okay, now the SME angle, that's for small companies with limited budget. What do you think is the smartest ways to start leveraging CRM technology?
All right. So for small businesses, we actually have few tools that you can start with. HubSpot, you have the option of using HubSpot for free. Zoho is a great platform as well. So these are platforms that you can start out with, with something, understand how CRM works. And from here, you can start to, scroll on to bigger platforms if you need to. HubSpot is going to break up so easy.
So customers today, they expect personalized experiences. So how does CRM make this possible at scale?
So about personalization, that's where automation comes in. with CRMs, you could want to send on a normal day, imagine wanting to send like 100 mails to 100 customers. Manually doing that is enough. So, but with CRM, you can automate and even you still get to, personalize it here, blah, blah, here, other, here, whatever, and still get the personalization with CRM.
Promise, we didn't get to hear what you said on the personalization on customers. Can you like take that again?
Oh, right. Am I any clearer now?
Yes, we can hear you better now.
All right. Sorry about that. So I said with CRM, you're able to automate the messages while still personalizing it. There have been times when you've gotten messages, DSS, it wasn't just sent to you. It was sent to a number of other people. But with automation, you display your name, and then you put special and for business for automation and CRM understanding, personalizing the emails.
So let's move our focus to sales performance now. From your experience, how do you think CRM directly improves sales performance and revenue growth?
So with CRM, you're able to scale your sales performance because structure. I mentioned that a number of times. Structure. You get reminders. When you're working with reminders, it makes it better for you. You have a clear pipeline. For a number of people, it's not that easy to, but when there is no preference, the point is when you have it all laid out, you have clear pipelines, you have reminders, and you're able to follow up. It makes sure no lead is forgotten. So this way, and the more the leads, the more the sales. So as long as you're able to do the work, CRM makes it really easy for you.
Let's look at data privacy, because all of this has to do with data. So with the rising concerns about data protection, we actually had one about intellectual properties and not having their data protected. So how do you think businesses should balance collecting customer data with safeguarding privacy?
I think the most important thing is that businesses first off should collect only what is necessary. You don't need all the information about the client. You need what is the most important thing. And you have to be transparent about how you're using their data and system. I feel like in trust that is the most important thing, using secure systems. Because this way you're able to use trust. And without trust, you honestly would not have long-term clients. So I think it's really important to collect only what is necessary. And in the UK, even in Nigeria, there is a thing called GDPR. That's protection. When you take a call, so when you make a call and you're like, or your the call is being recorded, these are really important and procedures to use and put in place. So you don't have to the privacy.
Let's look ahead now. How do you see AI and automation shaping the next generation of CRM systems and customer engagement? Is this something you see coming, or do you think this is an area that AI would not be able to penetrate?
I do not see it coming. It's here already, because it is here already. There is so much, I was about earlier, there is so much improvement at the CRM from the storage to now being able to automate now I work at a company that we have a bot that when you text, the response like human, it's not just I hello. So we're asking questions and it's responding. And you most likely would not even realize that this is a bot you're talking with. That is AI. That is what AI can do. And we are just talking to this. So much more to come. I feel in the next years from now, you're getting predictive AI, not just reactive AI. So there's a lot of interesting stuff to come regarding CRM and AI.
All right, thank you so much for your insight on the Business Money Breakfast Show. Praise for Lunch Show. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Deborah.
All right, still to come after the break, empowering women and youth through technology and entrepreneurship, building inclusive growth in Africa. Just stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
After God, like the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
We help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
The MBA's Edge Skills, Systems and Partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders, and industry experts for a full day of engaging discussions, knowledge sharing, and networking. The conference opened with a welcome address from Professor Olayinka David West, the Dean of Lagos Business School, who encouraged participants to take full advantage of the learning and networking opportunities. And this set the stage for insightful conversation and collaborations.
This conference is therefore not just an event, but an expression of what LBS stands for. It demonstrates that excellence at LBS is not confined to the classroom. It is actively lived out in how our students organize, collaborate, and engage with the world. By adding this conference to our student-led platforms, you enrich the leadership, innovation, and culture of excellence that define our school.
The keynote address was delivered by His Excellency Peter Obi, former presidential candidate and business leader,
He spoke about the gap between strategy and execution, stressing that while ideas create vision, execution is what delivers real results. He also emphasized the importance of accountability, strong systems, and partnerships built on trust as essential for lasting success. The keynote speech emphasized the importance of strong execution in leadership, business, and governance.
But when it comes to delivering the result, it is execution that matters. Just like I said, planning without doing will fail. Doing without planning will fail. So the critical thing I'm going to tell you today, as in my own little contribution as a trader, because in the business where I am as a trader, you are the CEO, you are the chief financial officer, chief operating officer, the cashier and everything. And I know that the critical aspect of what we are going to talk today is about execution.
A fireside chat on leadership with excellence explored how young leaders can leverage networks for personal and professional growth. Panel.
Right, welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning on the Breakfast Show. Now let's move to our second conversation for today. Across Africa, women and young people make up the largest share of the population. Yet there remain some of the most underrepresented in leadership, entrepreneurship, and access to opportunities. With rapid technological advancement and the rise of innovation-driven economies, the big question is, how can Africa harness technology and entrepreneurship to empower women and youth, and in doing so, drive inclusive and sustainable growth? Today on Business Morning, we're looking at how digital tools, entrepreneurial ecosystem, and strategic partnership are shaping opportunities for the next generation. We'll also explore what it takes to close persistent gaps in education, leadership, and economic participation so that Africa's demographic advantage truly becomes a development advantage. Now, joining us to have this conversation is Alaka Anuluakpo Mary. She's the Assistant Country Lead, Glow Nigeria, and Programs Manager, Girls in Charge, and the founder, Eranpreneur Hub. Good morning. It's good to have you on the show, Mary. Okay, yeah, it's good to have you. Thank you for your time. So, first of all, let's start with the main issue. Why do you think it's important to focus specifically on women and youth when we're discussing inclusive growth in Africa?
Well, youths, the population of youths in Africa covers, I think, 60%. And leaving youth and women out of it is like you're leaving a large population out of it. Even though we have a lot of challenges, a lot of barriers that stops women and youth from being included. Some of the barriers include low income for women. When we talk about inequity in fair wages and unemployment for youths and unable to access funds to start up their businesses, which is a big criteria, which would, yes.
Okay, so how do you think technology can serve as an equalizer in bridging this gap in I'm talking about education, entrepreneurship, and even leadership for women and youth?
Well, technology is here to stay, and technology would bridge. It would stop gatekeepers. It would stop gatekeepers like in the community, whereby some children don't have access to education in rural areas. We have U-Lesson whereby they can, it's an offline app, that can help them study. We also have blockchain. Blockchain is helps with transparency, payment transparency, whereby people can access micro grants. And we also have like my NGO, Girls in Church Foundation, which would help communities to empower women and fight for them to be educated, and also help businesses grow.
All right. So let's look at the entrepreneurship angle now. In what ways would you say women and youth, their led businesses are actually contributing to the growth of Africa GDP? Do you think it is?
Sorry?
So in what way do you think the women and youth-led businesses are already contributing to Africa economic transformation, the GDP?
Sorry, I did not get it.
So in what ways would you say that the women and youth-led businesses are already contributing to Africa transformation?
We can look at Andela. We can look at Flutterwave. It's creating job opportunities for youth, and we can see. I'm going to use one of our empowerment programs where we empowered we went to the community to we wanted to have an empowerment program where it's an initiative called Invest in Women. So we went to the community and we saw a woman in a very, very small kiosk. So we're like, okay, instead of just probably just going to the community and just giving them probably money or something, we're like, okay, let us give her like a material to sew clothes and see how she's going to perform. When this when she was done sewing, it was beautiful. Then we're able to upscale the tailoring business, and she was able to employ 5 more women. And through that, when we did our record, we saw that 12 children were sent back to school. People that were unable to afford to pay their children education can now send them back to school. So when you empower a woman, you are empowering a nation, and not just a nation, generations.
All right, now let's look at the barriers. When we started, you started mentioning barriers. So what do you think are the biggest challenges that actually prevent young people from fully reaching their potential or participating in entrepreneurship and also the innovation?
Well, I'm going to say lack of access to funds, lack of partnership. And one of the big things now is even companies don't really want to partner with women-led businesses or youth businesses, which is really affecting the economical sustainability of Africa, because majority of these companies, once they do their CSR, that's the end. Even if you have like bigger ideas and you reach out to them, they're like, okay, no, I don't want to. So one of the ways I believe that can help women and is when companies or should I say the government put like a policy whereby 30% of women-led, they give contracts to 30% of women-led businesses. There's access to loans, there's access to micro grants. That way, it would assist in the economical change of youth. And
yeah, so like you mentioned, access to fund remains a critical challenge. So apart from the government and also private companies, investors, how do you think the government can actually really like address this part of the challenge to finance?
Okay, like I mentioned, they should set up a policy whereby 30%, like in Rwanda now, 30% of businesses, it's static. It's not something they can measure. So when we have businesses, women-led businesses, for instance, Entrepreneur Hub, if we have more support from the government, I think more women would be empowered through it, because now we've been able to, normal delivery services charge probably higher, but around Pinion Hub, we've made it very, very, just a token for, just to assist women in. So if we have more companies open to partnering with women-led businesses, youth businesses, this would really.
So what role do you think education actually plays in this? And I'm talking about both formal and informal education. What role do you think it plays in giving women and youth the advantage to these opportunities? And I'm talking about both tech and in business.
Thank you so much. That's a very beautiful question. The importance of education can never be overemphasized. And I'll use myself as an example. I transitioned from mechatronics engineering to computer science, and that has actually taught me technical skills. But education is beyond classroom, just as you said, formal and informal. It's beyond classroom. The government need to add soft skills into our curriculum. Soft skills like leadership skills, financial literacy, negotiation. This would help women to know what they deserve. It would assist in negotiating salary, when it comes to businesses, when it comes to it would really help.
So what's your take on mentorship and development programs for female and youth leaders?
Okay.
Do you think it is necessary?
Yes, mentorship is very, 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 very necessary. Very, very necessary. Mentorship is like, I have been there. Let me hold your hands to get there. Let me hold your hands to get there. It instills a kind of courage. Like there's somebody you're looking up to. There's somebody that is holding your hand. It brings courage. It assists the person, the mentee, to know that, you are not left, you are not alone. I am with you, which creates opportunities, which networks the mentee to those that they might not even know exist. So I feel that is
okay. So I was thinking you were going to mention digital divide being part of the problem, where we don't have so much women and youth, giving them access to both business and the tech space. So how do you think the government can actually breach that divide, especially for people in the rural area, because it's actually most of them that suffer from this divide? So how do you think the government can breach that and have more women and youth have access to the internet and to digital literacy?
Okay, thank you so much. One of our vision in Girls in Church Foundation is to set up tech hubs in communities, and the reason for this is many a time some people don't have to go to school to earn money. It might just be these vocational skills, coding and all of these things that can assist to move them out of poverty. So one of the ways I believe is building community hubs and also having localized content like U-Learning. U-Learning is one platform I love so much, because even when you don't have access to internet, you can still access the app. So it is one thing that has assisted secondary school students that are preparing for JAM, WAEC, NECO, and yes.
So let's dig deep into the policies that you mentioned earlier. So what other kind of policies do you think the government should implement? Because just one policy is not enough to actually, this is a full conversation. So one policy is not enough. So what do you think the government can do that will be more or most effective in creating this enabling space for both women and youth to grow into business?
One of the key policies that I have also been fighting is tax break for startups. because it kills a lot of us that are probably not earning so much yet in our businesses. Once you think about tax, you're like, oh, you know what, let me take a break. So if we have tax break for a lot of startups, I believe this would really assist assist women and youth to grow, and if we also have
tax breaks. But do you think tax break is actually going to be possible with the new tax laws that's actually going around?
No,
you see that as being possible?
It won't.
All right. So let's move to the private sector contribution, because I would say, if I do say so myself, the private sector actually contributes a bigger fraction when it comes to women enablement and youths. So what other role do you think the private sector can actually play for startups in empowering women and also trying to like help young entrepreneurs?
Private startups, yes, they are trying, but they should give more women opportunities. They should, when if we have likes of Unilever having to partner with small businesses by when giving them jobs, giving them trusting them with some of their tasks, I believe this would.
So can you give us example of women or youth-led initiatives that are already driving real change through technology or the entrepreneur space?
Yes, we have Temi Giwa. She's we have Temi Giwa, we have
you're supposed to mention
myself.
Aaron
Yes,
Tiana,
myself. Yeah, myself.
Okay.
Myself, yes, myself, and Girls in Church Foundation, because just August we have an initiative called She's Skilled, where we teach girls from age 10 to 13 coding. And through this we've been able to see that even there are a lot of talents in rural communities that poverty has blinded a lot of us to. So Girls in Church Foundation has set up this. She's Skilled has actually been running for 3 years, and after She's Skilled, we've been able to build some apps. Like myself, as an example, we gave them a task to build a entrepreneur app, and they did. And now that is the app we're using, just through mentorships for 2-3 weeks. Yes.
So what do you think a truly inclusive African growth story looks like with empowered women and youth? What's like your vision for a truly inclusive African growth like to you? What do you foresee in the next 10 years?
In the next 10 years, I foresee every community should have community hubs where children, women, youth can come in and learn without
anything holding them
back, like probably internet or payment or yes. I also foresee youth having access to grants, having access to grants, having access to micro loans that can help boost their confidence and help them start something they've envisioned, something that can also create job opportunities for other youths.
So do you think there's like enough awareness to all of this? So even the people trying to like help out these women and youth, do you think they're doing enough awareness for people to know that, oh, there's actually something like this, like we need to empower the women, we need to empower the youth?
Well, this is everybody's fight. This is everybody's fight, just the way I am here to create like an awareness. And it all starts with storytelling. Storytelling, there isn't enough awareness until everybody see it like it is my business. And if they don't see like it is my business, then it would never be enough.
All right. Thank you so much, Mary, for your time on Business Morning Show this morning. It was really good to have you.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, that's been our focus today on Business Morning, which is data and CRM, turning clients' relationships into business growth engines, and also empowering women and youth through technology and entrepreneurship to building inclusive growth in Africa. I'm Deborah Eze. Thank you so much for watching, and do stay with us as the breakfast show continues with a big story after the short break. Have a good morning.
Insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
The MBA Students Conference themed executions as a competitive edge, skills, systems and partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders and industry experts for a full day of engaging discussions, knowledge sharing and networking. The conference opened with a welcome address from Professor Olayinka David West, the Dean of Lagos Business School, who encouraged participants to take full advantage of the learning and networking opportunities. And this set the stage for insightful conversation and collaborations.
This conference is therefore not just an event, but an expression of what LBS stands for. It demonstrates that excellence at LBS is not confined to the classroom. It is actively lived out in how our students organize, collaborate, and engage with the world. By adding this conference to our student-led platforms, you enrich the leadership, innovation, and culture of excellence that define our school.
The keynote address was delivered by His Excellency Peter Obi, former presidential candidate and business leader. He spoke about the gap between strategy and execution, stressing that while ideas create vision, execution is what delivers real results. He also emphasized the importance of accountability, strong systems, and partnerships built on trust as essential for lasting success. The keynote speech emphasized the importance of strong execution in leadership, business, and governance.
When it comes to delivering the result, it is the execution that matters. Just like I said, planning without doing will fail. Doing without planning will fail. So the critical thing I'm going to tell you today, as in my own little contribution as a trader, because in the business where I am as a trader, you are the CEO, you are the Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operating Officer, the cashier and everything. And I know that the critical aspect of what we are going to talk today is about execution.
A fireside chat on leadership with excellence explored how young leaders can leverage networks for personal and professional growth. Panel sessions led by industry experts focused on building execution-ready skills, designing accountable systems, and forming partnerships to drive innovation and growth.
It doesn't say that a leader must be, we're talking about responsible leadership. It comes with a lot of discipline. So it's somebody who is competent, who have the capacity and the compassion, the commitment. Because that commitment is what drives us. It's not something you can't execute halfway. You have that's why you have companies or countries that do well for 1 year and then the next year falls back. Or you have somebody who is elected who does well for 1 year and then collapses. It has to be consistent. It's that consistency that makes all the difference. So when we talk execution as a competitive edge, it's something that must be consistent. It's the discipline aspect of it.
You can have all the plans in the world. You can have 5 years plans. You can have 10 years plans, good plans. But if you do not have the right execution, if you don't have the right leadership, if you don't have the guts to push, because we also learned that you can have the right execution, but if you don't have the guts, if you don't have the leadership to actually push the execution, because execution can be pushed back, right? You will not succeed.
I think there needs to be a system of learning, right? There needs to be a system of learning, and there needs to be a system of failing fast. So you need to fail fast, make accommodation for that, and then learn from that and begin to grow. That's what I think that organizations need to do. They also need to train their staff to ensure that they have the requisite capacity to deliver on the strategic objectives of the organization. Execution rather requires discipline. You need to be able to follow execution religiously.
The event ended with networking sessions where students connected with alumni, entrepreneurs, and executives, gaining mentorship and career opportunities. The conference was widely seen as a success, inspiring participants to view execution not just as a process, but as a true competitive advantage in leadership and business. The MBA Students' Conference themed executions as a competitive edge, skills, systems, and partnerships brought together MBA students.
National Health Finance held in Abuja, future seen in Nigeria, had in a government of private and to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
A key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now, that the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably, that there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand, and so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming, but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DG NHIA, have come together to put together these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable activities, because we've been talking for a long time, years and years and years, but I think now is the time, and I think we have the government who has the will to do the right thing.
So I think today we came up with a lot of innovative ideas, some disruptive thinking that is required to change the narrative for healthcare. We need to unlock the potentials of the private sector and the public sector, and that can only be done by strategic partnership. But we need to have the enabling policies, the enabling law, and the government today under the current administration is providing the enabling environment for private sector. However, we need to step it up. We have some fundamental challenges. 70% of healthcare in this country is provided by the private sector. However, it's very fragmented. Now, for the private sector to scale, we need to get long-term patient capital. that is in Naira. We don't want dollar loans. We want long-term financing that is in between 7 to 10 years. And it should be single digit. It needs to be patient capital for the patient. A lot of us are paying out of pocket, which is impoverishing Nigerians. So we also need to get this, the demand side also sorted out. So we need off-takers. We need more people to take on health insurance. We need to give people who are vulnerable that do not have access to health insurance access to that. And then we need to find also guarantees so that we can have strategic public-private partnerships with government guaranteeing these. Finally, we need to think about health sovereignty. That can only be done with the Nigerian First policies, how we get local industries to be able to start to manufacture pharmaceuticals and other healthcare, health tech and rapid diagnostics and so on, so we become self-sufficient. So several MOUs have been signed through the Presidential Unlocking Value Initiative, and I think this is one of the major achievements of Mr. President that will really change the outlook of healthcare in our country.
The dialogue ended with a clear message. Governments, private sector and citizens must work together to build a stronger health system for Nigerians' future. Ifunanya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're still watching the business breakfast show right here on Business Day Television, and now it's time for the big story, and we're going to be shining our focus and spotlight on the health sector. Health financing remains central to Nigeria's healthcare delivery. Despite government interventions and donor contributions, significant funding gaps remain, restricting millions from accessing quality healthcare. Rising costs, heavy reliance on out-of-pocket payments, and inefficiencies in the system have further worsened the situation. In this discussion, we ask what financing models can truly transform Nigeria's healthcare and how can they be implemented sustainably. Joining us to throw more light on this conversation is Dr. Anne Adaogo. She's the Director of Policy at Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. Welcome to the show, Dr. Adaogo. It's good to have you on the big story.
Good morning, and it's my pleasure to be here.
All right, let me start by asking you to assess the current state of health financing in Nigeria. What do you think, or how do you see the current state of health financing here in Nigeria?
So thank you very much for that question. Health financing in Nigeria is multifaceted, as it is with many other developed countries. There is some traction in the past 10 years as the country is moving towards achieving universal health coverage by the year 2030. But there's still significant gaps, towards sustainable health financing in a way that Nigerians can have access to healthcare without suffering financial hardship. The goal for health financing most of the times is to ensure that citizens of the country have access to universal health coverage. That's to say they have access to equitable health care in a way and manner that they do not suffer financial hardship. But where we are as a country right now, we have made some progress, but we're still a long way from where Nigerians can comfortably speak to having access to healthcare without suffering financial hardship.
What would you say are the major challenges limiting sustainable healthcare funding in the country?
I think one of the major challenges that we have is the shrinking physical space in terms of how much funds are available to finance the healthcare sector in Nigeria. In addition to that, we have the several competing demands for the decently small amount of money that we have available as a country. So we have health competing for space with agriculture, with security challenges, and all of the other needs that are right ahead in front of the government. So the question is, what will be funded? we also have challenges around efficiencies within the system to make sure that even the little funding that we have right now, that we have, that we're able to make that enough to provide health care for the average Nigerian who needs it. Then in addition to that, something else that comes to me is the poor accountability framework that we have, such that funds that are available now, what accountability mechanisms are in place to ensure that we can demonstrate critically that those funds that have been deployed actually go to meet the needs, for which they have been set out to achieve. So for me, those are some of the top challenges, we have in terms of health financing within the health sector.
Okay, so why does out-of-pocket spending remain so high despite government interventions?
So there are various ways for which health financing is put together across in many countries. A lot of it is through government funding. A lot of it is through health insurance, and health insurance can either be paid for by your employer, it could be paid for by people themselves if they're in the informal sector, and it could be through private health insurance. The other way that people pay for health insurance or for health services in any country is out-of-pocket payment. So when you put together this basket, it makes the 100% for cost for healthcare services. So when you have healthcare services in a basket, that's 100%. And in that basket, you have various mechanisms to finance it. And so if one part of the financing is lacking, then what happens is that the other component has to compensate for it. And so because as a country in Nigeria, we have very little contribution from health insurance, from domestic resource mobilization, the only other thing that fills the kitty and ensures that health services are paid for is out-of-pocket payment. So you have a situation where you have Nigerians greater than 70% to 80% paying out of pocket for healthcare services. And that's the reason why health is a major catastrophe in Nigeria. That's the reason why most people will be impoverished, because they have one health challenge or the other. So if we want to reduce the out-of-pocket payment, we have to look at a situation where we either increase domestic resource mobilization that pays for health services, or we increase our contribution towards health insurance to have significant impact on the out-of-pocket payment for Nigerians.
All right, let's turn our focus to the National Health Insurance Authority. Now, how effective do you think the NHIA has been in expanding coverage?
Okay, so since the establishment of the National Health Insurance Act in 2014, I think significant progress has been made, particularly for the formal sector, for the government employees at national level, to some degree at the state levels, because now states are beginning to establish state health insurance agency that provides coverage. Be that as it may, we're only looking at 10% of Nigerians that have formal employment. The 90% of Nigerians who are not covered, either as federal government employees in any of the parastatals or in any of the ministries, have a long shot, at health insurance or receiving any coverage. Following the health financing dialogue, I know there was a big announcement by the president where MDAs have it has become mandatory for Nigerians to get health insurance who work for the various MDAs and the parastatal, which again moves the needle positively in terms of increasing coverage for Nigerians. But again, we still have a large market for the informal sector that is basically untapped. So the question will be, how do we include the informal sector? How do we ensure that we get premiums for them and that they have access to health insurance, working either at the subnational level with the state health insurance agencies or at the federal level with the National Health Insurance Authority?
All right. So, what role do you think the state government should play in strengthening the healthcare financing?
So the first things first is that for Nigeria, we have never been able to meet the Abuja Declaration, which states that every government should allocate 15% of its budget. We have never been able to meet that target. A few states have come close to it, and some of the states that have come close to it in health financing. There's the part of the budgeting, there's the part of the appropriation, then there's the part for the cash release. So when you have, if states are able to effectively budget for the 15% as stated by the Abuja Declaration, we're also hoping that the 15% of the total budget for the year can be allocated, appropriated, and cash released to ensure that health services are provided optimally to the people. So there has to be, to the states or for the states, a lot of advocacy between states and the federal government and the local government, because the states are ultimately made up of local governments. How does the state also ensure better use of resources to make sure that more money is available for every dollar or for every naira that is invested into health? How do we curb the wastages in the states? How do we plug leakages? How do we ensure that the quickest needs and the most cogent needs are made? How do we ensure that primary healthcare centers, which are the bedrock, the cornerstone of healthcare in Nigeria, how do we ensure that primary healthcare centers are functional so that majority of Nigerians do not have to travel from where they live to urban centers or to more distant locations to access healthcare services? So the state government's role in ensuring that health services are affordable to the people in an equitable, sustainable way is not negotiable. It's critical if we must turn the tide, for healthcare financing in Nigeria.
So away from the government now, how do you think private sector investments can improve funding and service delivery?
So private sector is a critical component of supporting governments to improve healthcare in Nigeria. And that's where organizations strides, because we act as a bridge, between the organized private sector, who most of the times do not speak the language of health, the technical people who speak the language of health, and the government that's responsible for providing an enabling environment for the private sector, to continue to support health outcomes in Nigeria. So the private sector can mobilize resources. The private sector can help to introduce efficiencies within the system. The private sector can help to support in terms of infrastructure development, which is a major part of healthcare financing. Private sector can support Nigerians through health insurance to ensure that more people have access to affordable healthcare services. So there are different roles, for the private sector within the value chain for healthcare financing, depending on what the role is. So for me, what will be the point to go will be, how do we present health as a business case to the private sector in a way that translates to impact, in a way that translates to numbers, in a way that translates to the language that they understand, so that they see the value add for continued investment in health.
So what innovative financing models can Nigeria adopt from other countries?
So there's several innovative mechanisms that people have adopted in different countries. But the truth be told is that it's not a one-size-fits-all. There are several opportunities for catalytic funding, where you have seed funding that's injected into the system, gives it enough momentum for things that hitherto would not happen, like private sector getting involved in local manufacturing of either drugs commodities, vaccines, or any of the other things that take away resources, for health, and seeing how those capacities can be built in country. So you have an opportunity for catalytic funding. But for us, the best approach is the blended financing, where you have multiple streams coming in together to be able to galvanize the system in a way and manner that is clearly sustainable. You want to walk away from funding streams that, start projects, encourage them to work in silos, but are in no way sustainable and they're in no way effective. So the blended financing approach is the preferred model, for financing health.
The blended financing. Okay, so how significant is donor funding, and do you think Nigeria is too dependent on it?
So donor funding in the landscape has contributed significantly to some of the positive health outcomes that we see now. And so for a long time, Nigeria has been dependent on donor funding to improve health indices in our country. But of course, that's clearly not a sustainable approach. It's clearly not the way to go. Donor funding, again, is full funding that can support the original design of health interventions in Nigeria, as opposed to it being the main driver of improving, health outcomes in Nigeria. And for a long time, that was how we operated as a country. But with the recent developments and the funding in the donor landscape, I think Nigerians are beginning to look more inwards. Nigerians are also beginning to take more responsibility, to think more innovatively about how do we finance our health services in a way and manner that we take responsibility, for the outcomes in a way and manner that is clearly more sustainable than donor funding. So while donor funds are helpful, it's imperative, that the country, begins to allocate more of our resources, to improving all of those health outcomes.
So what strategies can ensure equitable financing, especially for the rural and vulnerable populations?
So for the more rural and the more vulnerable population, the fastest, the easiest, the cheapest, the most sustainable, and the most affordable approach to use will be to ensure that our primary healthcare centers are functional. And when we talk about, the federal government currently has a plan to revitalize about 17,000 primary healthcare centers across Nigeria, for which the Private Sector Health Alliance is supporting to revitalize 774 of those primary healthcare centers, one in every local government in Nigeria. So if our primary healthcare centers are fully functional, what that gives us is an opportunity to make sure that we can take care of 80% of our healthcare ailments, before they become either secondary and would require referral to either secondary centers or tertiary centers. A lot of the illnesses that make their way, or a lot of the demands that we have on the secondary and the health and tertiary healthcare systems could be better handled if we had a more effective, efficient, accessible, and usable primary healthcare system. So we need to invest in our primary healthcare system. We also need to encourage a more preventive approach to healthcare management as opposed to the curative. We need to invest in health education. We need to invest in health campaigns so that people take greater responsibility, for their health-seeking behavior. And so we can reduce, the catastrophic outcomes when people either have to go secondary or go to tertiary healthcare facilities. So the cheaper approach, the more sustainable approach is the primary healthcare system that's truly effective and truly functional.
Thank you so much for your insights this morning, Dr. Anne Adelgo. Director of Policy at Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. It was really good to have you on The Big Story.
And thank you so much for having me. It's been my pleasure speaking with you.
All right, that wraps it up for us on the Big Story segment of our breakfast show. Thank you so much for your time, of course. Up next is social listening after this break. Just stay with us.
Food processing business has major levers for export diversification in Nigeria. In the first half of 2025, non-oil exports jumped nearly 20% of $3.225 billion, driven largely by strong demand for cocoa and cashew nuts. Meanwhile, the government has committed $538 million to kick off its Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone program. Despite the increase, data shows that a majority of produce is still exported in raw form. Cocoa, cashew, and shea nuts are among crops shipped abroad without processing, reducing the value Nigeria earns from its agricultural sector.
Economically, if you can plant maybe 30 mudu in your farm, once you buy that 25 kg of seedco, I don't think if it's up to 20 or 19 mudu day, and it can plant your hectare. And in terms of yield, definitely it's incomparable. You cannot compare it with any type of seed, that seedco seed.
The 6-month ban the federal government placed on the export of raw shea nuts is still ongoing, and the government says the policy will encourage investment in local processing. The African Development Bank announced a $2.2 billion investment for the establishment of special agro-industrial processing zones across 28 states.
Today, good news is reverberating right from here. The good news of the special agro-industrial processing zones.
The project aims to bring processing plants closer to farms and reduce post-harvest losses. Shine Bridge Global, a US-based agribusiness firm, announced the establishment of a cassava processing hub in Ogun State. The hub will produce cassava-based produce such as fufu and export-ready snacks. Farmers and processors continue to face difficulties with poor rural roads, unstable power supply, and high lending rates.
Most agripreneurs, most farmers, when you reach out to them, the first challenge they tell you is that we don't have finance.
Stakeholder groups, including the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, have called for policies to address these gaps to fully unlock the sector's potential. This is Ifunanya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to the social listening on BDTV, where we break down the stories people are talking about online. I am Deborah Eze, and I'm being joined by our very own
Onyeka Valentine.
So subtle. Say that again.
I took my time.
You're always taking your time.
Valentine.
All right, that's good. Let's just go straight into it. And so many things have been trending on the social media space. Netizens have a lot to say but we're going to be concentrating on two stories. And the first one, just days after Chef Hilda Bassi broke the Guinness World Record for the largest pot of jollof rice, another chef from Akwa Ibom, Eno James, has stepped forward with her own challenge. She plans to attempt the record for cooking the biggest pot of white soup, known locally as Usong Ikpong in Uyo. The announcement comes while Nigerians are still celebrating Hilda Bassi's 8,780 kilogram jollof feat at Echo Hotel. Eno James hasn't confirmed the exact date yet, but the attempt is slated for October, pending Guinness World Record approval. It's always Akwa Ibom people.
So
you all on food. Come on.
I'll tell you, if we must jump on this.
Yes.
If you notice, I'm not smiling much.
Why? But it's
because
okay.
Again, see, so it's a good thing that we can get more people stepping up to say they want to break the or create
the record.
Yeah. Because I don't think there's anyone that has a record of the most, the largest or the most, the highest quantity of soup.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone has. If there's a record like that.
No, I don't think so.
But even if there is, or she's attempting to create one, what this means is that we're simply just validating the cartoon that our in-house cartoonist,
Asuko,
put in place, where he said that, don't worry, there was a cartoon character of the president saying, don't worry, that we'll simply just distract our youths again with another, Guinness Book
record and that record break it, yeah.
Maybe. So anyways, but on the light side, I would say, or on the lighter note, I would say, can we just allow this one that just ended, let it really sink in first? Okay, there's no need to begin to want to challenge her all of a sudden. Not necessarily challenge her, but try to prove something all of a sudden. Your point can be proven, but not now, right? I get it that people don't think this is just another platform to make some form of publicity for themselves. Not necessarily whether they're going to create that major, record or break it, but it's beginning to seem like this is just another way,
right,
to boost your, to boost your publicity and your ratings. However, the question now is, what do we hope to achieve with this extra Guinness Book?
Before
this record setting now, set this record. What's the achievement really?
Before we answer your question, let's take a look at some of the tweets. Before we take a look at the achievements that she set to achieve with this. Now, the first tweet from him, it says, "This doesn't even make sense. You compatriots just did the exact same feat." That's your compatriots just did the exact same feat. Now, the second tweet is coming from Cecile Rich, and he or she said, "People always come out of nowhere to copy Hilda Bassi after she breaks a record." Another tweet says, that's from Nathan, is that some of these women are not creative or what? Must everything be copy? I think it meant to say, is it that some of these women are not creative or what? And the final tweet says from Lord Fullstar, "This is the kind of energy we need promoting our own culture through achievements that put us on the map. Big congratulations in advance to Chef Eno James. Let's see more states celebrate their unique dishes this way."
So I will not be surprised if she doesn't get the approval from Guinness Book of World Records. I will not be surprised at all, because the first thing they will say is, wait a minute, Nigeria just got something. Why not just relax? Or she's from the same place that you're from. Why not relax? By the way, they might not look at it from that whole angle. I'm sure that's not part of that criteria. They might be looking at it from the angle of, one, is this actually viable? I don't know what their criteria are like.
What if she was actually inspired by the spotlight? Like the last tweet said, what if it was just a way for her to also, promote herself? No, there are tons of people that actually think about these things. What if I just, cook the largest pot of jollof? There are several people that would have thought about this, but maybe because they don't have the platform or the necessary push for them to actually embark in record-breaking things like this. So what if the Basis platform was just, a push for her to just showcase herself.
So, again, there are a lot of what ifs, which is good. This way we're objective in this thinking. But let us now look at the economic value, because I'm more of the economic value than I am of just the hype, right? Now, what is the economic value here? To do that, or rather to set that kind of record, you will need to employ some people, which is good. Secondly, you will drag in the attention of, people who are into, companies that are into spices or whatever you want to call them, companies that are into food or just anyone that's within that industry to come in and sponsor and support, which is good economically. Now, what does this mean for Nigeria as a whole? It means one thing, which now I'm looking at the good side. It means that the name of the soup that is indigenous to that area will become global.
Yeah.
This is a good thing, right? Tourism-wise, I don't know if it's going to drag a lot of other chefs around the world. But however, this is the age of social media. Whatever we do, possible. The world will see it.
Yeah.
And I mean, it wasn't just too long ago, Hilda just did her own, meaning to say that if she succeeded in gathering this amount of attention globally, and we're going to back it up with another one. Now, I'm trying to look on the positive side now. I would say go ahead. But if the aim is just, if she can do it, I can do it, let me just go and try it and whatever, and waste people's time, I will just say, look, relax. Let's be done basking in the euphoria of this one. Let's be done enjoying the platform that Hilda Bassi has brought forward before this other person comes and say, look, I want to have mine in the same sector, which is food. And ironically, they're from the same place, right?
Yeah, they are.
So I mean, for what it's worth, it's a good deal if economically we're going to see the lives of people change, to employ young people to join them. And of course, we have the big companies who produce most of the spices for cooking, condiments, as the case may be, coming to now say, we want to support. It's good. We see a lot of CSR. Monies are pulled out of private sector and put into that kind of challenge. And that kind of challenge will enable other people, right, be employed.
But we are actually the one who always come out to say the sky is big enough for anybody to fly. So why is this an issue? Why can't we just see it as she being inspired?
So the only way we can give proper feed to this thing based on analysis is to be on the fence, be objective, a little to the left, a little to the right. So
No.
I've got a little to the left now.
Let's say what it is.
So
is the sky big enough for everyone to fly? Yes or yes?
most definitely, the sky is big enough for everyone to fly, but the sky is not big enough for animals to fly that are grounded.
Okay, please let's just move on to the second conversation.
So you must be an aerial animal.
Okay.
Or an aerial, whatever it is, a bird.
For you to be able to fly.
Anyways, the point is
Valentine with the pointers.
Well.
All right. Let's now move on to politics, where former Vice President Atiku Abubakar said hunger levels in Nigeria are pushing the poor to the brink, and he questioned the government's ability to find real solutions. The Tinubu presidency was quick to clap back, of course. Daniel Buwala, the special advisor on policy communication, argued that hunger is not unique to this administration, insisting that Nigerians have been hungry since 1960. He said critics are judging the government and ignoring its progress in areas like foreign reserves, exports, and the health sector. Valentine, is it fair to say Nigerians have been hungry since independence, so the current government should not be blamed? Do you think that is even a point of conversation?
So first and foremost, for you to be hungry, which means you're alive, right? So,
oh my God,
we have been surviving all this while, with or without federal governments, quote and unquote, maybe stipends or you want to call it subsidy or whatever it is.
Yeah.
However, there is a threshold for survival. At some point, as a nation, you must begin to experience thriving. So this is how it goes. This is order now. You survive and then you thrive. It is within that thriving method that innovation comes in. Now, when I say that Nigeria has been hungry since 1960, let's don't take him out of context. I'm not quick to defend him, but I want to see from this angle. Because when you say hunger, the first that comes to any man's mind is food in the mouth.
It's food though. The hunger here in context is food.
It's food. But
Don't start your point at.
Okay. The thing about hunger is that not only can it be you are going to use the word
nutritional
based, you're also looking at knowledge based on hunger. So I want to see a case where I will see it. I will not take him out of context and now say he said hunger, so in other words, Nigerians don't have food to eat. I'd rather say Nigerians have been yearning for something great. Nigerians have wanted something unique. So we are hungry towards seeing a better government. We are hungry towards seeing a better environment. We are hungry towards seeing, a secured land, secured borders, secured areas, secured communities. We are hungry towards, and we want a case where we can have, right, adequate power supply, right? When all this is put in place, the hunger for those things could have been extinguished. Then we start enjoying it. So when I say Nigerians are hungry, let me now, quote and unquote, now say maybe this way he shot himself in the foot. Because when you say Nigerians have been hungry, which means nothing has been working. See, I just mentioned all these key areas. Security, I mentioned electricity, I mentioned healthcare, right? These are the cardinals that makes any nation, a nation, economy. So we want to stop being hungry in all these areas, because all these areas boil down to even you enjoying the food, even if you have it. Without health, you might not even enjoy your food. If the economy is not smiling, how can you even buy the food at good prices? Okay? If we have insecurity, how can you even have the food in the first place? Because if the food is coming from the middle belt, which is the food basket of the nation, right? That food basket of the nation simply means one thing and one thing only. The food will have hold up somewhere. Traffic will hold the food because terrorists don't allow you.
Let me hold your thoughts there.
Are Nigerians hungry? Have we been hungry since 1960? Yes. What kind of hunger?
The context here is food hunger, but let's take a look at some of the reaction from netizens on social media. Right. The first reaction is from XTY, and it said, "True, Nigeria's challenge didn't start today. What matters is that Tinubu administration is taking bold steps to fix decade of neglect. Let's judge by the solutions being rolled out, not just the problem inherited."
Points.
And the second tweet is from Suleiman Musa, and he says, "President Tinubu is taking rough decisions today that will secure a better Nigeria tomorrow. Real leadership requires courage."
I agree with this one too.
And Iroko Kingsley has said, "Nigerians have never been this hungry since 1960, so we can judge you for that. Thank you for weaponizing hunger. Even the agbado you promised has become a luxury for common man. The level of hunger is unprecedented, all thanks to your ingenuity." Okay, and the final tweet says, "This is so disappointing. Are you making hunger a status quo for Nigerians? It was promising heaven and earth, even boasted that hunger issues will be resolved or solved within 2 years of his tenure. The claim that Nigerians have been hungry since 1960 is a shameful dodge of accountability."
So I'll quickly say this, and this will just simply mean me jumping to the defense of our dear president. But again,
As
who
usual.
am I? I'm just a media broadcaster, right? But I'll tell you, in everything that we do, when you learn your quota, you add your own part to it, and it is unbiased, guess what happens? People listen to you. So consider this one, me being on the fence. However, for once, let me just see from this angle. The truth of the matter is basic and straight to the point, which is this. Okay? It's just 2 years, some months into it.
Okay.
Nigeria as a country is multicultural, multi-diverse in different ways that it will take 4 years might not be enough. I'm not saying that we want to become another 4 years. I'm not just saying that Nigeria's problem is very complex. And so all those indicators have led us to the fact and to the point where ports are clinging and sounding empty. We definitely transmit to the fact that there's no food. However, having said so, I will not run it past Nigerians as citizens. We also have a part to play here. You see, we have a lot of people who are well-to-do, who have enough money, enough wealth, that the generations yet unborn will never suffer. And so my question is that, if you die today, are you going to anywhere with the money? No. So why not create, I'm not saying some are not trying, but be more versatile. Why not create a setup where there is that multiplying effect? Look, I keep saying this word, multiplying effect. That's almost become a word that comes with my lip. Right? Create a multiplying effect where people around you can earn a living, not just come and say dash them money. No.
But that's the government.
Let me shock you. You see, if we leave everything for the government will collapse.
Why then do we have the government? The government are there to actually ensure that their businesses.
The government cannot micromanage now. So
create the businesses.
So
employ people who would micromanage it for you.
On the contrary, that's what we have what we call PPP, public-private partnership. Before I even go any further, right? Government's responsibility, key responsibility, is this one: create security around your business. Make sure the part that individuals cannot handle, put in place. The one that has to be the refinery, it is not working very well. An individual has to come and set up his own refinery. So that way,
I must tell you, Valentine, things are actually worse in the country. And the fact that you're not seeing it is making me, I'm thinking, do you come from America every day? Hold on, please. Yes, do you come from America every day to the studio to give your pointers? Because there is no one who you would say is actually living in this economy that would not say the way things were, I'm talking about 2 months ago, is not the way things are now. I know how much I spend on logistics just to take myself to and fro. I know how much I spend on food. I enjoy eating goat meat a lot. I know how much it costs me. The normal quantity that I buy 3 months ago, I don't spend the same amount getting that same quantity. Right. I know how people who manufacture products and get the raw materials for this product, how they complain about, not having the same pricing to things when they actually go back. So are people hungry? You might not be hungry, Valentine, but I am hungry.
So the question is,
but literally speaking, I am hungry. So I don't know if you're living in Nigeria
or a different country.
Anyone
who knows me will know that. Look, I'm a patriotic Nigerian.
If you're a patriotic Nigerian, how are you not feeling the brunt of the hunger?
It's good that you're saying this thing. The point is, the question is not whether or not I'm feeling the pain, because I'm feeling the pain. Like,
are you sure?
Was this the question?
My God.
The major question should now be, Valentine, how are you managing?
Okay, how are you managing? Is the Tinubu administration helping you in any way?
Good question. So, to manage issues, first and foremost, identify it as
an issue.
What it is, an issue.
Yeah.
So, I would not say this is an unsolvable problem. No. I will always find a way around it. Every situation has a solution, which is why they call it a situation.
So what's the solution to this?
It's as simple as ABC.
Yeah.
Look, Nigerians need to begin to diversify. Think clearly. Begin to think outside the box. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for the fact that there was chaos when we had the issue of NSAS at that time, some companies, some media companies, I don't call their name, some media companies wouldn't have had the light of the day. Now that they are not thriving.
How is that?
I'm coming somewhere. If it wasn't for the fact that fuel, right, when subsidy was removed, became skyrocketed the cost of fuel. I tell you, some other people could have thought outside the box. Say, let us start thinking of CNG. Are you getting me now? You see, for every situation, there's an opportunity there. It all depends on if you have the eye to identify it. Most people don't identify opportunity. Even if
they don't have the funds.
Let me come somewhere now.
It's people who are... See, if you don't have money, if your belly is empty, you cannot think of innovative things. I'm telling you, Valentine, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do an experiment, and I really hope we'll come back here. You are going to buy lunch for myself and 3 other people in this organization for 1 month. Then let's see
this
if
for 1 month.
you for 1 month, three other people. So let's see if you still come back and tell me that we have to think outside the box, or maybe the government should actually come out with a permanent solution as to hunger in the land.
Thank God you said hunger in the land.
In Nigeria. In Nigeria. And we are definitely doing that. So like I said, people, you can't tell somebody who is hungry that, I think if we bring our heads together, we can actually create this solution.
Most Nigerians want to live as kings. When they know that
I beg to differ. Nigerians are the most hardworking people you can find. Okay, fine. So I mean, it's really sad that with their do you know what? As early as 4:30 a.m., I leave my house like 4:25, 4:30 a.m. I see how people actually rush. Those who can afford to use the Uber or the private means of transportation, you see the way they're actually rushing. Either those that are going to the market, the particular. I'm trying to explain to you that Nigerians are not lazing around. They're actually out there trying to get something for themselves to eat. It is sad that
about
hold on, please.
Hold on. So hard work is different from working smart. I'm not saying Nigerians are not hard work.
Oh my God!
What I want to understand is, look, let's be very basic. These people know exactly what I'm talking about. You're working very hard, you're working very smart.
Oliver is going to get rice for 4 people in the Business Day organization.
So if
we'll come back and have this conversation. Let's just wrap up. Let's just wrap the social listening. It was really very insightful, and I enjoyed my conversation with you today on social listening. And that's it on social listening today. We actually looked at Chef Eno James Guinness World Record attempt and the back and forth between Atiku Abubakar and the Tinubu presidency over hunger in Nigeria. The same back and forth with myself and Valentine. And of course, my name is Deborah Eze.
I'm Onyeka Valentine. Nigerians are not
hungry. Okay. Thanks for watching Business Day Television, and join us again next week, same time. Bye for now.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of happenings that go on in the market as well as actions that affect our economy. This morning we are going in a different direction. We are twisting it a little bit. We're starting off with a conversation around NGX's plan to extend trading hours. So we know that 2 days ago the CEO of the NGX Group, NGX Limited, that was Jude Chiemeka, he announced a plan that trading may soon start from 9 a.m. extending all the way to 5 p.m. in the evening. What he was basically saying was that pre-trading will start at pre-market will open at 8:50 a.m. Then we'll have a market close, a pre-market close at 4:50 p.m. in the evening. This is a huge leap from what we presently have. What we presently have, we have a pre-market opening at 9:20, where the market now opens at 9:30, then a pre-market close at 2:20 p.m. and the market essentially closes at 2:30. Basically, we're extending market hours from the regular 5 hours. We're now moving it now to a regular 9 to 5. Why does this matter? Basically, let's just look at some of the facts and data around this. Around the world, markets are stretching their hours. In fact, a contemporary to the NGX, which is the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, has just recently announced that they may be trying their hands at 24 hours trading, like we see in Nasdaq and New York Stock Exchange. Basically, they say they are trying to keep up with a new wave of investors who trade straight from their smartphones. The NGX boss said that this is just the beginning of conversations with brokers, dealers, and other players. He basically said that the idea is basically to keep the NGX more competitive and prepare for new instruments like blue bonds and Islamic finance products. And they also announced that they were trying to boost daily turnover from the modest $11 million that we have now. He says they want to see if they can get to $100 million, such an ambitious move. But some traders are saying they prefer 3 p.m. instead of going as far as 5 p.m. as the NGX wants it. And on the show this morning, we have Mukhtar Mohammed, who is the CEO of Finance with Mukhtar, and we'll be discussing the intricacies behind this move. Good morning, Mr. Mukhtar.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you.
Yes. Basically, one question I want to ask is, what's the primary motivation behind the extension of the trading hours till 5? What do you think is the primary motivation behind it?
I think it's a global best practice. You just have to know markets. It's only in Nigeria that will get the market closed at that time. So I think we are trying to be a global best practice. We can't be the best performing stock market in the world, and we close that early. That is one. Secondly, again, you also have to look at diaspora remittance, what we are looking at in terms of getting diaspora people to begin to trade the market, to be in the market, and also get foreign investors. If you take a country like the United States of America, immediately you come in. When time you wake up, our market is almost closing by 8:30 in some states in America, by 9:30 in some states in Asia. Sometimes they are even late into the night, and our market has closed. And if we want to really attract the foreign investors, especially with the kind of listing that we are expecting, I think we need to do this. I think that's what they are doing. Basically, for me, the exciting thing about it is that we'll be able to attract more investors, either foreign investors or diaspora investors that can play the market at real time rather than coming to the market after digesting what has happened or the market has closed. And then again, for retail investors also in Nigeria, or portfolio investors or institutional investors or traders, that also will give them an ample time to plan, because what you normally see in the market is that a lot of tradings are done towards the end of the market, whereby a lot of people must have taken into consideration looking at the charter. So with this, we give them time for long-term planning. We can see some entering the market at early, and we see some entering the market late, rather than what we normally observe these days.
Okay, so basically, how do you think this will affect market participants' cost and infrastructure? Do the brokers, do you think they will now, do they have the resources, do they have the systems to operate longer hours? Some of the market dealers are already saying that there's a possibility that their companies may start to do shift trading. So let's say some people will trade from 9 to 1 and the remaining will trade from 1 to 5. What do you think?
Technology has come to help us. That's on that thing. So a lot of traders sometimes trade from the comfort of their home. Some of them trade from the comfort of their office. Not everybody is on the floor of the exchange these days to trade. So definitely it depends on what they are trying to do. But I know that for one, the back end, what's looked at the backroom staff may have a lot of work to do at time closing by 5. Then you put all those data, you give research, you send it out report, and even to journalists. I mean, most of your programs maybe have to be moved towards the evening also, because then you'll not be getting those real-time numbers like you normally get by 2:30 or 2. So and that will come with a cost. Like you say, some traders normally when market close by 2:30, some of them stay about 1 hour 30 minutes, clear up the decks, and that will reduce their cost. By now, that means we have to increase costs in terms of what we do, especially to traders and the market themselves. And so that cost also might come with a cost also to investors, and also it will drive costs of overhead costs in some of these brokerage firms, especially when you look at in some time power is virtually non-existent. Some of them run diesel during trading from the beginning of trading to the end of trading because they don't want obstruction. So they will be forced to run diesel now from 9 o'clock to almost 6 or 7 o'clock. So that will come with its own cost. And they may also be negotiating with the exchange to see how their fee might be increased.
Okay. Now the question is how, let's juxtapose this, the impact of this on retail investors versus institutional investors. How will this play out for retail investors, and how will it play out for institutional investors?
I can tell you this will more likely favor institutional investors, especially diaspora, portfolio investors, foreign investors. I think this will really favor them. That, like I said, real-time trading, they will be able to see the market. They may be able to be in the market for 3-4 hours before the close of market. That also will open up our market for international consideration, and that will make us more internationally recognized. Also, then it will deepen liquidity in the market. Definitely, I think it will deepen liquidity going forward, especially when you have these investors or portfolio investors, and especially foreign portfolio investors and institutional investors. And what that will do also in deepening the market, also adding to the liquidity, also it will also help in I'm getting more companies to be listed in the market. For retail investors, I think, again, like I said, it also gives them time for proper planning. We won't see those rush that we normally see, and that we come in towards midday trying to make your order and make sure your order has been executed. I think this time they'll have enough time for planning, and then orders will be executed, and it will be executed seamlessly. But I think by and large, I think it's more favorable to institutional investors, especially foreign institutional investors, and Nigerians in the diaspora.
Now you said something around the fact that you mentioned this. You spoken around the fact that we'll see more seamless execution of trades and deals. You talked about the fact that we used to have this rush, especially during midday from like 12 to 1. We have this rush. Do you think that this rush will stop, or the rush will just thin out over the space of, we're extending from 2:30 till 5? Let's say instead of trading 600 million shares, now we'll see that 600 million shares now extend over the space of 5 hours.
I think what we will see is that the rush will definitely stop. Definitely, I can tell you, because again, a lot of people will now be looking at trading at the comfort, and then trading with a lot of research, because again, we may begin to have people that will come into the market that midday, and we have people that will come into the market towards the end of trading. So we give room, and we might start having early morning people, because now we are looking at a market that is supposed to start by 10. Now it's going to start by 9. So you could see that at that 10, you might be seeing a lot of trading activities. Then at 12, you begin to see retail investors, traders, and towards the end, you see both retail investors, trader, and portfolio investors. So that's what I say. It will deepen the market. It will help, especially in the area of liquidity. And you know that for now, we are seeing those ups and downs today, up tomorrow, because again, we have not been able to attract a lot of foreign portfolio investors. With this now, I think we attract them, then we might begin to see the long bullish run that we normally see when you have foreign investors, because they will be there for like 1 year, 2 years, depending on the cost of their funds. So for me, I think it's a good decision. But again, like I said, it comes with its own cost. And again, it's a suggestion. I'm sure it will be retweaked or considering all aspects, because the brokerage firm must be also be considered. The exchange also must be considered. That also will increase their manpower time, and like we said again, or other logistics, and also the back end infrastructure must be supersonic, so that we can begin to have those seamless trading that we want to have. So it's going to be a lot of people coming together. So I agree that the exchange is putting it up and it's open for debate. And by the time we come there, we'll begin to see how that can fly.
Okay. Now, do you have any idea of how these extended hours compare with trading hours in other countries? Let's say, I think in the US, trading stops at around 5 p.m. thereabouts. But in South Africa, it stops around 4 p.m. Except now they are going ahead with the idea of it. They are flirting with the idea of a 24 hours trade.
Yeah.
So what's the trading hours in some of the peer exchanges globally? Let's say in India, in Korea, etc.
I think the normal trading hours is normally like what they trade all through, like in India, and I think they trade till like 5. Also in Korea, the same thing. And most of them, like you pointed out, are trying to move towards having trade all through 24 hours trading. But that will come with a lot of challenge in terms of infrastructure. So I think that's why I think what we are doing, we are looking at the time difference. So we might not be. We looked at our peculiarity, which really investors do we normally have in Nigeria. You can agree with me that most of our investors are from Europe, from the UK, and from the United States of America. So when you look at our time difference between us and Europe and the UK, I think it's quite fair. But when you look at us and the United States, South America, I don't think is favorable. And also when you look at us with the Middle East, that one area we are trying to attract also. So all these are coming together for us to be able to deepen the market, especially in the area of liquidity. I don't think we are looking so much in the Asia market, because when you look at the Asia market, what we normally have in the Asia market that are in Nigeria are normally the foreign direct investors coming to establish companies. They don't really play our equity market, but the key drivers of our equity market are funds that come from Europe, funds that come from the United Kingdom, and funds that come from the US. And so that's why we are tailoring our time almost at the same time, like what you have hours in trading, like what you have in the New York Stock Exchange, the London Stock Exchange, and also some of these major exchange that in the world.
Okay. Now, the question I have is around how the change will likely affect settlement cycles. We know that by November, we're going to move in from T+3 to T+2. Then regulatory oversight, market supervision. These issues are issues that will come up. If trading goes to 5 p.m., hours of trading extend longer. The NGX is trying to put some regulatory oversight over how things are done in that market. Will it not become harder to seamlessly integrate into that T+2 settlement time? I mean, we are taking all of this while to move from T+3 to T+2. Now we are now playing with the idea of moving trading to 5 p.m. How do you think this will work out?
I totally agree with you. That's why I said it's an ongoing conversation. What it means that that's why I talk about the back end, which is really have to do with the T2 process, because this is handled by the back end. The broker, the trader just trade, and the investor is the one that is at the end wanting his fund to be remitted to him. So what it means is that you really have time to be able to execute this deal. That's why I think it's an ongoing conversation, and also processes can come in. Like it's a suggestion. And again, you make sure you, like I said, you have to bring all angles, Security and Exchange Commission, Nigerian Exchange Group, the brokerage firm, and investors all together to brainstorm on ways that will be favorable to everybody. So it's an ongoing discussion. I get that part that you are saying, and hopefully, and the T2 is will start implementation sooner than what the 9 to 5. So definitely that will give room. I think it's something they are playing with, and I don't think it's something they just want to immediately see. That's why those conversations are ongoing. They will look at most of these things, especially in the area of settlement to investors.
Okay, one of my last questions before we go off is about volatility. How will this affect volatility and trading patterns, basically? How do you think this will affect
Definitely,
volatility?
that will play in volatility and trading pattern. Definitely, that will play in. You begin to see like now, like I said, the trading pattern. You begin to see market movement towards noon. That's when you begin to get the direction of where the market might be heading to. So now the trading pattern might just change. You see market movement maybe towards evening or early in the morning, depending on which equity you are trading, and again depending on the trigger that you are working on. Like I said, there will always be a trigger. So that trigger is what will determine where direction will definitely move.
Okay, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed, the CEO of Finance with Mukhtar. Thank you for staying with us on the show.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, moving on, after the break, we're going to be returning with insights from the market as well as some business news making the round. Stay with us.
Come to the triumphant games without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
And we're back. Welcome back to Economy and Markets, and we'll go on to business news making the rounds. The federal government is set to disburse 250 billion naira Bank of Agric loans to farmers. The vice president on Thursday outlined that some of the steps by the Tinubu administration to strengthen food security includes the fact that 250,000 farmers have been insured across 8 states. He also noted that the 30% value addition bill is advancing, and the 250 billion Bank of Agriculture facility is being facilitated. It's been activated to reach small shareholders. Speaking at the 152nd National Economic Meeting, which was held at the Presidential Villa in Abuja, Shettima added that the green imperative project with Brazil is being repositioned for financing, while the World Bank-backed agriculture-based growth and reliance opportunities for women, AGRO, is mapping priority value chains. He further noted that the Harvesting Hope Caravan has already reached 500,000 citizens across 8 states. At the meeting, the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, led by the CEO Tayo Aduloju, highlighted that global economic risk, including uneven growth, inflationary divergence, rising geopolitical tensions, climate change, and technology shifts are affecting Nigeria's agriculture ecosystem. He warned that Nigeria's planning is constrained by structural bottlenecks, energy and transport deficiencies, foreign exchange liquidity challenges, and an over-reliance on oil. Then we're moving on to UBA that posted a 335.5 billion half-year profit yesterday as its net income is driving growth. The United Bank for Africa PLC posted a profit after tax or a net income of 335.5 billion naira for the half year ended June 30, 2025. This is a 6% growth from the 316.4 billion posted in the same period in 2024. The group's profit after tax stood at 388 billion. However, as it recorded a 38% drop in income tax expense to 52.9 billion naira. This boosted its net income overall. Interest income grew by 33% to 1.33 trillion, largely from securities income, while its interest expense surged by 70% to 560.6 billion. Essentially, this lifted net interest income to 773 billion, a 15% growth from 674.6 billion recorded in first half of 2024. The group's impairment charge of recorded an impairment charge of 35.2 billion on loan advances, down by almost 40% from the 58.6 billion recorded in H1 2024. It also recorded a write-back of 3.2 billion on other financial assets. Net fee and commission income, which is basically the largest source of non-interest income, rose slightly by 147 billion. However, the group recorded a net trading and FX loss of 10 billion as against a 98 billion gain recorded last year. Other operating income rose to 30.8 billion. Its operating expense rose to 520.4 billion, but remained below revenue growth, hence supporting total efficiency. Total assets climbed by 10% from the start of the year to 33.3 trillion, with customer deposit at 27.6 trillion. Consumer loans to customers grew to 7.74 trillion as UBA announced an interim dividend of 25 kobo per share payable by October 10, subject to withholding taxes. Then we'll move on to Union Bank that has fulfilled its 6.3 billion obligation to its bond holders. The Union Bank of Nigeria has fully redeemed its Series 2 bond, settling both principal and coupon payments. This totals around 6.3 billion on September the 3rd, 2025. This move fully fulfills all obligations to bondholders in line with regulations set by the Securities and Exchange Commission. The 100 billion debt issuance program was fully subscribed, with the fund final coupon also paid out on the same day. This milestone comes just weeks after Union Bank's merger with Titan Trust Bank. An analyst says this further boosts investors' confidence in the bank's financial stability and governance. Head of Strategy and Planning, Tosin Ibikunle, noted that the repayment underscores Union Bank's strong commitment to his stakeholders. Then we'll move to Zenith Bank, whose profit after tax fell by 8% as the loan impairment charges surged. Zenith Bank PLC, which is Nigeria's largest bank by market value, reported an 8% decline in half-year profit as rising impairment charges offset gains from higher interest income. The group recorded a net income of 532.2 billion, which is a fall from last year in the 6 months ending June 30, 2025. This is a fall from the 578 billion recorded in H1 2024. Its pre-tax profit dropped to 625.6 billion, even as gross income climbed by 20% to 2.52 trillion, driven by elevated yields on loans and investment security. The group's loan impairment charges more than doubled, almost doubled, to 760.8 billion from 415.3 billion, eroding profitability despite net interest income nearly doubling to 1.35 trillion. Its non-interest income, led by fees and commissions, rose by 17% to 128.1 billion, and the group proposed an interim dividend of 1 naira 25 kobo per share, up from the 1 naira paid for H1 2024. Basic earnings per share fell to 12 naira 95 kobo from what 18 naira 41 kobo recorded in H1 2024. Zenith Bank's total assets stands at 30.99 trillion naira, with customer deposits rising to 23.5 trillion naira, and the shareholders' equity also standing at 4.6 trillion naira. Some of the analysts at Codros noted that resilient interest income growth was capped by higher impairment charges and weaker trading gain. They project that the lower interest rate environment could stimulate credit growth and strengthen core performance as well as support profitability. Zenith, which has operations across Ghana, the UK, Sierra Leone, and Gambia, has also added one new branch in the period, expanding its network to 456. We move on to Seplat. Seplat Energy PLC that is targeting a $1 billion dividend payout over the next 5 years. Seplat Energy has unveiled a new dividend policy that will see shareholders receive up to $1 billion by 2030. The policy that was announced at the company's market day commits to paying out 40 to 50% of its free cash flow between 2026 and 2030 with a projected minimum annual payout of $120 million or 5 cents per share quarterly, provided that Brent crude stays above $50 per barrel. To underscore its pledge, Seplat will raise its Q3 2025 dividends by 10% to 5 cents per share. This outlook is backed by a 40% boost in offshore reserves to 552 million barrels of oil equivalent following last year's acquisition of Mobile, Nigeria. Seplat Energy has disclosed that it's in talk with the NNPC Limited over the potential sale of a 10% interest in the NNPC SEPNO joint venture. That's the Seplat Exploration and Production Nigeria Limited joint venture. If concluded, this Seplat Energy Producing Nigeria Unlimited will hold a 30% stake and NNPCL will hold a 70% stake with Seplat as the operator. Then after the break, we'll just take a look at what happened in the market yesterday. Stay with us.
Never see clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Okay, let's look at market data from yesterday. The NGX All Share Index gained 226 points yesterday to close at 142,263.07 points. Still a far cry from the 146,000 all-time high reached earlier in August. Yeah, we saw that yesterday the market rose by 0.16%. pushing the year-to-date returns to 38.22. If the market closes at this point, the NGX has already outperformed last year's performance, has already outperformed its returns from last year. Market capitalization stood at 90 trillion naira with a total turnover of 325 million shares traded yesterday at a value of 8.4 billion naira. Let's look at the gainers chart. We see starting with Guinness Nigeria that climbed 10% to hit a share price of 176 naira. Then we also move on to Unicel gaining 9.98% to hit a share price of 30 naira 55 kobo. Regency Alliance Insurance gained 9.82% to hit a share price of 1 naira 79 kobo. Thomas Wyatt gained 9.80% to hit a share price of 2 naira 69 kobo. And Nichols also gained a substantial 9.59% to hit a share price of 3 naira 89 kobo. On the flip side, Consolidated Hallmark fell by over 7% yesterday to close at the share price of to hit a share price of 4 naira 2 kobo yesterday. The Initiates PLC closed at the share down by 7.48% to close at the share price of 12 naira. Sovereign Insurance closed down by 6.21% to hit a share price of 2 naira 87 kobo. Then Omatech Ventures down by 5.17%, closing at the share price of 1 naira 10 kobo. Lasaco Insurance down by 3.33% to close at a share price of 3 naira 20 kobo. Let's look at the traded volume. Let's go on to looking at the traded volume from yesterday. See Access Holding leading yesterday in terms of volume, but not in terms of value. 37.244 million Access Holding shares were traded yesterday in deals worth over £1 billion. Just over £1 billion. Then we saw Zenith Bank 24.270 of Zenith Bank shares, 24.270 million of Zenith Bank shares traded in deals worth around 1.6 billion naira. Fidelity Bank was also a significant stake yesterday. We saw around 20.5 million Fidelity Bank shares traded in deals worth over 426 million naira. Secure Electronic Technology, 19.799 million shares, almost 20 million shares of Secure Electronic Technology traded in deals worth about 15 points, just under 16 million naira. Then Veritas Capital, we saw 14.9 million Veritas Capital shares in deals worth over 32.9 million naira. When we move on to the global market, we saw that yesterday in the market there were modest gains recorded in Wall Street. We start with Dow Jones Index that posted a 0.27% gain yesterday. The S&P 500 also rose significantly. The S&P 500 is roaring towards the 7,000 mark, which will be a historic first. After news of a rate cut in the USA for the first time in 9 months, we are seeing Wall Street basically surge to what will probably be its best performing year ever. So S&P 500 index up by 0.48%, 6,631.95 points. Then Nasdaq has comfortably crossed from the 20,000 mark this year, entered the 21,000 mark, now in the 22,000 mark. It almost went up by a full percentage point to 22,470%. Let's go to Asia, where in Asia we saw that the results were mixed. It's almost becoming a thing where if Japan and Korea goes up, China can decline. Nikkei 225, which is the benchmark for the Tokyo Stock Exchange, went up by 1.15%. There were significant gains recorded yesterday. The Kospi index went up 1.40% to hit 3,000, almost 3,005. However, in Hong Kong, it was a 1.35% decline. I beg your pardon, to 26,544 points. We've seen all of this play out again. When we see Japan and Korea go up, then we see China kind of slip down. However, what we saw from USA extended all the way into Europe, as we saw the FTSE 100 record significant gains yesterday. The FTSE 100 went up, still playing around the 9,000 mark. Recall that the FTSE 100 hit the 9,000 mark for the first time in history this year. It went up 21 basis points to 9,228 points. CAC 40 is edging close to the 8,000 mark. It went up by 87 basis points to 7,854 points. And we also see that the DAX index was up. DAX of Germany was up by 1.35 percentage points to 23,674. 674.53 points. On the currency side, we saw the naira slip just a little bit. Naira slipped on day before. It was trading at 1,495 naira to the dollar. Now it's trading at 1,496 naira to the dollar. Against the euro is also however, the naira gained against the euro 1,769 naira to the euro, and against the British pound, the naira has gotten to its highest level since June of this year, 2026 naira to the British pounds. And that's all we can take on the market brief, and that's all we can take on economy and markets today. Thank you for staying with us. I'm your host, David Olujimi.
Capital Territory. Humanitarian continues to unfold. Thousands of Amajiri children roam the trapped, neglect, exploited. A visit by BusinessDay to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children. Young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajiri were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with BusinessDay television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15. Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan? Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudin na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan? Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola. Bola.
Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
To
me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta? Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allura Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajiri become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow. and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched the Back to School initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and we want to, said Salih, a 14-year-old, with an earner leave have to bear.
Ina so barbara in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so kai?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Abdulaziz. Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Bana zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka?
Ni da kakata muke nan.
Okay, kai da kakan.
So,
me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wannan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawuna.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko kun
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Amajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Al-Majri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Al-Majri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the streets, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as al-majri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Majri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call al-Majri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called al-Majri, because begging is not part of being al-Majri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called al-Majri. And it started from the younger age, when while unfortunately some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called al-Majri, who is doing that. You know, in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we found ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adapt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is al-Majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, all of us have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a National Commission for al-Majri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established, which is so parent cut al-Majri from even the other al-Majris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government has, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social systems the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the program of Al-Majri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates so that they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And if I know where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government the state, at the state level, government is supporting those Al-Majri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with the at the national level with the National Commission for Al-Majri and out of school children to better the system.
watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. My name is Gloria Brown. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Dangote Refinery stops sales to unregistered marketers. Supporters besieged Port Harcourt Airport for Fubara. Tinubu earmarks 25 billion naira for Earth project in Federal Capital Territory. US blocks UN call for Gaza ceasefire for 6th time. World Cup qualifier, FIFA probes South Africa over ineligible player. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemical Limited has suspended self-collection gantry sales of petroleum products at its facility. This was contained in the mail signed by the Group Commercial Operators Department of the company, aiming to promote wider adoption of the refinery's free delivery scheme for retail outlets and halting sales to unregistered marketers buying both directly from the depot or indirectly through other marketers. Dangote explained that the move was an operational adjustment aimed at improving efficiency, urging marketers to adopt its free delivery scheme, which provides direct shipments to retail outlets. This development comes amid a lingering row between the refinery, the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and the Natural Gas Workers, and the Depot and Petroleum Products Marketers Association of Nigeria. Moving on, supporters have gathered at the Port Harcourt International Airport, Omagwa, Rivers State, for the arrival of reinstated Governor Siminalayi Fubara. Among persons waiting to receive the governor are members of the disbanded political family, the Simplified Movement, including the sacked mayor of Port Harcourt City, Ichemati Ezebunwo, popularly known as Sugar Mayor. According to reports, some members of the Women Unite for Sin, a prayer group for the governor, were also cited among the persons waiting for him at the airport car park. The supporters in their large numbers on Thursday were at the government house gate to welcome the governor, but the spread after Fubara failed to show up. We will have our correspondent, Mr. Ignatius Shuku, join us from River State to give us live update on this development. Welcome, Mr. Shuku, to the News at Noon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's quickly ask, what is the current situation right now in River State on the resumption of the governor, Sim Fubara?
The expectation is simple. There is a high expectation. People are chasing him, unlike in the past when governors were chasing the masses, looking for crowd. This time around, it is the crowd that is chasing about and looking for the governor. So the mass all of yesterday, Thursday, around Government House, from Azikiwe Road up to UTC Junction and all of that, he didn't show up. Today there was an announcement, the radio, that the governor will arrive at the airport. So at least today there is an indication. Yesterday there was no indication. People assumed he was going to be arriving Government House triumphantly. But today, they are guided by that announcement. So everybody's most people are at the airport waiting for him. But up to the last 10 minutes when I checked, he had not arrived. But people are optimistic that he will come today because the outriders are showing up, the convoy signs are there. So there is hope that he will come.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shiku Ignatius, for that update regarding Governor Siminalayi Fubara being reinstated into the governor's house. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Still on, President Bola Tinubu's administration has earmarked 25 billion naira for healthcare projects in the 2025 capital budget of the Federal Capital Territory. Minister of FCT Yemso Winke revealed this while inaugurating the construction of Etare Road 1 from Wui District to Ring Road 2 in Abuja on Thursday, adding that no sector is neglected in the development of the Federal Capital Territory. Winke dismissed the criticisms and threat of protests over perceived neglect of other sectors, insisting that such moves would not derail the Tinubu's administration's agenda. The inauguration ceremony was reportedly attended by government officials, contractors, community leaders, and residents who urged timely completion of the project. To end the local news, Enugu State Governor Peter Mba has announced that Enugu Air will take delivery of 6 new aircraft by the end of 2025. According to the governor's spokesperson, Mba revealed this on Thursday during the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce Meet the Governor series in Lagos. The governor said the expansion is part of Enugu's plan to grow its aviation sector, enhance connectivity, boost tourism, and attract investment. Mba also added that the state partnered with an investor to construction at Kunu Imbiam International Airport, which is being upgraded with an international wing and a cargo terminal expected to be operational by the first quarter of 2026. In this world, the additional aircraft arriving ahead of the Christmas season reflect Enugu Air's rapid growth, having surpassed projections within its first month of operation. Let's go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll bring you the foreign news update. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria, we suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back to the BDTV News at noon. Now, on the foreign scene, the Executive Vice President, Diagnostics Africa at Roche Diagnostics, Alan Pamba, has called on the United Nations General Assembly to prioritize African-led Earth solutions to tackle its Earth challenges rather than depending on foreign aids. Pamba made this call at the ongoing UNGA 80, urging leaders to ensure that the continent's priorities are firmly at the center of global commitment. According to reports, this comes as a time where African stakeholders and development experts are increasingly pushing for Earth sovereignty, which is the ability for African nations to independently design, fund, and deliver Earth services that align with local priorities. The VP added that partnership and co-creation Earth systems are strongest when they are shaped through trust and shared responsibility. Also, the U.S. has for the 6th time voted a draft resolution at the United Nations Security Council that would have demanded an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages. U.S. Deputy Middle East Evan Morgan Otagos revealed that the text did not go far enough in condemning Hamas or recognize Israel's right to defend itself. All 14 other members of the Security Council also voted in favor of the draft resolution, which described the humanitarian situation in Gaza as catastrophic, calling on Israel to lift all aid restrictions. This comes as the UN's Humanitarian Office warns that the last lifeline for civilians are collapsing in Gaza City as Israel expands its military offensive. Now to sports. Nigeria's 2026 World Cup hopes have been reignited as FIFA has launched disciplinary proceedings against South Africa for fielding an ineligible player, Tobeo Mokana, in their 2026 World Cup qualifier against Lesotho in March. Mokena has picked up yellow cards against Benin in November 2023 and Zimbabwe in June 2024, triggering a one-match suspension under FIFA rules. Despite this, Mokena featured in the match against Lesotho. According to the South African Broadcasting Corporation, FIFA has charged both the player and the South African Football Association. In a letter to SAFA dated September 15, 2025, FIFA confirmed the seize has been referred to the disciplinary committee, giving both parties 6 days to respond. To end the news, Newcastle United were left to rue a string of wasted opportunities as Marcus Rashford scored his first goals for Barcelona, sealing a 2-1 victory at St. James Park in the Champions League. On loan from Manchester United, Rashford rose to the occasion in front of England boss Thomas Tuchel, breaking the dreadlock for 58 minutes with a precise header for Jules Kounde's cross. 9 minutes later, the 27-year-old produced a spectacular strike, smashing a 20-yard effort off the crossbar to double Barcelona's lead, marking his first Champions League goal in nearly 4 years. The forward, who spent last season on loan as Aston Villa, delivered one of his finest European performances, stepping up in the absence of teenage sensation Lamine Yamal. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day News at noon. My name is Glory Brown. Thank you for staying with us and keep watching BDTV.
The BA Students Conference themed competitive partnerships night for engaging discussions, knowledge sharing, and networking. The conference opened with a welcome address from Professor Olayinka David West, the Dean of Lagos Business School, who encouraged participants to take full advantage of the learning and networking opportunities. And this set the stage for insightful conversation and collaborations.
This conference is therefore not just an event, but an expression of what LBS stands for. It demonstrates that excellence at LBS is not confined to the classroom. It is actively lived out in how our students organize, collaborate, and engage with the world. By adding this conference to our student-led platforms, you enrich the leadership, innovation, and culture of excellence that define our school.
The keynote address was delivered by His Excellency Peter Obi, former presidential candidate and business leader. He spoke about the gap between strategy and execution, stressing that while ideas create vision, execution is what delivers real results. He also emphasized the importance of accountability, strong systems, and partnerships built on trust as essential for lasting success. The keynote speech emphasized the importance of strong execution in leadership, business, and governance.
When it comes to delivering the result, it is the execution that matters. Just like I said, planning without doing will fail. Doing without planning will fail. So the critical thing I'm going to tell you today, as in my own little contribution as a trader, because in the business where I am as a trader, you are the CEO, you are the Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operating Officer, the cashier and everything. And I know that the critical aspect of what we are going to talk today is about execution.
A fireside chat on leadership with excellence explored how young leaders can leverage networks for personal and professional growth. Panel sessions led by industry experts focused on building execution-ready skills, designing accountable systems, and forming partnerships to drive innovation and growth.
It doesn't say that a leader must be, we're talking about responsible leadership. It comes with a lot of discipline. So it's somebody who is competent, who has the capacity and the compassion and commitment. Because that commitment is what drives us. It's not something you can't execute halfway. You have that's why you have companies or countries that do well for 1 year and then the next year falls apart. Or you have somebody who is elected who does well for 1 year and then collapses. It has to be consistent. It's that consistency that makes all the difference. So when we talk execution as a competitive edge, it's something that must be consistent. It's the discipline aspect of it.
You can have all the plans in the world. You can have 5 years plans. You can have 10 years plans, good plans. But if you do not have the right execution, if you don't have the right leadership, if you don't have the guts to push, because we also learned that you can have the right execution, but if you don't have the guts, if you don't have the leadership to actually push the execution, because execution can be pushed back, right? You will not succeed.
I think there needs to be a system of learning, right? There needs to be a system of learning, and there needs to be a system of failing fast. So you need to fail fast, make accommodation for that, and then learn from that and begin to grow. That's what I think that organizations need to do. They also need to train their staff to ensure that they have the requisite capacity to deliver on the strategic objectives of the organization. Execution rather requires discipline. You need to be able to follow execution religiously.
The event ended with networking sessions where students connected with alumni, entrepreneurs, and executives, gaining mentorship and career opportunities. The conference was widely seen as a success, inspiring participants to view execution not just as a process, but as a true competitive advantage in leadership and business. The MBA Students Conference themed executions as a competitive edge, skills, systems, and partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders, and industry experts for a full day of engaging discussions, knowledge sharing, and networking. The conference
capital Nigerian crisis fall, thousands of children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by BusinessDay to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children. Young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Almajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Almajiri were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Almajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Almajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
15.
Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudin na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. To ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
To
me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Almajiri become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Almajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna so taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara in samu aikin.
Aiki kake so kai?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaranka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Bana zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ci ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke ana.
Okay, kai da kakan.
So,
me ka hau ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan uwa nan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Kanan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abu Yosef
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Almajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Almajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Almajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Almajiri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Almajiri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the streets, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Almajiri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Almajiri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Almajiri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Almajiri, because begging is not part of being Almajiri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Almajiri. And it started from the younger age, when while unfortunately some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Almajiri, who is doing that. You know, in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adopt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is al-Majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, we, all of us, have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a National Commission for al-Majri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our al-Majri from streets. But like I told you, it's not all the al-Majris. Even the other al-Majris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government has, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social systems the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual, with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the program of al-Majri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it, because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates, so they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. Even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government at the state level, government is supporting those al-Majri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with at the national level with the National Commission for al-Majri and out of school children to better the system.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello everyone, a bright good afternoon to everyone and welcome to BDTV Match Center. My name is Anthony, I'm your host today. Unfortunately, we don't have the other Anthony or Ibrahim who was here last week anchoring the show, but here we are. Thank you for watching and welcome to another exciting edition of BDTV Match Center. And today I have Mr. Ini here.
Good to be here.
Good. How you doing?
I'm fine.
It's a kind of cold or hot Friday, depending on how you left the house
today.
Today.
Some part of Lagos, my area, it rained during the night, but we're at work.
Yeah, and here we're talking about like football as we normally do on Fridays.
Of course. Good to be here.
Yeah. So let's dive into what brought us here today. Speaking about the Nigeria's hopes for qualification on the 2026 World Cup.
Yes.
And we recently found out that the FIFA, the governing body FIFA, has placed a suspension on one of these eligible players, Teboho Mokoena, if I have to pronounce that properly. So what are your takes on that? Do you think because of that suspension, because he was not supposed to play against Lesotho, but he did play against Lesotho, and FIFA have put this suspension on him, so to say. What is your take on that? Does it boost Nigeria's hopes, for our qualification for 2026?
Thank you very much. It's very, very interesting. When the news break yesterday that FIFA actually written the South African Football Federation to find them of a breach of their rules, that they fielded nearly you player in a game against Lesotho. It's an issue that I've dragged on over. It's an issue that I've been in the conversation over the last few months because people expected FIFA to take a decision before the last games the one that last 2 weeks.
Yeah, against Lesotho.
FIFA was silent. FIFA have been silent on the issue. The Benin coach, Benin is second on the group. Former Nigeria coach, Jordan Roy, has been in the news in the last few weeks, shouting, why hasn't FIFA taken a decision? Don't forget that Nigeria find themselves in the same position prior to the 2022 World Cup. When Nigeria fielded Shehu Abdullahi in the game against Cameroon away. And General was our coach then. FIFA deducted 3 points from Nigeria. We lose 3 points from that match. So General knows everything about these things. So he is saying that FIFA must deduct 3 points from South Africa because when I was coach of Nigeria,
it's happened to me.
It happened to me. So why? So over the week we saw Sunday Luce came out to say that he expects FIFA to act too. That in his podcast, that FIFA should act that though he told Nigerians should, that was before the game against South Africa, Nigerians should help themselves to win, to beat South Africa away. That even if you don't win that match, that it will be difficult for that. He expects FIFA to act. That it often drag cases like this drag from 6 months. Yesterday we received the news that finally FIFA wrote to South Africa on the 15th of September asking them that they breached their rule and fielded Mokoena. So it's open if FIFA finally they told the South African Federation to act, respond to them, and also wrote the player to respond to them within 6 days. Finally, FIFA look at all the evidence in front of them, look at the team list for that particular match, and confirm that South African Football Federation went against their rule by fielding that player who had 2 yellow cards before that match, so that they potentially could lose 3 points, and that could change the dynamics of that group, could change the standing of that group, and give other people bring us into the equation. Now, don't forget that Nigeria couldn't beat South Africa away, and that threw our qualification to the World Cup in serious jeopardy.
Yeah, but we have two matches left. We have against Lesotho and we have Benin. Does this affect our chances in terms of qualification? Yes, they might deduct 3 points from South Africa, but looking at us internally and looking at our game without the affairs of what's happening with South Africa, does it affect Nigeria's chances? We are third on the table.
Give us an hope. The standing line in the group is that Nigeria has 11 points, Rwanda has 11 points, South Africa has 17 points. Followed by Benin, who has 14 points.
Yeah.
South Africa has 6 plus 6 goals. Nigeria have plus Benin, who second has plus 4. Nigeria has plus 2. Nigeria is third, 11 points. Rwanda is fourth too. Because we have more goals than them. So when the FIFA did not these 3 points for South Africa, they will fall back to 14 points. Benin will still be on 14 points. So although they will still be ahead because of they have superior goal, 6 points to Benin, 3 points to Benin, 2. So going to the last two games of the group, which will be next month. So they are playing away to Zimbabwe. Then their last match is against they play at home against Rwanda. Nigeria will be playing away to Lesotho. If we can win our 2 matches, their last match against Benin at home here. So we can win our last those 2 matches will be on 17 points. Let's be praying that South Africa is able to maybe draw away to Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe don't have a stadium approved by FIFA. They are playing their match in Botswana. They played the last one in South Africa, but they have not decided that they won't play South Africa again. They're taking their game to Botswana. So the last one South Africa will be at home against Rwanda. So let's hope that Nigeria can beat Lesotho away. We'll move to 14 points. Let's hope that South Africa will be able to maybe they'll draw. Then the last match against Benin, we can beat Benin here and overtake Benin. And hope that South Africa can be able to.
So this is what we call this is all depending on hope. Like we're hoping for things to happen. But then again, I usually ask why do we need to start calculating this, calculating that, hoping for a team to the team are doing their own best and winning their games already against these teams. Why do we have to depend on them to win? What if South Africa wins their remaining games and we see the likes of the Benin Republic also win their remaining games as well? Do we and we also win our game but we don't get to qualify? Do you say we are a failure? Do you say that?
I think we are going to our next game is against
Lesotho. Yeah.
Let's pray we are going to win.
Yeah.
And Benin will come to our house here. Let's be hopeful that we are going to beat Benin in our back here. If we beat Benin, we will overtake Benin.
Yeah.
And they will probably land in 17 points. Let's hope South Africa with 14. Let's be praying that FIFA did not have 3 points. They will come back to 14 points. And maybe any of their matches they can, maybe even if they win one, they will be on 17 points. And they draw one, they will be on 18 points. That means you can't meet them.
Exactly.
Let's
exactly. So my question to you is, if that happens, do you say we failed as?
No, the qualification have not been seamless. It's been a difficult qualification campaign for the Super Eagles. Right from I particularly blame the NFF for this. Look at, I blame the NFF when the qualification was about to start. There was so much politicking on who was going to be the coach. Pesero played the first match. I think second match. Pesero was in charge. We didn't do well because he didn't select the right players. The right players were not selected, were not called up. I went to the Nation Cup, didn't win the Nation Cup. After the Nation Cup, Pesero left. NFF should have appointed a very good coach, but they are playing politicking, appointing a foreign coach, appointing an indigenous coach, and they couldn't decide on time, and they appointed Finidi, which means you knew that Finidi didn't come to the job with he wanted to make a lot of changes which we didn't desire. They had a team that did well in the Nation Cup. We have just added 1 or 2 players and go into the qualification. But when you appoint ex-players, there's always the issue of vendetta. He had clash with some players, with Oshien. We all know the controversy that had between him and Oshien. So, at the end of the day, they went into that game against Benin. They lost 2-1 against Benin. We find ourselves in a very difficult situation. Then finally, NFF sacked him. They appointed Chile. Chile came in. The game against South Africa, we draw at home. South Africa scored a very late goal. It makes things more complicated for us. So then the game against Zimbabwe again, at home again, we draw again. Zimbabwe scored late goal in Uyodia. So it makes it difficult for us.
Yeah.
Until when we won Rwanda home and away, and I think Chile has picked up 8 points. That's a possible 12. Or so if Chile was in charge from the beginning, probably would have done better. After so the NFF to me should be blamed. The players too have not really. Some people say they have not shown much commitment. I think coaching has been our problem, despite the bundle of talent we have in that team. They are finding it very difficult to score goals. Scoring has been a problem. I don't know it's a problem. Yakubu Ayegbeni, former Nigerian striker, was saying yesterday that if you play for this, if he was a striker in this current Super Eagles team, he will find it difficult to score goals because there's nobody to give the passes. And we have much talent in that team. Look at what this guy did yesterday in his club, Oyedika. But he can't play in that team. He's always on the bench.
The structures are always very different.
So for me, I think the NFL should take much of the blame. And if you don't go to this World Cup, if you don't qualify for this World Cup, I think the federal government should do something about it.
So thank you. And let's move from the NFF down to English Premier League. We all have interesting matches for us to view this weekend. Saturday and Sunday, we have both Manchester United and Chelsea locking horns, as well as Arsenal and Manchester City. But we have other interesting games in the Premier League this weekend. We have Brighton and Tottenham Hotspurs. We have these two. Tottenham Hotspurs have been quite interesting this season. They've signed what they know is the right player, replacing Heung-min Son, who left this summer. What do you think that outcome of that match? You're looking at Brighton at home and Spurs away. What do you think of that particular game?
They're always a very good team. You can't rule them out. They are a very good manager, young manager.
Yeah.
They last season they did very well, even though they didn't perform last season unlike the previous season before that.
Yeah.
But I think they shocked Man City 2 weeks ago. They shocked Man City.
Yeah.
Is it 2-0 they defeated Man City didn't see that coming.
2-1.
Man City didn't see that coming. Tottenham this season have signed so many players. Yeah. They brought in a new manager, and they've signed like up to 6-7 players. Tottenham have in the last 3 games. I think they've won the last
3 games. They've only lost once this season and won the remaining 3 games.
Kick off the Champions League midweek, and they won 1-0 away.
Yeah.
So it should be a very interesting match. You can never rule Brighton out on any day, considering the fact that they have a very young squad that can take up on anybody.
Yeah.
When you expect you can easily beat them, that's when they will spring the surprise you. Nobody expected them to defeat Man City with all their stars, but they did. And they are playing in the first half. Man City didn't have any shot of target in the second half. So it could go either side. Don't rule. Tottenham has been on the rise.
Yeah.
With new manager.
The new manager bounce.
We'll go other side. I see potentially maybe a draw game here.
So let's go to Fulham versus Brentford. We know Brentford are also trying to pull their weight, but Fulham is like if the Super Eagles extension. We'll have like 3 Super Eagles players there. We have Eze Chukwueze going there to join his Super Eagles brothers and all that, and they are playing at home this season. What do you expect from those? They are playing with Brentford, yes.
Okay, Fulham, they've not. I think they've won 1, they draw 1, they've lost about 2 or 3. I expect Fulham to take that game. They brought 1 or 2 players on the deadline transfer.
Yeah.
The deadline transfer day. I think they should be able to nip that.
Yeah. So we're looking at the trio of Bassi, Iwobi, and Chukwueze. Would you expect a synergy in that lineup?
Of course. Chukwueze didn't play their last match. His coach said he was just settling in. But I expect him to be on Saturday 11 this time around. And issues have not really done badly. I watched a game against Chelsea.
Yeah.
I mean Fulham have not done badly. I watched a game against Chelsea. They didn't deserve to lose. But a bit of controversial goal scored by Chelsea, second goal. So I think Fulham is a side you can never push. You can't push them aside. They can spring a surprise. I see them edging their opponents.
Yeah, so let's move to the super match of Saturday: Manchester United versus Chelsea. This be an interesting one. Man U and Chelsea have always been locking heads for the past years. But last year we saw Chelsea have a stopover in their one-on-one games against Manchester United. What do you think this match is going to
Man United versus Man City? Interesting match. Man U have not, despite spending so much, over 200 million on the new front line, and they've not delivered. And there's so much pressure on Amorim to make sure if he doesn't win, I see him being kicked out this weekend.
Wow.
And of course, I don't know why I don't personally, I don't see. I'm not impressed with the way Man U have played. And the coach have said he will not change his tactics. Still, and it appears when his attacks is not working. So many Man U fans have covered. They should go cover his head. And Chelsea have brought in so many young players, so many good players, exciting players. They've done very well this season, although they lost being to Bayern in the Champions League. But I think Chelsea have enough quality to nick that game.
Yeah.
I think Amorim doesn't know what he's doing, and that team now seems to be in a confused state.
So let's look at Amorim in the spotlight. Putting him in the spotlight, what do you think should be, or what do you think should be the answer to? As you said, if he's not, if as you predicted, if he doesn't win this game, he might likely leave this weekend. But what is the replacement going to be like? And do you think if the new manager comes in, there's going to be a bounce in the squad? Because you're working with a squad that has spent over 200 million euros in the market already, and you are coming into this particular game trying to, you've done basically all you can do with yours. Benjamin Sesko came in and we're all thinking Benjamin Sesko is going to be the savior, the number 9 that Manchester United needs. Onana has gone to Turkey already. So looking at this structure that has been in place, what do you think should be if a replacement comes in, just in case? What are the changes?
I thought against Man City will have started the new goalkeeper. Right, I still went with the that supported you in the past. Obviously, we can see that his tactics are not working, and it's lucky to be that he's in Man U. Other club will have fired him since. Look at his statistics now. He has played about 35 or 32 matches. He has won just 13 or 12. So he has. I mean, on the winning, since he came in January last season, he has not won 3 matches in a row. I don't think he has even won 2 in a row. So in a big club like Man U, spend so much money and you're not delivering. I think the Glazer or the owner, I think their patient will finally run out one day.
Yeah.
A lot of Man U fans are not happy right now. I think the last 2 days that I've been talking about, maybe Carrick may be somebody that may come in, maybe one of the people that have been touted to come in to replace Amorim. So we have good, the players are there. It's just that the system he is bringing is not working. These are players, when they go to other club, they perform well. Look at Rashford in Barcelona. Look at McTominay in Napoli. Man U sold him. He went to Italy. He became the best player in Italian league last season.
But McTominay surprises me because during his time in Manchester United, he looked like the savior of the squad. He was playing the first 9 and he was still in the midfield. My question was, why did they have to sell him? Because the United did not see his worth during his time, and I thought he was the best player in the Manchester United squad at the season before he left, and he has gone to prove himself in Napoli, and he was one of the top player.
Yeah,
best player in Italian league last season.
Man is in a there's confusion within the structure of that club, because the decision to sell Tomini came as a surprise to everybody. Yeah. I was even surprised. Such a young talent, you came from the academy. I mean, it shows the disorganization within that football club. I don't know where they were trying to say. They were trying to meet the football financial rules.
Yeah.
Selling players. I don't think there was no justification for selling such a very good player.
Yeah.
He could score. Tomini was someone who could give you a goal from the midfield. Right now, we don't have any. I mean, the problem with the current coach is that there are some very good players on that bench who are not playing. Look at Mino.
Yeah.
To me, he's a very good player. Look at the Ugarte you are playing. You can't compare Mino and Ugarte.
Yeah.
How many goals Ugarte scores since he came to Man U? And I think there's some basic. If a very good coach come in, and very good coach come, I'm against employing all these young coaches.
Yeah.
Except maybe somebody who have played in Man U don't understand.
Can a Pochettino make Man U score goals again?
I think what we need is an experienced coach. That's something I'm advocating for. We need somebody who's experienced. Pochettino is experienced. He's been there and understand the Premiership. So maybe he can change things.
Right.
I don't just want you bring a coach that not test his what in the Premiership.
Let's move to the next fixture. Bournemouth versus Newcastle. This is a Sunday fixture. Newcastle, they're on the rise as well, trying to play Champions League this season as well. But we have
the Premiership is interesting in the fact that there is so much money, so everybody has strengthened. Yeah. There are those except for those clubs that probably come from the Championship. Yeah. But those that have been in the Premiership for the past 3 4 seasons, they've all strengthened and they have the money to buy players. So there's competition within the among teams.
Looking at the last
Bournemouth versus
Newcastle.
I think Newcastle have brought some exciting young players. They lose it out to Liverpool at the last day, but they brought in some about 2 good strikers. I think Bournemouth is a team you can never.
Yeah, because they won their last 3 games.
Oh, they defeated Tottenham away.
Tottenham away, they beat Wolves and Brighton.
Even Liverpool had to struggle. To defeat them on the first day, the first week. So it will be interesting. To see.
Let's go to the final game for Sunday, which is Arsenal versus Manchester City.
Wow.
Yeah. So what do you think of that, of the outcome of that game?
I think it's somewhat considering the fact that Arteta has spent so much this season. I think over 400 or over 400. I think it's close. Liverpool spent more than 400. Closely followed by Arsenal. Arsenal about some exciting good players this season. Everybody expects to compete for the title. Yeah. If Arteta can't win the league or if it go close to Liverpool this season, everybody will probably be calling for his head. So Arsenal should compete, and against Man City, they have a point to prove that despite all these good players they have brought in, I can compete. And beating Man City is just that a sign that yes, can challenge Liverpool for the title. Yeah. So Man City, they have brought some very good players also. They defeated Man U last week. They are on the rise, and then they brought a very good keeper for the PSG, which to me is the best goalkeeper in the world right now. So it will be interesting to see. But some people may tell you this is a goalkeeper that Chelsea.
So
I was there when Chelsea defeated PSG in the World Club final. So, it will be interesting. Man City, the last 2 meetings, I think Arsenal have not found it very easy.
Yeah, they haven't found it easy against Manchester City. But what do you predict for the scores of this game? And Arsenal at home, really?
Arsenal at home. Yeah. I think Arsenal will take this. I think Arsenal should take this. Maybe 2-1 or 1-0.
All right. So this is where we draw the curtains today on BD Match Center. Thank you for watching, and do catch us next week. It's promised to be an exciting show as we'll bring you every week, every Friday. Stay tuned to BDTV. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation.
The Executive Edge, Skills, Systems and Partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders and industry experts for a full day of engaging discussions, knowledge sharing and networking. The conference opened with a welcome address from Professor Olayinka David West, the Dean of Lagos Business School, who encouraged participants to take full advantage of the learning and networking opportunities. And this set the stage for insightful conversation and collaborations.
This conference is therefore not just an event, but an expression of what LBS stands for. It demonstrates that excellence at LBS is not confined to the classroom. It is actively lived out in how our students organize, collaborate, and engage with the world. By adding this conference to our student-led platforms, you enrich the leadership, innovation, and culture of excellence that define our school.
The keynote address was delivered by His Excellency Peter Obi, former presidential candidate and business leader. He spoke about the gap between strategy and execution, stressing that while ideas create vision, execution is what delivers real results. He also emphasized the importance of accountability, strong systems, and partnerships built on trust as essential for lasting success. The keynote speech emphasized the importance of strong execution in leadership, business, and governance.
When it comes to delivering the result, it is execution that matters. Just like I said, planning without doing will fail. Doing without planning will fail. So the critical thing I'm going to tell you today, as in my own little contribution as a trader, because in the business where I am as a trader, you are the CEO, you are the chief financial officer, chief operating officer, the cashier and everything. And I know that the critical aspect of what we are going to talk today is about execution.
A fireside chat on leadership with excellence explored how young leaders can leverage networks for personal and professional growth. Panel sessions led by industry experts focused on building execution-ready skills, designing accountable systems, and forming partnerships to drive innovation and growth.
It doesn't say that a leader must be, we're talking about responsible leadership. It comes with a lot of discipline. So it's somebody who is competent, who have the capacity and the compassion, the commitment. Because that commitment is what drives us. It's not something you can't execute halfway. You have that's why you have companies or countries that do well for 1 year and then the next year falls apart. Or you have somebody who is elected who does well for 1 year and then collapses. It has to be consistent. It's that consistency that makes all the difference. So when we talk execution as a competitive edge, it's something that must be consistent. It's the discipline aspect of it.
You can have all the plans in the world. You can have 5 years plans. You can have 10 years plans, good plans. But if you do not have the right execution, if you don't have the right leadership, if you don't have the guts to push, because we also learned that you can have the right execution, but if you don't have the guts, if you don't have the leadership to actually push the execution, because execution can be pushed back, right? You will not succeed.
I think there needs to be a system of learning, right? There needs to be a system of learning, and then failing fast. So you need to fail fast, make accommodation for that, and then learn from that and begin to grow. That's what I think that organizations need to do. They also need to train their staff to ensure that they have the requisite capacity to deliver on the strategic objectives of the organization. Execution rather requires discipline. You need to be able to follow execution religiously.
The event ended with networking sessions where students connected with alumni, entrepreneurs, and executives, gaining mentorship and career opportunities. The conference was widely seen as a success, inspiring participants to view execution not just as a process, but as a true competitive advantage in leadership and business.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra on BDTV. My name is Anthony Duba. Today on the show we have a juggernaut in the business of the movie industry. We have on the studio today Ruchi Franklin, aka, as we all know nowadays, Boss.
I thought you were going to say Brotherly. Well, that works, man.
Yeah, bro, Brotherly.
Good to see
nice
you,
to
man.
meet you, Brotherly. That word alone has been like a cultural influence in the movie scene, you know, and this is something that Nollywood has been clamoring for. Somebody that would give us like not just the actor himself, but the character and all that. So how was it like for you entering the mode, the body and the character of Boss? What was it all about at the beginning?
It was an interesting ride.
Yeah.
You know, it was so you know we shot this in 2023 and it's out in 2025, and having to encapsulate my experience, the journey in a less than 5 minutes, 20 minutes conversation. For me, it was just beyond words, you know. It wasn't a walk in the park, but then again, we're grateful for the outcome, you know, and the reception, not just from Nigerians, but globally. You know, it wasn't a walk in the park. I don't look forward to playing such a character, you know, except my manager says you gotta do it. So yeah, it wasn't a walk in the park.
So let's wind back to when you started acting as a career. When was that for you?
My mom would say I started, you know, as a child. I've always entertained my sisters because I grew up with a lot of women in the house, so I always used to entertain them. I lived for improvisation as a child, you know, so I would always come up with characters and just, you know, entertain them. So I'd say I started from home, and which transitioned into church, you know. And church, I was the only teenager in the men's fellowship drama group. So imagine a teenager smacking the head of an elder in church. And the church I attended at the time was Evangelical Church of West Africa, ECWA. So they're pretty, it's like a mixture of Deeper Life and Jehovah's Witness. So, you know, when you're a teenager in the men's fellowship, men's drama fellowship, it's a big deal, you know. I mean, for my mom, it was. For me, it was just, I'm on the pulpit, I'm smacking elder, I can't remember his name, but the image of that day on the pulpit, yeah, that was fun, it was fun. So for me, it started from church, and I've always known that, you know, this was it for me, you know, hence why I'm being asked why acting. This is my means of evangelism, you know, so I've always known that I was going to act. I've always known that this is my calling, you know, as men of God say. So this is my calling for me, and I've always known that I got to be here, you know, I got to be here to pass the torch. I got to be here so light the torch of myself by the grace of God, you know, so yeah.
Yeah, so, and by lighting the torch on yourself, right, and getting into Nollywood, who were the first people that you had to associate with to get you to be yourself, to be the actor and the brand that you are today?
Interesting question, you know. I'd say I started off late, you know, because earlier on I was talking about from kindergarten to church. You know, one would think that I would start as a child, you know, but my dream and vision has always been to leave Africa and go do work with, you know, go do work in Hollywood, you know, in different parts of the world. But God had better plans for me. In 2011, I think, I came to Lagos to attend a reality TV show that was going to poach actors from Nigeria and Ghana and take them to Hollywood for training, and also, you know, just give them access to filming in Hollywood. So that's why I came to Lagos. I didn't come to Lagos to act, you know. I mean, at the time, I was ignorant, you know, so I wanted to leave, and that's the vision I had. And all my friends were like, oh no, you have to do this, yeah, you know, you have to, you could start off like Ramsey, like RMD, look at all these people, you know. But I was like, nah, man, I'm trying to do movies with Anthony Hopkins, trying to do movies with, you know, this guy's named Radcliffe, you know, all these people. Because I just had a knack for the impossible. Still do, hence why we're here. So that didn't work because God had better plans for me. And at the time, they were not better plans because I wanted to get out, you know. So went to Ghana, I got picked, came back to Nigeria, you know, everybody was excited. My mom threw a party, oh, my son is going to Hollywood, he's been talking about it for years. And we get to the embassy, and the United States of America at the time said, on behalf of the United States, we did it, man. I was a black guy, you know. I was like, bro, this is what I'm going for. I'm going to act. I don't care about your country. I just want to go act, you know. The guy was like, no, man, I can't go. And I looked to my left. My colleague at the time, she got her visa, you know. I was like, wow, man. I was broken, I was shattered. I was like, what am I going to do? Because I didn't see, you know, doing movies in Nigeria as a theme for me at the time. You know, like I said, I was ignorant, you know. So my dear sister, Dr. Inya Sarah Lawal gives me a call and says, hey bro, I know you're broken, I know you don't want to talk to anybody because this was a dream to go to Hollywood and just make a mockery of them. And we've got fantastic actors in Nigeria. It's not just about Hollywood, but hey, they've denied you your visa, what's next? I'm like, okay, so what do you want me to do? She was like, AY Ayomako. His birthday was 2 days ago. Happy birthday, I'll say. And she was like, AY is doing an audition for a sitcom. I'm like, please, man, yeah, no, man. That's not why I'm here. And besides, AY is a comedian. I know him as Yeah. I don't know him as a filmmaker because I didn't know him at the time. She was like, just go for it. Just go for it. I get there pretty late. They had auditioned over 700 people at the time. Just walked in, ignorant, nonchalant. I just walked in, and his manager and producer at the time, Darlington Abuda, just looked at me and picked me out of the crowd and said, you come. I hadn't spent like 5 minutes there. I was like, okay. And I walked in. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's just funny. And I walked in and they were like, okay, you need to, we've got our cast, but since you're here and the producer brought you in, just do something for us. The nerve of these people to do something. Because I didn't have transport to go back.
Oh.
So this was me just, you know what, let me just do what Sarah wants so that I'll have peace. Because, she was my wise ear at the time. I go in and I do an improv and they're like, oh, sorry, we need to call AY. AY comes upstairs and I do it again. And AY invites me to his house, says I've been picked. That's how, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm chilling with Sami and Dele, my brothers at the time, still are. And I get a call, AY says, come to his house. I'm like, hey, yo, AY called me. So they go now.
Sorry, what year was this?
This was 2012, I think, 2012, yeah. So I get there and I see Alex Akubo, first time meeting him. And we read and he's like, oh, okay, we're gonna start filming in 2 weeks or so. I'm like, oh, okay. And we did AY's crib. Yeah. So it was myself, Alex Akubo, Osh Bebe, the comedian, Justice, Vanita. Yeah. Vanita? Did you say Vanita? Vanita, okay. Vanita Akpofri, gorgeous human being.
Very gorgeous.
Yeah, and we had, celebrities come in and out of the show. It was a sitcom. It was just about AY and his broke and annoying friends that lived with him. So we did that 2 seasons and I just started, I had to give Nigeria a chance. So over a decade down the line, I'm sitting down here with Anthony.
Thank you. So let's take it back. So after, not everybody knows that you were an AY script because that was one of the biggest.
At the time it was
show at the time.
Yeah, it was the biggest.
When the evolution of having videos on your phone, YouTube, and all that.
Oh yeah.
This was something that people always wanted to go and stream online. This was just to make them laugh. And Osh Baby was my favorite character back then.
Who was your favorite character? Osh Baby was nuisance. My goodness. Oh, the Osh Baby was it for me. Osh, AY, of course, Vanita. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I think there was this little boy again that used to play like his Vanita's brother.
That's Freeze's son. You know Freeze now, Mr. Controversial. That's his kid. That's his kid. Wow. I wonder how old that boy is now.
Wow. Man, those are memories, man. 2012, like one of those golden years.
Yeah.
So let's now go straight to coming in as one of the Hollywood honks.
Yeah, I'll take Hollywood. It's fine.
Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, we're getting there. So we're doing that, and last year you appeared in the movie. The Weekend, one of my favorite movies. Working with the likes of Daniel Rai. Tell me what was that?
Bro, Daniel Oriahi is a gift to this country, man. Yeah. There's a funny story about the project, and I'm just grateful to God that he directed it. And I had the opportunity of playing alongside, again, Uzoma Kappa. It's an actor's dream to have the right crop of creative performer in the same frame with you know, and she just makes the work just effortless. For me, I'd say that's my best film. Honestly, I know I'm going to do a lot of great films, but it wasn't just about the story. It was the process, the journey behind getting to that project for me, you know. So, and all that it did when it came out, when I saw what we created. The studio took out a lot of scenes and they reworked the script, but it was just, that's a divine project. That's the first Nigerian film that got picked by Tribeca, you know, and we also got picked by Scream Festival. Scream? Yeah, I think Scream, yeah. And it's the first Nigerian film to be noticed by such an establishment, such a grand establishment. So it was just, Daniel is I'm gonna be honest, I'm in love with Daniel, man. That man better not call me for a cheesy ass production, because I'll say yes. She get like, there are not too many Daniels.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He was in the studio here with us.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, this year.
Oh,
I think after last year when the weekend was like hot and everything. So we had him here, and he's one of the most intelligent people in the movie industry I've ever seen.
He's a film buff, you know, and that's the type of person you want to work with, because they get you, you know, as a performer, as a creative, they get you, because it's not just as an actor, because you know what we do is just, it's beyond entertainment, you know. So he gets it. I don't need to say too much. Daniel gets it, you know, hence my utmost respect and admiration for him. I'm glad he's Nigerian.
Yeah. So we move to the next film. Like, we move after that. We see, you know, there is this Kemi Adetiba that comes up with, you know, the trailer of
to kill
the monkey.
All the monkey.
Yeah, what is this? And what was it like when she approached you?
Yeah.
I wish I could have her in the studio, but I heard she really doesn't do a lot of media stuff.
She does.
So,
We're doing it for her.
Yeah. Yeah, so like when you saw the script, or when she called on you, what was your reaction, given that she has done things like the
Anthony, it's Kemi Adetiba Hamzaka. Yeah. All you need is a call from that woman, and I'm telling you for a fact that your life will not remain the same, you know. I don't look forward to working with intelligent, brilliant creatives. I enjoy working with people that have the grace of God upon them, you know, because you might just get yourself in $1 billion project and it's shelved.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? And it's not making the rounds in your motherland. They're praising you in Australia, meanwhile in Nigeria, nobody knows your name. It will hurt you. Even if you're making a reasonable buck, it will hurt you. But when you work with somebody that has the hand of God in what they do, they turn their mistakes into perfection. That's my prayer every time before I roll. I always pray to God, turn my mistakes into perfection. When that lady called me, I told my manager, man, there's no going back. Don't make mistake. Don't go wait, lie on with it. Okay. Kemi that I've been chasing since before Oscar married her. Yeah, I've been chasing. This woman, I must work with you. But, you know, it's not what you want, it's how God. Yeah. And they reached out to me. I heard about the general auditions, but it's still my thing to go for general auditions. I asked my Heavenly Father, it's not from a place of pride, I just know what I want to. I told my brother, please, they've done general auditions. Let them reach out to me now. You know, weeks and days went by. I got a call. We need you to do a 9 to 10 minutes monologue and send it in less than 48 hours. I was like, again, the nerve. I had malaria at the time. I was taking medications, you know. And the scene they sent to me to do was the restaurant scene. The blow up between Obals and Efemili. And I do it. I send it. A couple of days later, the producer, her brother, Remy Adetiba, calls me. Says, hey, Brucci, I was just calling you to tell you got the job. I was like, okay. Glory to God. But still, oh, now don't make mistake. I sent Kemi a text message immediately, and I told her, "Thank you very much for, reaching out to me."
Yeah.
I sent in my self-tape. This was before, that text message was before Remy called me to tell me that I got the job. Because I did the audition in March, if I'm not mistaken, first week in March. I sent her a message the next day after sending my self-tape. And I said, "My name is Buchi Franklin." Sent in my self-tape. I'd like to know your idea for a boss, because mine is God sent. I won't be grooming a hair on my body. I'm not going to be grooming until it's time to film. So if Kevin had decided to shoot this film in 2027, I'd look like Wolverine talking to you, bro. So I did that. She never got that text message, thank God. She probably would be, it would freak her out. But I still have the text message. Then I get the call, then I tell my manager, "Yo, let's go, man. This one is beyond how much I want. This is, for me, this is a statement, And it was a statement for me because I'm a big fan of her work. If you follow her trajectory from Wedding Party to King of Boys,
it's just special.
Yeah, and to everything that she's ever done. Music videos, once she shot for Banky and the likes. It's just something divine, about Kemi's work. So I was looking forward to just shutting everybody up with this amazing woman. And I get a call, we talk for the first time. While we're talking, and I tell her, "Please, man, I know this is your comeback, but can we pray?" And I get on my knees and I tell her we pray and we cry and we pray, and the rest they say is brotherly. So Kevin is and forever will be, of course.
So I'm guessing that during that same time, while you are reading the script, you're trying to incorporate like the character or boss into your personality.
Oh yeah, I had been in character before they called me. I was visualizing myself in it. I visualized myself walking in a Kosodi, breaking up with a girl at just behind the kiosk, Ring Road. I don't know this place, so don't think I know that. I visualized myself running from boys at night in Uniband, wearing a friend's outfit to go to BUI or BBIU to go talk to some girl, and I'm coming back and that guy says, "Why you wear my clothes?" So I was a Benin boy, true and true. Oh yeah, and I asked my Heavenly Father for access, and He gave me access. So I was attracting Benin girls, and what we're doing together is none of your beautiful business, So it was just like I said, I was in character from March until they called me. I was like, "Oh, okay, nice one, man. Okay, no, I think I can't remember when I got the script, but I think I got that script in less than a month before we started filming. Yeah, over 300 pages, But for me, the scripts were a guideline. It was just a guide to what God had put in me. Because I'm happy that the world can see what, God did. Because it was beyond my understanding of performance, And as a performer, as I was asking the Holy Spirit for access, you also need to be intentional. You can't just, you don't, if you're going for exams, you're not going to pray to God for answer. You read, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I had that. I created a shrine for Obos. Obos was alive at the time. The people that shook hands with me and laughed at jokes and shared time and space with me didn't necessarily spend time with Buchi. They were spending time with Obos. And I was careful with the projects that I was doing because Obos was just, how a pregnant woman has a child in her, and it's first of blood before it forms into fetus, and while it's a fetus, it's growing. So all of that was going on inside my body. That's the only way I can explain it. I did a series with Madame Ireti Doya, love her so much. I did a film with AY Merriman 3. So 2023, I did less than, I think I did about 4 projects because I couldn't do too much because the balls were sticking, you know. So yeah. Wow, it just feels like yesterday. 2023 feels like yesterday.
So how many actors do you think can do this the way you do, like in terms of getting that character? Sometimes I call it method acting. It's something like we have like the Ledger doing the Joker.
Yeah. Oh, that's one of my favorite performers. I call him a performer. I don't call him an actor. I feel like it dumbs it down, you know. Actor? No, it's a performer because he creates. It's magic. What we do is magic, you know. And method, yes, it's a style, but what I do is in method, you know, because I understand what method is. Heck, I was tutored by great lecturers, but I know that what I do is in method. Are there creatives, performers that can do what I do? I believe so, by the grace of God. But until then,
it's challenging.
There's not a challenge, but until then, because I'm more about putting Nigeria on the map. So for me, it's not about competition. It's here in the biggest.
Ugly. It's not flowing like now. Laptop, phones. Laptop is not that trending like that.
Industry. As we continue to find more second-hand goods in good condition, sometimes refurbished, the catch here is that these gadgets are significantly cheaper than newer ones. For many vendors and customers, it offers balance between affordability and quality.
I've been in this business for over 15 years. I did computer accessories, phone accessories, and gadgets. Talking about your shop depends on the size of the shop. So, well, if you want to stock up my shop, I think with 5 million, the shop was stocked up. 2 years ago, we were something like 10 million. It's double now. In a month, when I make my business, I'm making about 300,000, 500,000 in a month. Now, I must be sincere with you. Now, sales has drastically dropped. You know, now if you make a month 200,000, you are trying. And once the person comes to your shop and appraise you market, what's important is that stability in business matters a lot. Once you're stable and you're priced, and they know that this guy's price, and once it's into the crisis, it crisis. When they come there, they say a price is okay. That make sure you don't over cost. You give minimum price. If you say you're not buying, you go to elsewhere and you see the same price. And something tells you that this guy is right. You go to 1, 2, 3 shops. You will come back. You come back and give it to me. But when you now put it like 10,000, and go to the house and say I see 5,000, you know you are disobedient. I stopped importation when the dollar increase cuts. So if you want to business, when the dollar starts being unstable, you have to pause and be careful. So but now that the dollar is a bit stable now, we went to importers varies. They put that can't stop importing because they've started importing in millions and billions. All they will do is to keep on importing. But we that are still at the verge of starting. If that kind of dollar issue come up, you have to pause. Go to days that have been a duty of importing. If you want to die early, you fly all the goods, so you die. But it is every goods that you fly. There's a goods that rates you put it on ship. You come in 3 months time. You don't say that are light, anything like this, all these things, anything like all these things, airport and all these ones. They come, all these ones. Anything that responsibility, like smartwatch, earbud, the iPhone chargers, all these things are here. You can fly these ones.
This trend has become the heartbeat of the gadget industry, especially in markets in Nigeria, where brand new electronics are becoming increasingly out of reach for the man on the streets.
Like more than 9 years, I sell mobile phone during the time of maybe let me say Buhari regime. Things are a little okay during that time. Even the dollar rate is okay during that time. But this period, also this is international business,
so we always buy it in dollar. But this time around, because of more high of the things, so people are not demanding like before again. So things is not moving again. So I bought from Dubai and we carry it in hand luggage. And when we reach at the airport, then they will clear it. Cannot tell you the amounts they used to clear it, but now things are high. There's no business anymore. There's no business. People are complaining that things are high. Somebody will eat first before changing phone. So it's not it's not okay. In fact, that's what I can say. People are coming because when you sell better, maybe when the thing that you are selling is okay, you will have more customers. And business is when you are okay with what you are doing, when you are good with anything you are doing, so people will like to patronize you. If you are good, it's okay, but if you are not selling things that they don't like, they will complain. Like sometimes the fault will not from us, it will be from the factory. Sometimes you will buy phone like this, maybe sometimes the battery will not be complete like 100%. You understand? So they will complain why I bought this, it's not charging very well, or maybe all this one. But that one is from factory, not us, because we bought it like that.
To crown this episode, let's give you a breakdown of the prices of gadgets, so the next time you head to the market, you are fully informed.
Keyboard for laptop at a system is about 2 years ago, it's about 35. Now it's 6,000, 7,000. Travel stand 2 years ago, 2 years ago it started coming in vogue. So 2 years ago, it depends on the size of the travel stand. This is at my back, I first stands. First stands start coming out early this year, not much of 2 years ago. On the kind of the phone stand, there's one of 2,000, one of 1,500, one of 3,000, one of, you see, according to the value of it or the quality of it. One of, let me say 1,500, one of 2,000. It's a plastic, but it's very good. Most people that sell phones use it to stand their phone. And most people that do online stuff like TikToks use it for stand their phone. So the brain of 5,000, 4,000, looking like this. It's a more quality, it's iron. So it's more strong and it's like 260 degrees. So the area that the phone stand is the more the quality, the more the price. I'm over 50K. I don't know what to say. I'm over 54. It's okay, but I don't know. But even say phone sell by the gig and by the RAM. So if you say 1 gig, 1 gig, 2 gig, I can see it. At your mercy. So everybody go with phone that's 8 gig, 12 gig RAM. So it's more the RAM is the speed. The more the RAM, the more the speed. So those ones are 150K, you can see, but you can see on Tokumbos. Phone that's moved the market more that is, even say Nigeria is crazy about is iPhone and Samsung. You that the trend now. So do you go for iPhone? Is iPhone your phone that you can use now, sell now, use buy now, sell now? You buy as if it's a hello. But Samsung also sells. But I'm telling you, iPhone and Samsung are the bomb. The iPhone is your god of the all.
Of course, there is a phone 50K, but it's those used one like second hand.
Let me also like iPhone 11 Pro now, new one, you can see like 700,000-800,000. Why fully used, you can see like 350,000-400,000.
Business Day Television.
Hello, this is a news update reaching live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, NIS unveils centralized passport center with capacity to produce 5,000 passports daily. Federal government unveils pension bank loans to empower retirees. Nigerian companies ready for bigger oil rows, NCDMB. Tinubu earmarks 25 billion naira for health projects in FCT, Wike. Thank you for joining us on News Updates. I am Deborah Eze. The Nigeria Immigration Service has unveiled a new centralized passport production system in Abuja capable of producing up to 5,000 passports every day. This is a major leap from the old system, which could only turn out a few hundred daily. Speaking at the launch, Interior Minister Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo described the reform as game-changing, noting it is the first time in 62 years that Nigeria will run a single central passport hub. Officials say the advanced machines will help cut delays and clear backlogs, with passport now expected to be ready within a week of application. Already, more than 200,000 pending applications have been processed under the new system. However, the improved efficiency comes with higher costs. From this month, applicants will pay 100,000 naira for a 5-year passport and 200,000 naira for a 10-year booklet, double the previous fees. Authorities insist the reform will improve transparency, speed, and service delivery for Nigerians at home and abroad. And moving on, the federal government has launched a new pension-backed loan scheme aimed at expanding financial access for Nigeria's retirees. The program is being implemented through the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation in partnership with Leadway Trustees and Optimus Bank. It allows pensioners to borrow from 50,000 naira upward with loan limit tied directly to their monthly pension income. At the signing of the agreement in Abuja, Credit Crop Managing Director Uzoma Nwagba described the initiative as a critical step forward, affordability, security, and dignity for senior citizens. He also praised President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, saying pensioners long excluded from credit now have a direct path to finance. Industry stakeholders called the scheme a major milestone. Some beneficiaries say it is already transforming lives. Amina Sule, a retired teacher, says the loan helped her start a poultry business, while Chukwuemeka Okeke, a former civil servant, used it to cover medical bills. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board is calling on local oil and gas service providers to expand into deep water operation. Executive Secretary Felix Ogbe made the call during an inspection of West African Ventures Limited, or Nigeria Limited facilities at the Federal Ocean Terminal in Onne, River State. Ogwe praised WAF's fabrication yard, vessels, and heavy-duty equipment, recalling how he awarded the company its first offshore contract while at Chevron. He highlighted Waves rolling mill, ocean-going vessels, and a 160-ton crane as proof of Nigeria's world-class capacity in oil services. He reaffirmed the NCDMB's commitment to transparent bidding processes and urged more Nigerian companies to participate in deep water projects. Waves Management, with over 4 decades of experience, says it still suffers from low patronage despite its proven capabilities. Industry analysts believe that bringing more Nigerian players into deep water operations could boost oil output, attract fresh investment, and strengthen the sector's overall competitiveness. And River State's Governor Similayi Fubara has today arrived at the Port Harcourt International Airport on Magua 2 days after President Bola Tinubu lifted the state of emergency imposed on the state and ordered his reinstatement. The aircraft touched down at exactly 11:50 a.m. on ground to receive the governor, where several of his supporters. Residents of Port Harcourt have been expecting the arrival of Fubara in the state following the lifting of his suspension by the president. On Thursday, thousands of loyalists and supporters gathered at the government house, but Fubara did not show up. It is expected that his resumption of office will see River State run into full democratic governance. And we are being joined by our correspondent, joining us from Port Harcourt, Kelechi Nwaucha, to give us an update on Governor Similayi Fubara's arrival to the state. I think we lost Kelechi. We'll go on a quick break now. Up ahead now. Tinubu earmarked 25 billion naira for health projects in FCT. Wike. We bring you more details after this timeout.
All the ladies, the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Which helps you get knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is still the news update on Business Day Television. Before we went on that break, we're being joined by our correspondent all the way from Port Harcourt, Kelechi Umaucha, to give us an update on Governor Similai Fubara's arrival to the state. Good afternoon, Kelechi. All right, Kelechi, can you give us an update on the arrival of the Port Harcourt state governor as he resumes his duty today?
Okay, Governor Siminalayi Fubara resumed, landed on Port Harcourt Airport by 12 days. With promoters welcome. The crowd there was overwhelming. They were pushing, they wanted to touch the governor, but they could not. Because of that, the security, governor's security detail had to lift him back into the car because he tried to come out to welcome, to receive them as he came to welcome. But the crowd was so huge. We could not speak to them. Like yesterday, they were there in their numbers, they were there in their thousands, they were there in their hundreds, trying to see their governor, trying to reach out to him. Those that we interviewed earlier in the day said that they love their governor. They are happy to have him. The state is in a jubilant mood. Everywhere is happy. After 6 months, it's a breath of fresh air for them.
Okay, now let's see the reason for the crowd. From what you've seen on ground, why do you think this large crowd actually turned out today for him?
The crowd today at the airport is like 1/4 of the crowd that was at the government house yesterday. they insisted that they came with their money, they paid their transport first to get to the airport. So if you know Port Harcourt, you know that getting to Omagua International Airport is by distance. Omagua International Airport is outside the Port Harcourt metropolis, on the outskirts. So for someone to pay his transport from the town to get to the outskirts to receive the governor, you know very much that the person lost the job. And that was what they were saying. They will lost our job. They were singing it, they were dancing. So they came out to receive the governor in the numbers, and they say they will keep loving him and they keep standing by. For them, it has been 6 months of stagnation, 6 months of waiting for progress, 6 months of economy being on the doldrums. The economy went down, some would say by almost 60% or even 80% in the past. For them, it's a breath of fresh air.
So far, we understand that the governor landed around 11:50 a.m. Has he addressed the people yet? And if he has, what exactly did he say?
Okay, when the governor came in by that time, he tried to walk out of the VIP lounge to address the people. He actually came out of the VIP lounge, walking towards the crowd. But the crowd was too much. Some of them got him, some of them wanted to say, stand up close by him. Some of them wanted even to take selfie with him. But the crowd was so much that a sort of mini stampede was about to result from the pushing and the pulling. So the security detail, the governor's security detail had to whisk him away from that situation so as not to endanger him and to endanger other people around. And whisk him back into the VIP lounge. And from the VIP lounge, they had no other option than enter his vehicle, and of course the convoy left straight for the government house. So at the government house, the governor was able to make his short address. He addressed people and told them that he's happy and that he's satisfied with the reception that was accorded even yesterday's reception. Of course, he promised to make the state, make sure
Kelechi, for your report. We'll still be in touch with you as it unfolds in Port Harcourt, Rivers State.
Thank you.
All right, we move on in the news where the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, says the federal government has earmarked 25 billion naira for healthcare projects in Abuja under the 2025 FCT budget. Speaking on Thursday while inaugurating a new road linking Wuye district to Ring Road 2, Wike dismissed threats of protest and insisted that no sector is being neglected. Critics have accused him of focusing too much on infrastructure, but the minister rejected the claims, declaring that no one would blackmail him or derail President Bola Tinubu's agenda. He argued that the ongoing road projects are designed to promote economic growth for residents, not personal benefit. The remarks come amid mounting pressure on the FCT administration, with resident doctors in Abuja continuing an indefinite strike over unpaid salaries, poor hospital facilities, and stalled promotion. The strike is now in its second week, disrupting medical services across the territory. And away from that story, the federal government has dismissed reports questioning the state of the Ajaokuta Steel Company, insisting the plant remains in good shape. In a statement, the Ministry of Steel Development said a full technical and financial audit of the complex is currently underway to ensure that decisions about its future are transparent, data-driven, and in Nigeria's best interest. The ministry's head of press and public relations, Salamutu Jibanya, noted that a previous audit in 2018 found the plant to be in robust condition, aside from normal wear and tear on replaceable parts. That review also recommended automating some of the manual control systems to improve efficiency. Officials now say they are confident the new audit will provide a clear basis for decisive action, helping to chart a fresh roadmap for revitalizing Ajaokuta. They maintain the plant remains central to Nigeria's industrial and economic ambitions, and that its revival will be key to advancing the country's development agenda. And moving on, cybersecurity experts are warning that Nigerian banks must urgently scale up their defense as the cost of cybercrime continues to soar. A new report from the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System shows lenders lost more than 52 billion naira to fraud in 2024, nearly triple the figure recorded in 2023. Speaking at the Cybersecurity Forum in Lagos, industry leaders said the rapid growth of artificial intelligence and cloud technologies is giving criminals powerful new tools. They cautioned that banks relying on outdated systems are now dangerously exposed. Nonso Mabuike, executive director at BitSpace, noted that while some banks are making investment, the scale of threat requires greater vigilance. He stressed that strong protection involves not just firewalls and software, but also a blend of people, processes, and technology. Smaller firms, he added, should understand that affordable solutions exist. Other experts, including Frank Egwaikide, Chief Information Security Officer at DLM Capital, describe AI as a double-edged sword. They warned that hackers are already using artificial intelligence to launch sophisticated cyber attacks, making it vital for Nigerian banks to deploy AI-powered defenses of their own. And United Bank for Africa has announced an interim dividend of 25 kobo per share for the first half of 2025, a payout worth just over 10 billion naira. That's a sharp 85% drop compared with the 68 billion naira distributed in the same period last year. Despite the cut, UBA posted a net income of 335 billion naira, up 6% year-on-year, boosted by higher interest incomes, and a 40% drop in impairment charges to 35 billion naira. The bank's balance sheet also showed total assets rising 10% to 33 trillion naira through its loan book, although its loan book grew only 3%, reflecting a cautious stance after the central bank ended regulatory forbearance on risky assets. Analyst says UBA's conservative approach is raising questions, with the bank returning less than 1% of free cash flow to shareholders, while also pushing ahead with the rights issues at a premium. They warn the move could test investors' confidence in months ahead. And still to come, South African minister meets U.S. representatives in push for trade deal. This and more after this commercial break.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. Oh God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. You beat them. Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But that's how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
And welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa, where South African Trade Minister Park Stow has met with U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Gray for talks in Washington as Pretoria seeks to roll back steep U.S. tariffs. President Donald Trump last month imposed a 30% tariff on South African imports, the highest in sub-Saharan Africa. Analysts warn it could trigger tens of thousands of job losses, with unemployment already above 30%. Both governments described the talks as cordial and constructive and agreed to a roadmap for further negotiations. Relations remain tense, however, after Trump's unfounded claims of persecution of white South African, allegations that led to a U.S. refugee program. Agriculture Minister John has hinted that tariff relief may only come if South Africa reviews its affirmative action laws. Uganda's public debt has risen sharply, growing by 26.2% in 2024-2025 financial year. A new report from the Finance Ministry shows total public debt climbed to $32.3 billion by June, compared to $25.6 billion the year before. The debt has been swelling rapidly in recent years as President Yoweri Museveni's government pours money into large-scale infrastructure projects, from energy and transportation to other priority sectors. But experts, including the central bank, have repeatedly warned that the rising cost of repayment is eating into resources needed for critical services such as education and health. Most of the increase in the last financial year came from domestic borrowing, which jumped by more than 52%. By contrast, external borrowing rose by just over 6%. The report notes that the heavy reliance on domestic credit has pushed up overall debt service costs because local lenders demand higher interest rates. And to the foreign scene, the US dollar held largely steady in early Asian trading today as investors look for fresh direction following the Federal Reserve's rate cut earlier this week. The greenback inched higher against the yen, last trading at 148.08 after data showed Japan's core consumer prices rose at their slowest pace in 9 months. Markets are now awaiting the Bank of Japan's policy decision later in the day, with expectations it will keep rates unchanged at 0.5%. Meanwhile, political developments in Tokyo are also in focus as veteran lawmaker Shinao Takachi, a forerunner in the ruling LDP's leadership race, is set to outline economic policies. In the United States, attention is on Trump's administration's trade and monetary policy. The Supreme Court has scheduled arguments for November 5th on the legality of tariffs imposed on imports, a key feature of Donald Trump's economic agenda. At the same time, markets are ramping up bets on another Fed rate cut in October, with futures pricing showing more than 90% odds of a 25 basis point move. And also, the US dollar held largely steady in early Asian trading today as investors look for fresh direction following the Federal Reserve's rate cut earlier this week. The greenback edged higher against the yen, last trading at 148.08 after data showed Japanese core consumer prices rose at their slowest pace in 9 months. Markets are now awaiting the Bank of Japan's policy decision later in the day, with expectations it will keep rates unchanged at 0.5%. Meanwhile, political developments in Tokyo are also in focus as the lawmaker, a foreigner in the ruling LDPs, is set to outline our economic policies. Up next is sport news after this break. Just stay with us. Now to sports, Arsenal Football Club has confirmed the promotion of Richard Garlick to the role of Chief Executive Officer. The move comes as Tim Lewy, who has served as Executive Vice Chair since 2023, stepped down and left the club. Luis, 62, has been a prominent figure in the boardroom since 2020 and a long-time advisor to the owners, Korenke Sports Entertainment, dating back to 2007. In addition, the club has strengthened its board with the appointment of Kelly Bihaha and Otto May as non-executive directors alongside Dave Steiner and Ben Wiston. The reshuffle is seen as part of Arsenal's ongoing effort to consolidate leadership and drive the next phase of its growth both on and off the pitch. And to end the news, Marcus Rashford marked his return to England in style, scoring 2 stunning goals to help Barcelona beat Newcastle in the Champions League. Rashford struck twice in just 9 second-half minutes, first heading home a Jules Koundé cross past goalkeeper Nick Pope before firing a spectacular long-range strike in front of England manager Thomas Tuchel. It was Rashford's first game back in England since moving to Barcelona on loan following his exile from Manchester United, first term under head coach Ruben Amorim. The 26-year-old even lost his iconic number 10 shirt at United to new signing Matheus Cunha before leaving Old Trafford. Now with mounting speculation over Amorim's future as United boss, questions are being asked. Could Rashford yet earn a second chance at Old Trafford? And that's as much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome to bdtv Roundtable, where we take up issues in our country and dissect them to your understanding. Today, we'll be discussing two topics, and that is the expected return of suspended Governor of Rivers State, Sim Fubara, to Government House on the 18th of this month, and of course, the recent warning by Sheikh Gumi, an Islamic cleric, to the military and other security agencies in Nigeria not to provoke the bandits in Katsina State. These are the two issues we'll discuss today, and of course, as usual, I have in the house two gentlemen, the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Agomo Zebulon.
Thank you for inviting me.
And of course, Mr. Chukwuroko, the assistant editor at Business Day here.
Thank you for inviting me to the program.
Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Like I said, the suspended governor of Rivers State is expected to return to Government House, Rivers State, on the 18th of this month. I think that's Thursday. I mean, just a couple of days down the line. Having been suspended and removed from office on the 18th of March 2025 by Mr. President, President Tinubu, who imposed emergency rule following a political crisis in Rivers State, sparked by a disagreement between the Fubara and, of course, the 27 lawmakers in the state who are loyal to the FCT minister, Yeson Wike. You'll recall during the recent local government election in the Rivers State, Wike, who was on ground to cast his vote, actually said that Sim Fubara was expected to return to Government House on the 18th of this month. So we are looking forward to that. The president is back in the country. We are too, and perhaps maybe that's one of the reasons the president had to cut short his vacation overseas to come back to Nigeria to maybe supervise that return of Fubara, or maybe leave the suspension in order to leave the emergency rule in order to allow Fubara and the members of the State House of Assembly to return to the office. And so let's get into it. And I will start with you, Seb. Ibo Ete-Ibas was appointed the sole administrator in Rivers State following the imposition of emergency rule by the president. Said he has achieved the mandate of the president. And people are wondering, what really was the mandate of Mr. President to Ibo Ete-Ibas? Zeb, what was this mandate? Can you?
Well, thank you, Josh. The military sole administrator said he was given a mandate, and many of us are not privy to the mandate given to him. So it may not be correct for me to now say he has achieved or not, or he has not achieved. But from what we could see, what he did, and when this emergency rule was clamped on the state, people hazarded a lot of things. People alleged that the presidency in cahoots with the minister of FCT just wanted to grab Rivers State, and riding on the crest of alleged lack of peace or disturbances, saying that Rivers State is an oil bearing state, and that whatever that happened to Rivers State may disrupt oil bearing or oil exploration activities and the revenue. So EBOC may have been foisted on Rivers State to restore peace.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know if there was any threat to peace in Rivers State. What they had that time was political disagreement. They had political disagreement. Governor Fubara was not agreeing with his godfather, who has gone to Abuja as the FCT minister. And the standoff between both politicians divided the rank and file of the people in the state. And that may have been the reason why they termed that the state had become ungovernable, and they took it away from the governor. restoring peace, people also accuse the Ebas of enriching himself, going beyond his remit, because people are saying that going as far as approving without just the National Assembly had to approve bogus budgets running into billions for him. Where he spent this thing, nobody knows. In fact, people are calling for his probe to know how he spent and where he spent all those money. So the onus still lies on him to tell the world what those mandates were and what he has achieved, because the jury is still yet out. I am sure that when Fubara comes, people will be able to speak out to say the sole administrator should come up and tell us what he has done with a lot of millions. By the way, people are still not happy that a sole administrator went ahead to appoint a REC chairman for the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission and went ahead to supervise the election. And well, in the course of
and swore them in.
A sole administrator. So he really went beyond his remit. But like I said, the jury is yet out on what were his mandates and how far he went in delivering on those mandates.
Thank you, Zeb. Let me come to you. Don't you think that Ibori Tebas perhaps has achieved, has brought about peace? Because you recall that one of the immediate things that triggered the emergency rule by the president was the explosion that rocked a pipeline in the River State, and I think that was the immediate thing that made the president to step in immediately. And then, of course, so all throughout the period of Ibori, in the 6 months that is ending in a couple of days, we didn't hear any such thing. It means that perhaps he was able to do something beyond all of the political things that we have seen. Wow, he was able to at least stop further explosion in the Niger Delta, or maybe oil pipeline.
Thank you so much, Zeb, Josh, for your question. But just like Zebulon has said, it's difficult really to say this is the mandate given to the sole administrator to achieve. But if somebody tells you you have achieved the mandate of the president, well, we were not there to know what was the mandate given to him. Perhaps just to go and stay on the seat there for 6 months and make sure that this young man doesn't come near that place. Perhaps it also means go and do the things he had just done, all the things he has done that are in normal circumstances aberrations in a democratic setting. He's going to appoint REC who will outlive him. That man will be there while he goes. He has installed local government chairman who will stay here when he goes. He has been given over 1.something trillion budget. And then since nobody knows, has seen, Rivers people cannot pinpoint, or people from even outside the state cannot say these are the things that this man did with this money. It is still perhaps part of the budget, because that budget was given accelerated hearing approval. So somebody wanted the money. When you get it, keep it. So this is just know that it is not for you to spend. That could be a possibility. So if the man tells you he has achieved the mandate of the president, don't forget that that man was not supposed to be there in the first place. And he has run his 6 months. And if absence of explosion in a state means the same thing as peace in that state, I think he might achieve something, because there was none all through his 6 months stay in the Rivers. But everybody knew that in some other parts of the country, worse things happened. And yet nobody thought about declaring state of emergency in such places. So there is more to what happened in Rivers than the eye could see. But let us just hope Fubara will return as planned, though there are indications that perhaps he's going to come back. If the president says that cut short his endless, what do you call it, vacation, the president is eternally on vacation. There's no time where the president is not on vacation because he's more on air than in Aso Rock. So, if he's coming back really because of that thing, it means they mean well. And I think they will do that because it is also something for, they have already stationed everything they need to make the governor come back and just watch them. Well, I think we'll still come to that.
Okay. Okay, just before Zep, during the Thanksgiving, what Ibagetaibas call a Thanksgiving for a job well done in Rivers State on Sunday, we saw that, from what we are hearing, a lot of people that were supposed to be there did not show up during that Thanksgiving, including even some traditional rulers. A lot of them did not actually, except for the chairman of Rivers State Council of Chiefs. The rest actually didn't come. So many people did not. People are wondering, could this be an indication of the people, so to say, letting the sole administrator know that, look, we were not too comfortable with the fact that you were imposed on us, or what will you attribute the?
Whatever anybody may say now may amount to guesswork, because in as much as I have not gone to those who were absent to ask them the reasons for their not being there. It may be uncharitable on my side to say they boycotted the event because they were not happy. That may not be okay. But what I may say generally is that we have reduced the churches to a place of mockery.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anybody can just go into church to say whatever he likes and to say, I've come here for Thanksgiving for what? Many River State indigenes are still not happy about what has been going on in the state in the last 6 months. And the peace you are seeing in Port Harcourt or in River State generally in the last 6 months, it just could be described as the peace of the graveyard. Everybody just maintain what is going on. My colleague here alluded to the fact that there has not been any explosion in any oil field in the River State since people came on board. But it could be that just people were just quiet. People kept quiet to say, well, let us watch out what is happening. And everybody is maintaining his peace. So, staging a service, Thanksgiving, is just the way we have really moralized everything, and we go to church to hide our sins, pretending that we are very, very churchers, and when we are doing a lot of evil. For Christ's sake, why not start going to church to do whatever Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving for what? Thanksgiving for who? Thanksgiving for Ebas, because he was never expecting that after retiring he will be called upon to come and chop for whole 6 months, and nobody is probing him. If you know what that man must have made for himself within this short period, the way and manner Nigerian politicians do their things, you'll be shocked that he may have gotten more than he got all through his service here. And nobody is probing him. So to that extent, he could be justified for going for Thanksgiving, to thank God for remembering him when he has even retired, after retirement. It was a plus, huge plus. So, and he remembered his friend. So that is, to that extent, going to church to say, let's throw a party for what has happened, I think he was right.
The extent that he went to bring his brother from Cross River State.
Yes, I can imagine that to come and be a chairman of
so
in River State.
The tap is turned on. Even I would still be turned on after him.
Everything is, in fact, those he never helped while he was in government, in the military. He was able to carry them along this time. So everybody congregated to say, to God be the glory. So that's what I can say on that.
Let me just say, Josh, I once had cause to ask one pastor. I visited so many churches, and I find that every church door is wide.
Yeah.
There's no church door that is narrow. He said that the reason church doors are wide and thrown open is that everybody and everything can come in. It is now left for God to know who to choose and identify those who actually worshiping him in truth and in spirit. So, jokes apart, that man's visit to the church is because church is a liberal society. Otherwise, that kind of person should be chased out of the church for coming.
Why? I mean,
because
he didn't do anything wrong.
Let me just lie.
Because he was appointed by the president to go do a job,
but
which he had
everybody has is in agreement that his appointment is an aberration, especially given the circumstance in which River State was. There was no justification for his appointment. But to the extent that maybe,
in your opinion.
Yeah, in my opinion, to the extent that, I already resting on my own. We see how God just wants to help person. I was just on my own. And they said I should come and do this kind of
Come and chop.
Come and chop. I've been invited to chop. And I have chopped, and I think I believe I'm satisfied. Therefore, let me go and thank this God that made it possible.
Yeah.
But when you talk about Rivers people not being satisfied with what he did, and perhaps that explains why they were not in church. How do we now explain the absence of the key actors? And especially the man who masterminded his, allegedly masterminded his appointment. Wike, even if Fubara was not there, perhaps somebody can say, that man is annoyed. This was somebody who usurped my seat for 6 whole months. Why should I go and rejoice with him? So Fubara, to that extent, is justified for not being there. But this man who said, we need somebody to come and sit here while we resolve our differences, for not being there, a lot is, that speaks volume.
He may have avoided, you are referring to, he may probably have avoided that place because of what people say, but of course, we can't, it's neither here nor there.
Wike is not somebody.
For Fubara, we hear that he was out of the country, but I don't know whether he's returned as we speak. But Fubara was not in the country. And I would not also know whether Fubara would have attended if he were in the country. But that's let me move on to Fubara himself. He's expected to return on the 18th, which is Thursday. If the president is able to lift the emergency rule. What are your expectations as Fubara is expected to return on the 18th of this month? What will you say should be his focus when and if he returns?
Thank you. I see a governor that will return castrated. Someone that will return, mines have been laid around him. Someone, when he was not around, local government chairmen have been appointed in his absence. They say they were elected. 23 local government chairmen. He didn't contribute in the emergence of any of them. Then the members of the House of Assembly that will come back, Amawule fashion.
Yes.
is the one that is working in cahoots with the FCT. Those that we are giving him so much trouble in the first place. Those that the State Assembly that will return. We do not know the agreement he reached during the so-called reconciliation
meeting with the
that
president.
brokered the last reconciliation meeting with the president. If it was agreed that the FCT minister will also appoint all or substantial number of the commissioners. So if that would be the case, and the FCT minister appoints commissioners, it means that Fubara will be surrounded by enemies completely. And under that situation, you don't expect the man to function. And the best thing expected of him now to do would be just to declare that he has jumped into APC. Because he can no longer function as an opposition over the way it is. So, for anyone to expect Fubara now to perform the duty of office the way he used to do before the emergency rule was clamped on, before he was shoved aside, maybe expecting so much, because he will not have that opportunity to perform the way he was doing it without anybody detecting him. Because what brought out the problem was that he tried to extricate himself from the apron string of his godfather, but which really did not work out fine. Now it is left to be seen that he could begin to come and say, okay, I want to go back to that way of life that caused problem. So what I'm seeing a returnee governor that will lose a lot of support base, because many of his supporters are no longer in tandem with what is going on. Yeah. In fact, they didn't even support his going back to do this reconciliation. Yeah. In fact, some people were saying, why? In fact, he should resign and say, I'm no longer interested. So he has a whittled down support base, and now the state will be very hot for him, and people are alleging that the target is for APC to take over the place ahead of 2027. So I don't see a Fubara that is performing excellently and breathing down on things that he believes that this is suffocating enough for me.
All right.
So
thank you. Yeah. Before we go on break, we're going to go on a quick break now. But before we go on that break, Mr. Rocco, do you see the local government chairmen who have been elected and have been sworn in cooperating with Fubara upon his return?
You know, Josh, most of the things we are doing here are mere permutations.
Yes, sir.
It is difficult to say exactly what is going to happen when Fubara comes back. Just as he just conjectured a lot of things that may happen, but nobody knows what agreement. Since that agreement was made secret, it's just between the three of them, who know exactly what they are coming into.
Okay, let's even look at. So, if there was an agreement, right? Do you see that agreement standing? Do you see both parties actually this time around obeying and respecting the terms of that agreement that may have been reached?
That is where I'm going to, because if Fubara comes back as executive governor with all the executive powers, he may try to exercise those powers. The only unfortunate thing there is that, as Zeppelin has pointed out, there are too many things that are laid on his way, unfriendly terrain that he's coming back to. The local government chairmen are predominantly people from the other party. Let us say the opposition party now.
Yeah.
So they don't bear any allegiance to him. Is it the only three PDP that can make things happen? The only way he can control those chairmen to a little extent is because the fact that local government and states have common purse. It may be the one to disburse money to them. So it is your own best interest as either APC local government chairman or PDP to obey the governor so they can get your whatever is your due. But for them to be very loyal to him as in ordinary situation where a governor controls everything in the state, that is not going to be, it may not happen.
Okay.
And I think myself, I align with the thinking that the best way for him to even survive the remaining 2 years is to join the bandwagon.
Join the APC.
Join the APC so that he can have his peace and then run the governor, the term that that's the number of years he still have remaining.
Yeah.
But it is still a very dicey situation for Fubara when he comes back, because when before he went for this reconciliation, he had the support of his people. Many of them were talking tough. Oh, you cannot do this. And even before the emergency rule, oh, yeah, the state governor, for Christ's sake, why not wield the big stick against those who are against you? But he never knew that that kind of thing was coming from the other side. So,
all right,
it's neither here nor there for anybody to say.
Thank you so much. Well, there's this people have this conjecture whether he will join the APC or remain in the PDP, and in whose interest would that be if he joins the APC, and in whose interest will it be if he remains in the PDP? Well, we wait to see, but we hope that the emergency rule will be lifted by Mr. President to enable Fubara return as the governor of Rivers State. I mean, for the last 6 months, well, it's not been so much been piece of the graveyard, like Zeb said. We've seen some level of political stability, as it were, but what about economic progress? How much of that have we seen?
Nothing.
But we hope that as it returns, hopefully, that we begin to see some level of both economic and political progress in the
state.
Because at the end of the day, governance is all about the people. It's not really about the political, the politicians that we talk so much about a lot of time. We're going on a short break. When we return, we will be discussing in a very short moment the warning, as it were, by the Islamic cleric Sheikh Gumi to the military not to provoke the bandit, and wondering what that means. So as we return, we'll talk about that. We're going on a short break now. Welcome back. This is still BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues in our country and then try to put them in perspective, now bring some analysis to it for better understanding of those who may not actually be in the know of some of these issues. This time around, we're going to talk about Sheikh Gumi. Of course, he's a popular Islamic cleric, controversial, as it were. I mean, on Sunday, we saw where bandits were calling to a peace meeting, and of course agreed that we're going to stop kidnapping, killing, and all of that in Katsina State. And then, of course, after that, we saw a Facebook post by Sheikh Gumi warning the military to abide, by the agreement that the bandits have signed, and then not to provoke them. And one is wondering, is this coming from a patriotic mind, or is it? I'm just wondering, because for a long time we've seen Sheikh Gumi, especially under the previous administration of Buhari, always coming in between, the government and the bandits, a lot of time negotiating on their behalf. And then we are wondering why it seems as if this man is just talking for the bandit, and that because these are supposed to be criminals, right? People who have killed people, and then you see him warning the military not to provoke the bandit. Zeb, I'm wondering, is Nigeria that weak to the extent that we are being warned, so to say? Because when I say we, because we are all involved, really. The military is being warned not to provoke bandits.
Yeah.
I can't understand this.
It's not strange. It's not strange. if you have read some of the things happening across the globe, there are people who understand how these bandits and how these criminals operate. And they are the people that are in the right position to advise government.
Really?
Yes. Gumi had been very close to these bandits and has helped government in time past unraveling some of the mysteries surrounding these things. You see, when a state fails, a lot of things come up. It's obvious that the Nigerian state have not been succeeding in the fight against banditry and all these other sister organizations, this
ISWAP,
and Boko Haram and all the terrorists. So this man Gumi has understood what is happening. Our correspondent 2 Sundays ago, we ran a story, what is happening in Katsina. Local government chairmen, traditional rulers went into the bush to meet these bandits, and they signed an agreement. And these are the bandits that have been killing people, because the people have come to their wits' end and they believe that the government can no longer do anything. And they gave themselves up and say, please, bandits, we want to sign an agreement. Don't kill our people. These are what we are going to do. So Gumi is just simply saying to the government, since you people cannot help your people, do not make any noise. Do not say anything that will aggravate the situation. Allow the people, what they have sorted out has been the best way to go about it, to have peace. Allow them to have peace, since you cannot provide any peace on your own. So it is a new thing. Look at the Zamfara state governor recently said he knew where these bandits are. People know them. They are not spirits. People know them. One politician of APC member, a highly placed APC member living in Abuja, recently came on channel to say that his life was in danger because he spotted out that some people, even in government, were sponsoring some of them on camera, on television screen. So people know these people, they are not hidden. So what Gumi was just saying is a sarcastic thing, so to speak. If you people cannot help Katsina people, allow them the peace they have entered in with this peace accord they have entered into with these bandits. Let it work. That is what he's saying. So whether he was misunderstood or not, people should see his advice as what it is. He said government has failed. People should be allowed okay, minister has told you to go and learn how to defend yourself. Is that the best advice? Things have gone out of their hands. So Gumi is saying, when we have come to this point, allow people to choose whatever method that they
could. In light of what Gumi said, and of course in the following Zeb's analysis of that statement, can we then say that perhaps we should go for the bandit to protect us as against the military that is supposed to be security forces that should protect? So should we then say, okay, look, bandits, come and protect us? I mean, what's your view on this?
I think the whole thing is very, very disappointing, frustrating, if you ask me. That a non-state actor like Gumi is not new to terrorism. It's not new to banditry. Not new to Boko Haram activities. But the fact that that man says whatever he likes and goes free, he walks free. It's only in Saudi Arabia he went for Hajj and they say no, you can't pay. And that is a decent society, shouldn't be allowed to mix up with decent people. But here, somebody does that kind of thing, and it goes to show you how much importance government attaches to the lives of the people. That people can rise and kill as many as 130 people in a day. And not even a word came from the people who are supposed to protect us. Because governance is about protecting the people.
And you know, so what is, no, let me say, what is worrisome, right? In this case on Sunday, during this peace meeting, is that some of these bandits actually came to that peace meeting with their
that's what I'm saying. I just wanted to say that.
And they sat down, you know, and then after they left, nobody was able to arrest
what
what
I want to say in that is that we have kind of resigned to fate in this country. That this is, when you call somebody, you know, calling them bandits is on the instruction of the government to euphemize the idea of, oh, these are not terrorists. They should not be called terrorists, in a way to pacify them. So call them bandits. Whether terrorists or bandits, they are killers, which everybody knows. Then these people came like any other human being to a meeting, even though they were carrying their gun, and then they were negotiating how to stop killing innocent people. It's not, we're not in a war situation. But people have decided to be killing other fellow Nigerians. Then government is negotiating with them how to stop killing people. Because negotiating with them means, what do we give you so that you don't do this? And we, in actual fact, we are not supposed to do it at all. That anybody who kills
should face the law.
Face the law. But these people are, what it means that they are above
the law.
They are above the government.
That's what it means.
That's what it means. Before any country pulls out its military to go and fight, it means it is the highest of problem, insecurity in the situation, in the system. But here we are, where soldiers are frequently sent, and many of them don't come back. Yet those people continue to operate. Now they come like people coming for labor union coming to negotiate salary with the government, and nobody says anything. Why not, when the meeting was going on, you surround them with whatever power, military firepower that you have, and arrest all of them, and then to get, because once you arrest their leaders, the other ones will be weak. So it means, but your proposition is an extreme case. These are not, they are not trained to kill people. They are not trained to protect us. They are not security men. These are wicked, deadly men who have taken up arms against their fellow human beings, unprovoked. They just kill. And they kill thinking that they are getting at the government. They don't kill the people because they have to steal property. They kill so that government can attract attention. Then somebody is to be negotiating with these people. Somebody is known, because if you negotiate with them, it means he can even supply arms to them. But
that's right.
It's unfortunate.
All right.
It's
I think we are completely out of time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Broko. Thank you, Mr. Zeb, for joining me today on the BDTV Roundtable. And I think this is where we are going to draw the curtain for today. I want to thank you, viewers, for watching. We just hope and pray that the government would do whatever it is that they need to do to arrest the insecurity situation in the country, and give that level of protection that Nigerians truly need to be able to go about their lawful business, because we can't continue like this, a situation where bandits are being, or someone is warning the military not to provoke bandit terrorism, because that's what they are actually. I mean, it's so sad to see or to hear such a statement coming from a cleric, but that's where the country is today. But we hope that the government will rise up to the occasion and then stop the killing of Nigerians wherever they are in any part of the country. This is where we draw the curtain for today on BDTV Roundtable. I want to thank you for watching. My name is Joshua Bassey. Join us next week when we come your way again. Thank you.
Television.
Welcome to BDTV, yes, right here. And we will be diving straight up to that which is more important, which is finding out what our industries are like today. Wonderful day, 16th of September, right here on BDTV. And of course, like usual, we dive straight up into the things that will give you more joy if you're the kind of person who has critical eye on industries. Updates on industries, both home and abroad, be it local or global. Then stay with us if you truly want to find out more, because we identify pros and cons of several industries and how the economy adds more value to the GDP, plus how it affects everything that has to do with the country, lives of Nigerians across the globe, and every other business right here. Industry Focus. Don't go away. My name is Onyeka Valentine. All lined up for you. We'll be right back. Let's take a break. Welcome back. It is still BDTV right here, giving you that which you need on Industry Focus. And when I started, remember I told you segments will come your way. So let me just read them out so that you know that we're here because we need business. Your business quote of the day will come your way. Then following through will be our captain's opinion with our guest, right? Ice Namdinweke. You get to find out how we plan to unpack, or rather, join us as we unpack the economic powerhouse of Nigeria's entertainment industry. And in our third segment, we will jump into Deal or No Deal, where we will discuss on how and why the federal government has decided to launch the creative economy a week that will run through. All that coming your way, but before we end, we'll also give you retrospect. There, we'll look at Nigerian entertainment industry as a major contributor to the national GDP so far. All this will run through. So let's jump straight into it and give you our quote of the day. All right? So you don't miss anything. It goes this way. It says, in Nigeria, financial services, telecoms, and entertainment have driven growth more than oil. I take it again. It says, in Nigeria, financial services, telecoms, and entertainment has driven growth more than oil. Not my words, but words of Mr. Oscar Onyema, the former chairman of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Now you know that entertainment can add a lot of value, and given the chance, it can bail out the country where oil might fail. But we pray it never fails. All right, so let's jump into it. We have our guest in the building. Now you have your quote. You've written that one down. Let us jump into the reason why we believe that entertainment industry is key and it's important. And I have the right man in the building to make that happen. So join me as I give you my guest in total. Mr. Ice Nweke is a multifaceted creative director, a visual artist with more than over 15 years experience leading across platform storytelling across theater, television, and live events. His work integrates illustration, animation, audio UX design, and video into immense production that redefines African performance and art. There is more. An award-winning director, dancer, and visual artist, Ice has innovative productions such as The Jewel and a whole lot of more. A lot of productions that will help me join me, I guess, in many ways a prolific entertainer in different aspects. Mr. Wright, welcome.
Thank you.
I hope I was able to give you a robust to you. welcome to the show.
Who's that guy?
The one who's that guy, right? But the truth of the matter, it is you. You know, I know much in your career, you need to know the most. So explain that this is on in this industry. Welcome to our studio.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Right. You're all fired up this morning?
Yes.
Or this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm completely fired up.
So 15 years plus in this career of entertainment business and, you know, chasing the industry, making sure something comes out of it, you know, to power up the economy in your own way. How has the journey been? Let's start with that.
It's been tough.
Okay.
It's not easy.
Okay.
I think probably the more reason why it's not easy is because our amazing, beautiful, wonderful, powerful country seems to not have structures to hold things in place that can make things thrive easily like other countries, mostly in the Western world. So it's hard. And people might always tell you that if the world serves you lemon, make a lemonade out of it. But it's not about the world. It's Nigeria serving you daily lemon. And you have to daily make the lemonade out of it. Otherwise, it will choke you.
It will choke you.
Yes.
In this case, let's plan not to get choked by the lemon. Okay. So we have 5 key questions, right? Because no better person to talk to, right, than you when it comes to this business of performing art, when it comes to entertainment industry and how it has added a lot of value. Some will say the GDP is something that is quite shaky, but it's important for the nation to follow through. And we cannot say all these things about industries without having some key people in those areas that we have you now. So our listeners and our viewers want to know. They say, from culture to capital, what defines Nigeria's entertainment industry as an economic powerhouse? Coming from your angle now, through the culture, right? From culture to capital, in other words, from the creative sector to it becoming a money venture or money-making machine, right? What defines Nigeria's entertainment industry as economic powerhouse from where you're standing?
Nigeria, the economy is already a powerhouse in itself, but the main key thing, if you look at like Nollywood is like the second largest.
Right.
And then you move to the music. The music, it's literally Afrobeat is taking the world by storm. And music without dance is not complete in itself, because when they are popular dance steps and everything, if you go on TikTok, you go on YouTube, you go on Instagram, you see Chinese dancing to our song, you see the whites, the Germans, the British, the Americans dancing to it. So you find out that how powerful Afrobeat has cut across globally. And same thing with the comedians cutting across globally, the likes of the Basket Mouths, the Bovi, the rest shutting down theaters across, we're not talking about Nigeria now, we're talking about in the UK, in the US, in Canada. And music is doing that, comedy is doing that, theater is doing that. And the first part of it, Nollywood's being the champion of it.
Face our
culture, like literally. So and if that is not enough for our GDP to look good, I don't know what else.
I mean, on screen there we see productions and we see cultural activities, we see salsa dancers, we see things that are within the confines and the ambience of performance and industry.
And the truth is, because I always use this term, I think Hollywood and all the Western countries, I think they, if you start something early, there is this part that you might finish early. And when you finish early, you will need to look for what else to do to complete the time. And if you look at, there's nothing new in Hollywood. There's nothing new in any Western stuff that they do.
So they're looking to Afro.
That's why, everybody's looking at. But when they say the world is looking at Africa, because Africa hasn't actually even. Africa is just starting, very long time ago. So now literally Disney is looking for movies to take. A whole lot of eyes are looking to Nigeria, looking to South Africa, because South Africa is trying to push their. We have so much content in music, in dance, in drama, our culture, and they are looking for how to take it.
Okay, they don't know how to take it. We have a lot to talk about. Let me jump into the next one as an addition to that one. We know in the past that you've done a lot of productions, right? We know you did Jewel. We know you did Love Is. At that time, we used to have you back in the day, the former platform where I was. We know you did a lot of productions, but we also aware there was a time you traveled, right? How did that add value? Because you were a creative dancer also. How did that add value to you, and how did it take you? How come they said it was you that they needed to travel abroad at the time to go perform salsa, right? When we have that video and other pictures, but to you, how did it add value to you economically?
Okay, one thing about
that's performing in front of that crowd. And
it changes a lot.
Identifying you as a Nigerian.
It changes a lot, because most times when you are in your own space, you get praised a lot, and you start believing that you are the very best.
That's your stage there many years ago.
Yeah,
right.
And that's Las Vegas.
Okay. So
and the funny part, when we got there, it's a funny story. We got there, I think I was around 11 a.m. We checked into our hotel room. The event was meant to start, by my calculation, 6 p.m. So it's okay, we have ample time to sleep. So I went to sleep in the room. I was sleeping, and I kept waking up, and I just kept. So when I look outside, the sun is still out, and I just kept sleeping
because it's just Nigerian.
I just kept sleeping. I just kept sleeping, and I just heard a voice in my head. Say, do you think that you're still in Nigeria? Can you stop looking at your clock and look at the clock in the hotel room? When I looked at the clock, and I said, "Oh my God!" By the time we rushed down, see, that was the first time ever that they knew that probably the timeline is going to mess our stuff up. But that was the first time Nigerians are coming to that. It was a congress, dance congress. The first time Nigerians are coming there for that far, so they were impressed, and we got certified. That was the same period I got my master's in Latin and ballroom dance. But the main thing, seeing the coaches in real time, not watching a video, getting to dance with other dancers in real time, not watching a video or assuming, or getting to perform before a large crowd, changes your perspective. It breaks a barrier that you're no longer, you've gone beyond performing in front of your fellow skin color, but now you perform in front of everybody because it was a mixed crowd.
Just jump in. There was no how money didn't change hands, and some Nigerians were not empowered. We need to say that it added something economically.
Yes.
That's overhead.
So coming back, so now the plan is, when we got back, we started training more people, because in that training, it gave room for us to have more instructors.
Right.
And those instructors moved into having their own dance studios. Their own dance studios, having teachers that learn under them. They have their admin set up. So they have a complete structure in running an organization, because most times dancers only think about them. But we move to replace a part of not saying stop thinking as a dancer, start thinking as a leader. So you have an idea, you are built, you train others to work on that. So these are dancers. Now these are your admin people. These are the workers that handle your content, your designs, your portfolio. These are the people that handle the website. So it cuts across how a business should run. So now we pull in different people into those different spaces to make sure that it's running. So even as the teacher is teaching, there are students that are coming in based on the fact that as a business manager, making sure that people know about what the studio is all about, making sure that the content and the image of that company goes out through their marketing people and their marketing team and their set and their design team. So the vision of that, each person is consistent. So it gave room for us to understand that it's not just about dance. You need to, for you to make the dance work.
As an industry.
Yes, as an industry. It needs to have a system that goes in a circle constantly and is running by itself. Because if you keep running it by yourself, you'll burn out.
if you keep running by yourself, you burn out.
Yeah.
One is not an island.
It's not
to
an
make
island.
it happen.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still in the studio. I still got my wonderful, our wonderful guest, Mr. Ice Nnamdi Nweke, who understands what the idea of performing art and the industry, how it can pay back and bring finance to the GDP and grow Nigeria. You see, wherever you do, where you do it, whatever you do, where you do it, someone is watching, and you never know who would get your services internationally, and you come back and teach others in the country. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we still have 2 more questions, and we have Deal or No Deal and Retrospect. In the building, I'm not alone. I've got Ice Nweke talking about performance industry and the entertainment industry as a whole. We'll be right back. This is Industry Focus. Welcome back. Still Industry Focus. I've got my guests in the building. We're talking about why it is important to stick with your talent, and hopefully it can help grow the GDP and grow the industry of entertainment in Nigeria. If you listen to this and you're a young person, you might need to increase the volume even more. My guest still in the building, Mr. Ice Nweke. We're talking about why you can export your talent and still come back and teach people how to make it work. Ice. So when you came back and you started, you integrated into the industry, the entertainment industry even more, because it was from there you launched, you obviously employ some people in your production, like the Joel. Yeah. We had this other futuristic one.
Joel is the futuristic. That's the first ever futuristic.
Yes.
On theater, on stage. Then
at Echo Hotel.
Then we had Pride Land 1, Pride Land 2, Pride Land 3 is coming this Christmas. Then Love Is, the musical. Love Is has evolved.
It has been there like over 10 years
now. It has evolved. We've done other ones like Oprah, the musical for the story about Oprah Benson. So like different musicals, but that structure, that multipliers effect things made it possible.
Fantastic. I was coming there, the multiplier effect.
Yes, it made it possible because I have a team of people. Like I can boldly tell you that we have about 5 productions between now and December. But if I was just me, I probably would only take 1 because I can only handle 1. But I have a team of people that literally they are handling every other thing. Because in the midst of that, we have writers that make sure when the client gives you an idea, they create the write-up, the storyline, they script it properly. So my own part is if I have stepped back into being the creative director, so I don't need to dance at the moment. So we have a choreographer that deals with the dance. We have the dancers, so the choreographer is paid, the dancer is paid. The production manager has to be a place to make sure they manage the whole production. We have now stage managers. We have props person that builds the props.
Evolved to a better and more bigger business, sustainable business.
So literally, if you read over it, you will see where everybody plugs into. We have a music director that writes all the music. The music director has a band team made up of hornsmen, backup singers, guitarists, music producers. So like a list of about 15 people just under his own part.
Under his own part.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this because, we're unpacking those ideas that can enable anyone say this industry is an industry.
Yeah.
Back in the days when our parents, when we're growing up, our parents would tell you, don't study this course, study this other course. This one might not be too viable. You might not make money out of it. But we begin to see that the norm has changed.
Yeah, because I was thinking about it this morning. It's actually a social construct that has kept us in this particular place. And if you think about it, back then school existed because we had some certain industries working. We had the hospital, we had the banking system, we had a couple of other places working. So they believe that we need to get an institution whereby people need to go and learn how to work in these places. Okay. So that's how the schooling system started back then. So you come out to be a doctor, you come out to be an architect, come out to be a lawyer, because all those places were existing. Those are the things that were like governing humans' existence then. But that was why they had a problem when entrepreneurs started coming up because there was no school for them. So literally, they have to now find out how to get things done. But in that same system and in that same structure, if you put it in place, you find out when you have an idea to do something, it evolves a village.
A village.
Yeah.
If I leave you, we'll talk a lot today because we need to unpack this thing more. But it's something the federal government is doing on the line of entertainment and, you know, in the same space of, you know, the industry to grow it. Tell me if this is a no deal for you or is a good deal. So it goes this way. In September 2025, the federal government of Nigeria, right, has launched a Creative Economy Week, which is a joint initiative with the British Council to promote investment and growth in the creative industry, alongside unveiling other industries as a roadmap, hence using entertainment as a way forward. We're talking about the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. You will know how very well it means. That's how on the picture on the screen there, right? There is a major move to make sure that entertainment is harnessed so that people like you who are professionals in production, by the way, I also did theaters too.
You mentioned,
you know, and then I had to do masters. But before that, so we kind of have something in common. But do you agree with what they are working on towards our 65th anniversary of Independence Day? With that thing they're working on, do you think it's going to be a good deal moving forward or not? What do you think about it?
First of all, is an initiative that is brilliant.
Okay.
But my only but to it is in implementing it.
Implementation.
You get me? Because most times we get to have an amazing idea that can move the needle forward for the nation. But it's not done because we have, I have to publicly say, we have gatekeepers that keep things at bay. Okay. There's this saying I always use that the most beautiful girl is not the one that won, the most beautiful girls show.
Right.
Because what you have is just a collection of people that you at that particular time showed up. But if you go out into the country and search for the most beautiful, you might find somebody that is 10, you might find even 100 people finer than the person that is a winner. But yet still the person is the winner. But that doesn't still categorize that every other person else is not that. So one thing I found out that I hope seriously when I saw that news, I was happy because I know the lady, the Minister of Tourism, she's been doing an amazing job. Like she's like literally everywhere that has to do with arts, like literally everywhere you go here, she's there. She's constantly supporting. So my prayer now is that let it trickle down to even those that you don't know, because most times those that you don't know in that art space are in their space actually changing their community. So I hope there's a system that can, if we sit back, say, oh, we have the initiative, everybody should come to us. The best might not come because there is always a politic getting to. But if they have, I pray they have a system that gets them, go out and search for what can make us great. The way you search for football, the best football in your football team. If they can have a system that can go into Nigeria, go into the entertainment industry, go into the schools, find out the people that they eat there. You might find out something that can take Nigeria to the next level.
The next level.
Yes.
And make it happen.
And make it happen.
So you believe it's a deal?
I believe it's a deal, yes.
All right, I'm going to shake your hand at this point and say, Mr. Icemaker has said the deal. For those of you back home, he says the deal, he agrees with what they are doing. And invest more, right?
Yeah.
Before we go quickly, we have a few minutes. What are your projects you're working on? Very quickly.
Okay. I'm working on, we started something that hasn't been done before in theater. Mostly you do a theater production and then you come back and do another one. But we started something called Pride Land. Pride Land 1 is a story about Africa, like never been told before. And then we moved into Pride Land 2, which actually hasn't been done because you don't do a musical and do a part 2 of it. So we did a continuation of it. It's almost like the way if you've watched Aladdin and the 40 Tips, there's always different series in it. So we made a musical into a series. So the second series was done last year. The finale of Pride Land is happening this Christmas at the Hotel. And then we're adding the story of Mary, like never been told before. We're not telling it when it happened back then. We're not telling it in the future. We're telling it in between time. where you might probably think is technologically driven. At the same time, too, it gives you a look and feel of Dunes, the film itself, and a touch of Foundation, the TV series.
Okay, a touch of Foundation, the TV series.
Yeah.
We have to do the studio right now. Hopefully, we'll do a part 2 of this. You guys had a lot they had to say. See it as just some bit of a preamble, and there's more to come. Mr. Ice, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Hopefully, now it's a deal. People should follow through, and then one of the productions that should be part of it too. I mean, I have a theater background too.
Yes.
I should come. So this is I want your word.
Yes, definitely.
Definitely.
Yes.
All right, let's leave the studio right now. Before we go, let's give you a retrospect very quickly. It says here, at some point, with the GDP of Nigeria, entertainment industry as a major contributor to the national GDP, with Nollywood and music industry alone contributing to approximately 1.79 trillion. In 2023, one can confidently say that significant increase over 3 years is a great boom. This is my take. So, if this is the case, Nigerian entertainment industry is becoming matured enough and could build Nigeria in the future. You've heard that one right here on Industry Focus. Write it down. I didn't do it alone. Also want to thank my guest also one more time again, Mr. Ice. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Hopefully we'll have a part 2 of this.
Yes.
Let's leave the studio. You could always follow us on social media. We're right there on BDTV, on Instagram, all social media platforms. You can find us. I'm also on social media too at Wilman Valentine. This has been wonderful. Until next week Tuesday, this is still BDTV. Don't go away.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.